declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit. The chef is in. About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey. Donkey.
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink? Dissolve the apartheid.
So what would you like to see happen, Hassan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where we are in the world, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is our broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny, but mostly cloudy Los Angeles, California, on stolen land, Tongva stolen land. We're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday, it is Wednesday. Yeah, it's Wednesday, February 11th, 2026. And Kaya's angelic light is off. It already broke, apparently. Wait, you turn it off? Don't worry about it. Anyway, we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Are you feeling parasocial today? No, but I'm feeling very angry, and I'm going to get into it in a second, because as you, if you have been following what is going on my timeline, you're probably aware that I have been duking it out with liberals, libtards on the timeline, up and down, over and over again. Once again, Lonely Island up in this bitch, okay? I'm seeing some motion from some on the left who are like reluctantly joining in on it. Shouts out to Michael from Pennsylvania. Obviously, he's not one of them. He is in the trenches, but it is very frustrating to see like so many annoying shitlibs are cooking you on. Yeah, shitlibs are cooking this country, okay? They're cooking this country, and they're going to continue cooking this country. And I'm not seeing enough movement from this community in general. Centrist liberals are infinitely more organized on Twitter than we are. And also I do despise the left for the most part, because like at most the stuff that I've seen from people has been like, reluctantly, I'll say Hassan is right on this. Even though I'm a fucking, Maoist third worldist, like he's right on this. Like, shut the fuck up. Okay. Why is it that there aren't any more people who either want to engage with the Democratic Party and actually make the Democratic Party a viable opposition party, who also simultaneously understand the squirrel decided that today's a good day to jump on the dog pile against you? Yes, because they're mentally ill, okay? They're mentally ill. Those leftists are mentally fucking ill, and I'm sick and tired of it, okay? Yes, those are the people I'm talking about. Anyway, we're going to talk about Bondi and shit. You're clearly trying to be effective. I don't know why they do this. I know why they do this, because they are in a pedophilic sex cult. At least the Sex Pestiny fans are in a pedophilic sex cult. This one, quite literally, is in a pedophile sex cult. And the only thing that they care about is like coming after me and being like, we need to remove Hassan from the throes of the Democratic Party. It's like, it's not going to work. Okay? It's not. You're a fucking idiot. Like you're literally just consistently advocating for ruining the Democratic Party. That's what you're doing. And it's very frustrating. Like, I want to stop the bleeding. I want to stop the pain. I don't care about whatever fucking squirrel is saying. It does not matter. Their position is utterly irrelevant in this conversation. They're not here. They're not in America. Who gives a fuck what they have to say? You don't have to rile up the libs. If you'd vote for Newsom and just want concessions, just say that again. No, I don't care. I don't think there's any utility in fucking lying about this shit. Like, I'm not going to fucking concede to voting for Gavin Newsom 2 years out of the gate. Like, it's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. Okay, get the hell out of here. Find a better candidate. Suck my dick. Gavin Newsom is currently pushing against Ro Khanna in the state that I'm in for a billionaire's tax, and these motherfuckers are like, no, you have to vote for the guy who is anti-billionaires tax, and you have to like it. It's like, shut the fuck up. No, I'm not going to do that. Okay, yeah. When are we getting a basketball stream? It's not happening. Anyway, these guys are there's like a multitude of different ideologies at play here. There are the vote blue no matter who, harm reductionist postures, people being like, I'm trans, people being like, Democrats are going to protect the undocumented, Democrats are going to protect the trans people. And it's like, Democrats have literally written you out of existence. Okay, they have. Yes, it's better overall under Democratic governance, Democratic leadership to be a trans person than a trans person under a Republican leadership where you like genuinely have to leave your fucking state. Same with just being a woman in general, living in a fucking red state. But this kind of like, oh, sweetie, you don't care about my marginalized identity ass bullshit, especially to someone like myself who, regardless of my, white cishet background, I've never shied away from my advocacy for trans people and all marginalized people. You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking dumbass. Okay? You're a fucking dumbass. Like, and it doesn't work, and it's annoying, and all you're doing is just being like, you're not moral for me. Okay, well, good luck. Good luck with a fucking JD Vance presidency. We can't be doing this same old business as usual politics. It's very clear. Okay? It's very fucking clear. It's clear to the voters too, and that's ironically what I keep trying to explain. But these guys who are either chorus backed or whatever, I don't know what the fuck this guy's deal is, but there's so many of these fucking dipshits who mobilize against the left harder than they mobilize against the right, by the way. Okay? Like, they're all up in arms right now on Twitter. They're all up in arms. Let's have the conversation now, 2 years out, before having the conversation right on the fucking dial. Okay? I'm willing to have that conversation. I know other people are not. I know other people are too focused on some other shit, but it is seemingly a fucking chorus. Another one, bro. You have to switch these chorus motherfuckers. Yeah, it's just some of these guys are straight up like, in the pedophile sex cult. Like this one is literally in the pedophile sex cult of destiny. I know for a fact, right? I've seen this guy before. But like all they do is talk about how I am not really a Democrat. I am not a part of the Democratic Party. Whether you like it or not, we're in it together, big dog. If you fucking hate the Republicans, which I don't think you do, let's be real, then you need to shut the fuck up and listen to what we're saying, okay? I think it needs to be pointed out that Hutch's whole goal of pushing the HasanAbi actually hates the Dem party is to isolate you from influencing anything the Dems do to put himself in a position to be paid by the Dems. Yeah, but it's not going to fucking work because I still talk to the Democrats. You want to know why? Because adult Democrats under fucking stand that there is a massive audience of voters here. And not only is there a massive audience of fucking voters here, but also we're right. Like our advocacy is correct. It's not just like a fucking a difference in opinion here. Like there are a lot of fucking people who are mad. Yeah, I'm not a party loyalist at all. The only thing I care about is advancing an agenda that helps the working class. That's it. An agenda that will destroy the Republican Party. I hate the Republican Party. Okay? I hate the Republican Party. I don't want to concede to the Republicans on policy. I don't like the closeness of a lot of establishment Dems to the Republicans. You literally just have to point them to Zoran to see what you want in a Democrat and how you supported them from the beginning. Exactly, but it doesn't matter. They're literally like, no, we love Zoran more than you now. And the problem is half of these fucking Twitter squirrel going after Hasan and these chorus gifters is so frustrating. Stop bringing up Twitter squirrel, okay? Utterly irrelevant in the fucking grand scheme of things. Please. I'm not going to have a conversation about the Twitter squirrel, please. Okay? The third way liberals are fighting back in the UK too. They're using bots aggressively as a desperate dying act of a corrupt cabal. I don't understand. I don't understand. I mean, I do understand it to a certain degree, but it's just like unimaginably frustrating to have to fucking deal with this. But I guess we have to deal with it. We have to push back on this stuff. And we have to communicate to these people that like their way is dead. Okay? Their way is fucking dead. By the way, dude, are you leaving for Canada tonight for brief personal news? No, I'm not even doing personal news. Fuck it. There is no personal news to be had. I worked out this morning and I'm fucking angry. Okay? I'm also working on going to Cuba. Okay? I said last month, and I'm saying it this month, that we need to start treating leftists like Hasan Piker and his followers the same way we treat their MAGA counterparts. Centrists would rather lose every election than stop punching left, and you wonder why we hate you. You hoes have been enabling evil since Reagan. Okay, dude. Fuck Dearborn. All my homies hate Dearborn. Your mom is a hoe. Your opinion has no value. Read the GIF. You're an idiot. Exactly. Hey, man, real quick. Who ran as a third-party candidate in New York City mayoral race The Dem endorsed candidate or the Hasan endorsed one? More context of what you actually said than the clip that's spreading.
Enthusiastically crawl through 10 feet of concrete for all of the marginalized people.
Do you feel like the Democrats know that, and that's why they get away with their ineptitude?
100%.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
so
100%.
I'm like, I don't even entertain that stuff, especially this far out from an election. But even in the primary season, that's immediately the conversation is like, well, whoever is the candidate, you're going to vote for them, right? And you know what's really indecent about that too? They never return the favor for left flank candidates.
Yeah, no.
Because no one ever made hay about Bernie Sanders potentially becoming the candidate, and all of the articles that came out about how Trump might be more preferable to Bernie Sanders. Because they were writing those. Liberals were writing those articles talking about how, the head of Goldman Sachs, who's like, I'm a lifetime Democratic Party voter. I think, Donald Trump is better than Bernie Sanders.
I know.
Would enthusiastically crawl through 10 feet of concrete for all of the marginalized people.
Do you feel like the Democrats know that, and that's why?
Wasn't this bound a paywall as well? No, this is on I've Had It. We went on I've Had It, and Jen asked me this question, and I told her what I've been saying every single primary season, and I will continue saying it. And it doesn't really matter, because it doesn't really matter. You can cry all day, every day. You can work aggressively to try to cast me aside as an outsider, as someone who is like trying to ruin the Democratic Party's chances. Ironically enough, this was where the clip started. Okay. I'm gonna blast off right now, real quick, and then we're gonna get into this real quick, and then we're gonna talk about the Epstein pedophilia defense that's taking place. But yeah, this is these guys are unimaginably repulsive. They are incredibly fucking annoying, and ultimately their opinion is utterly irrelevant. Even though their opinion is utterly irrelevant in like the masses, they don't actually engage with mass politics at all. But the problem is they do engage with like the Democratic Party consultants. You got to accept that there's nothing to understand here. Some people are addicted to losing and they believe they deserve nothing. It's how a woman with low self-esteem in an abusive relationship struggles to leave the abuser. I mean, maybe, but this is here. Well, let me blast off real quick, and then we'll talk about it briefly, and then I'll get into it. You should drag some of them in to see if they can debate their position. Yeah, I think I'm going to start doing that. I think I'm going to start cooking these fucking shit libs a little bit. Okay, the entire liberal timeline is baying for blood. El Paso airspace shut down. Pan body crash out over Epstein hearing. Canada shooting. Get in now. Do we have a blast off meme chatters? Oh, I think we do, yeah. Hold on. Satan Yahoo in DC. Another incident with ICE in St. Paul. Yeah, we'll talk about that. El Paso airspace was shut down because the DOD thought a party balloon was a drone. I know. I'm going to talk about that. I know for a fact that it freaked out the Mexicans too, though. Like, it freaked out the Mexican government and shit too. Because it should freak people out because the American government is going crazy. The community note that on this post defending you is insane. Yeah, I know. It comes from, it's r/destiny, bro. It's r/fucking destiny. When I watched the interview, I was genuinely impressed with how much tact and grace you used in your response. These libs literally just can't accept that they have no party truly on the side of the face of evil. There's so much going on in the world. Speaking of primaries, are you keeping up with the LA mayor race? Yes, I am. Hold on. Some of these content creators defended Chuck Schumer not endorsing Mamdani. Show me all of that. If you see one of those in the timeline, let me know. I would love to bring that up. I'm an American trans woman, and you are absolutely right about this. We need to fight this, because shitlip diet fascists like Newsom are going to try to put the lid back on open fascism as it guarantees the GOP time to recover, and the media playing along. Yes. It's not even just that though, because I do think that a lot of these guys they hate that like the pod johns are aligned with me. They fucking despise whenever like CNN offers me like a profile or something. They lose their fucking minds. They're like, why not my favorite pedophile sex pest streamer? Why this guy? He hates the Democrats. What are you doing? No, demonstrate party loyalty above all else. It's like, I want the party to fucking win. I want there to be, I don't give a shit. I don't care about like the Democrat brand. I don't care about the Democratic Party as a party. I care about policies. I care about them being an actual an actual opposition party to the fascism that's coming from the Republicans. Okay? That's what I care about. I care about advancing an agenda that will help the American working class. I care about advancing an agenda that will roll back American militarism around the globe. I don't care. I will work with anyone to get that across. But obviously, I can't get that across with the Republicans at all because I fucking despise them. They're reactionary and they're not even remotely interested in that. Okay? They're not. They're not interested in that at all. But it's very, very frustrating that these fucking dumbasses, some of them are dumb, some of them are cynical, some of them are getting paid, cannot comprehend that reality. There's just like no difference in opinion here. It's my way or the fucking highway, and they're just yelling to their own echo chamber. They're yelling to their own echo chamber. Unfortunately, that echo chamber has elected representatives in it, and their own consultants. Anyway, we're getting fucking stomped on by fascism. These like diet right-wing libs are just hitting their left flank. I do suspect a little bit of fuckery here because like they are so united. They are so goddamn united. And they are so aggressive. It almost feels like there was a boss call being made on Chorus or something. And I don't know, because guess who I also talked to? Like, guess who there was a boss call being made on Chorus or something. And I don't know, because guess who I also talked to? Like, guess who I'm, sometimes at events with? Brian Tyler Cohen. I see him at those events. I don't know what his like personal opinion against someone like myself is, but like, there is a connective tissue here. So I don't know why the fuck these Chorus guys are coming after me so goddamn hard. Midas touch too. Yeah, this shit is so funny, bro. Looks like the Kamala headquarters 67 Labubu Matcha Dubai checks went out. Yeah, it's crazy. They just flat out went. As aggressively as possible. We need to start educating people on who the fuck Newsom is. Yeah. Anyway, let's show them Newsom with Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro. Yeah, Chorus is not your friend. Hopefully you understand. I don't think it's my friend. But I do think... So what spurned all this? Hold on. I'm going to get into it in a second. They want to lose to the Republicans again. You got to do a Newsom coverage. They are not going to let up otherwise. I don't think they're going to let up even after I do a Newsom coverage. It's so funny because most of like the hardliners on the left hate me because they say I sheepdogged for the Democratic Party because I work with the Democrat electeds. I try to get them to push. I try to push them on this policy side. You know what I mean? Yes, Hasan, you should have corrected your friends in the Newsom question. Newsom is a dead end. We have Newsom on for a combative interview. Gavin Newsom is not coming on the broadcast. Let's be fucking real. Okay. We already know that. I hope you understand that. You're too important to be. What did you say? You're too important to be having a conversation with these Chorus people? No, I need to do a little bit of cleanup here. I think you guys don't understand. There needs to be a cleanup here. Okay? There needs to be a little bit of pushback here because these guys do speak directly to the fucking consultant class. That's why Trey Easton of the Searchlight Institute joined it on the fucking pylon. Okay? Can we just trust my judgment here every now and then? Can we have a fraction of confidence? When I talk about certain things, there's a good reason for it. Like, I understand that there is more important things happening in the fucking world. But, like, can we every now and then realize that there is a concerted effort here that if we don't push back against right now, it will only fucking grow in momentum, in size? Some of you didn't fucking trust me on the Israel stuff, and you understood that I was right. Some of you stayed behind. Some of you left. Now you're back. Okay? Just please fucking trust me here. The reason why I'm bringing this up at this very moment is because it's going to reach a boiling point. It is already the same exact back and forth, the same exact combative institutional defense of third-way neoliberalism that has been the cancerous entity that is the beating heart of the Democratic Party. And they're going to push it over and over again. That much is clear. A lot of these people who have positioned themselves as being like Democratic content creators on Twitter, which also then turn into like TikTok rants as well, these guys absolutely are doing it already. They're doing it early on, and I appreciate that they're doing it early on. I'm saying it right now. I'll talk to Brian Tyler Cohen. I'll talk to the Midas Touch guys. I'll talk to any of these fucking dudes who want to understand what my position is, what my worldview is. If they want to fucking come and debate me on it, we can do that, okay? Anytime, any place. I'm sick and tired of this bullshit. We need to fucking have a normal conversation about it, and we need to nip this shit in the bud. Because I know for a fact that the large majorities of these influencers will toe the party line. As long as the party is captured by the left flank that are significantly better candidates with a significantly better national posture than the establishment Democrats do currently, which is precisely the reason why they have a historic unpopularity in this moment. These guys will follow along. They don't have like an ideological commitment. They're at most the sex cult freaks. Their ideological commitment revolves around defending the interests of their freak ass fucking pedophilic Twitch streamer, or not Twitch streamer. He's not on Twitch. Sorry, kick streamer. Right? Bro, what is the point in chatting in human streams like this? Almost like this is done to limit the size while championing democracy. Shut the fuck up. If you're an ultra, if you're an anti-electoralist, this conversation is not for you. See yourself out of it. Okay, shut the fuck up. Either be a good fucking cadre and push back on the shit, or shut the fuck up. Okay, sit on the sidelines and watch. Okay, but I don't want to hear your morally righteous position as a fucking ultra. That has been addressed a million times over by even fucking Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. Okay, fuck off, ultras, pile on the shit libs. Okay, stop fucking yelling at me. I'm tired of it. It's a fucking ideological battle taking place here where these guys have no real staying power in mass politics, where most liberals, most self-identifying liberals want more from their fucking party, want more from their elected representatives, but they are speaking to the consultants that are desperately looking for some kind of momentum. They can't have that real momentum in the real world, so they're trying to build that momentum on fucking Twitter and on TikTok, okay? That's it. This entire thing started with this post.
The camp.
I was on I've Had It with my friend, Ms. Welch, who presented the question, would you vote for Gavin Newsom or J.D. Vance for president? Okay? Or something along those lines. Now, obviously, this was bastardized, and it was cut before my actual, my longer response to the question. But I basically said, it's out of my hands at that point. I have no control over this. I think it's over at that point, which is true. If it's a matchup, J.D. Vance versus Gavin Newsom matchup, it's fucked, okay? And it's not necessarily fully out of context. This is a 2-minute and 20-second video here. But here, let's take a look at the clip. Let's take a look at how they have presented this, and we will talk about like what's going on right now.
Disappointed in
Who
Gavin
do you vote
Newsom.
for, J.D. Vance or Gavin Newsom?
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom.
Me
of
too.
course, 100%.
I wouldn't blink.
There's no
What
doubt.
about you, Hasan?
I'd probably vote third party.
You would?
Oh yeah. I mean, at that point, it doesn't even matter. Like, because my policy on this is the same as like my refusal to endorse Kamala Harris. The reason why I did not endorse Kamala Harris was because she did things that were not only unproductive but also unconscionable. And I still stand on that. I still talk about it all the time because people constantly bring it up. They're like, you didn't sufficiently like promote Kamala Harris. You're the reason why she lost. And I'm like, I am incapable. There is no singular force in this country that is capable of making or breaking an election. And if that was real, then it is the most idiotic thing not to listen to my demands. But everybody knows that that's not real, right? Mm-hmm. If I had this singular force to be able to make Kamala Harris the president, then Kamala Harris should be coming to me every day and being like, let me do a collab with you, please.
Totally.
Right? That's not the case, of course. And they know it. That's why they didn't do it. But the campaigns are always responsible for whether or not they are able to win the crowds, win the population over, and combat against the couch. Not necessarily even against the Republican Party, but usually you're fighting against the couch, people who just don't go out and vote. And for me, the way I see it is if the Democratic establishment makes this decision one more time, just as they did with Hillary Clinton, just as they did with Kamala Harris, and in some ways, just as they did with Joe Biden as well, which led to Trump too, then they just don't care. And there's not much I can do.
Let me tell
beyond
you
that.
something. Yeah. I agree with everything you say, but as a person who lived in a red state for 50 years, I would crawl through 10 feet of concrete.
Can I just say that this isn't about you not being right in your analysis? It's about trying to damage your reputation with normie Dems who agree with you on policy but are not sure who can beat Republicans, which is their number one goal. They are trying to keep the left from power by saying we don't actually want to beat the right. No, exactly. You're 100% right. And it's kind of funny that it's an echo chamber of Democratic Party consultants who also want that message to be out there, but they can't overcome the needs of the masses. Because as someone who goes out there, as someone who's at those fucking protests, I see the Barbaras and I see the Debras and I see the people that have had their minds changed. I see the people that look at Bernie Sanders and go, that's our guy. We want someone like him. We know that the Bernie-crat wing of the Democratic Party is the real electability argument. Those are the real guys that will not only push for the change that is necessary, but that argumentation, that policy technique is what is viable, what is actually viable. So these people are just in a fucking echo chamber talking to one another, and they're trying to create friction, okay? I don't fucking care overall. They think like they got me. They think they got me. That's another one of these that's another thing that really frustrates me when they're like, "Ha, we got you. You outed yourself. You're not a real Democrat." It's like, "Yeah, bitch, I'm not. I'm not a fucking real Democrat. I'm not a party loyalist. I care about policy and I care about beating the Republicans." Okay? If there was a viable third party right now, if there was a viable third party, I don't give a fuck what it's called, and they were more in line with my worldview, viable being the key word, I would be voting for them. If we had a parliamentary structure and there was a viable third party, you think I'd be fucking voting for the Democrats? Fuck no. Suck my dick. I don't give a shit about the Democratic Party beyond their capability of beating the Republicans, because I do not want the reactionary forces to win in this country. I fight back against it every single fucking day of the goddamn week. I'm willing to work with liberals in line with that agenda. But if liberals are trying to actively fight against me rather than the pedophile protection squad that is the current Republican Party, they're not with it. They're not with the fucking cause. That's it. These people don't understand that, though. They think like, no, it's team sports. It's D versus R. This is it. Look at Jen and Austin. Why are they bringing up the idea of voting for Gavin? It's because the priority is being right. The best way to beat the left is go left. Zoran proves it. No, but Jen and Austin love Zoran. They love the left. They would never fucking turn around and demonstrate any sort of like ideological zealotry towards against the left position. I know them. I know them personally. I love them. They're fantastic. And this conversation, like, a lot of people are, though, Hasan, and they vote in the primaries, but they agree with us, so we don't even need to talk about this dumb shit. All I'm saying is that most people are like Jen, okay? Most people are like Jen, where they're like, I will vote for whoever, but I also recognize that the left position, especially in the primary structure, is the popular position, right? That's it. But you still advocate to play for that party. You're going to get Gavin, big dog. There ain't nothing you can do about it. Exactly. So you don't care about beating the Dems. You are coping. Oh, shut up. I despise some of you fucking leftists so much. Like, you are so stupid. Please. I know I try to maintain a big tent here to the best of my fucking ability, but some of you literally cannot stop yourselves from being like, I'm morally righteous. It's a bourgeois electoral system. Okay? Both of the parties are liberal capitalist parties. Yes, I know. You're not smart. You're not smart for revealing something that I've been saying for the past fucking 10 years. Okay? The idea that we've already accepted Gavin Newsom as our fucking as our candidate is also so stupid, so silly.
Vote for Gavin Newsom, even though I think he's duplicitous, a hypocrite, a thirst trap, hungry for power, all of the things that you say, and harms the Democratic Party and sets the psychological soil to be more prey to fascism. All of that I agree with. But there are so many young, queer, black.
No, do you live in California? Is that context not relevant in this conversation? No, that's cop-out. That's a cop-out, okay? Me living in California is a cop-out. I have a massive audience. They don't just live in California. Many of them are going to vote blue no matter who regardless. I'm not going to like urge them not to vote blue no matter who regardless, but I will never tell them to do that in the fucking primary, okay? And I will, depending on the candidate and depending on their platform, I will either choose to endorse or choose to not endorse. Having said that, I will never endorse a Republican. I will never tell people to go and vote for a Republican. I will always push back against the Republican agenda. Okay? You're all adults. You can make up your own fucking mind. But I think it's a cop-out to just be like, oh, you're living in California, so it doesn't matter. No, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. Because My commentary is not just staying in the state of California. My commentary expands beyond the state of California. So there is truth to what the shit libs say when they fucking turn around and go, oh, Hasan, you command a massive audience. Like, why the fuck won't you get in the tank for Kamala Harris in the same way that I did for Hillary Rodham Clinton, in the same way that I did for fucking Joe Biden? And yet, even back then, they would yell and say we weren't sufficiently pro Joe Biden. We weren't sufficiently pro Hillary Rodham Clinton, that the Bernie bros somehow cooked the books, even though many of those people have realized, now realized Bernie was right. Bernie would have been the fucking candidate to beat Donald Trump in 2016. We wouldn't have had all this fucking heartache. And yet they still can't expand on that concept. They still can't comprehend. In any case, yeah, it's almost reflexive for Democrats on here to blame professional lefties for every time the party fails, but where the party has been atrophying votes is among workers who don't follow politics closely and have vaguely moderate politics. Go back to Blue Sky if you think moderates where I live will vote for Gavin Newsom. You can't handle reality. There is truth to this as well. And by the way, moderate politics or vaguely moderate politics doesn't even mean that they would like hate someone like Zoran Mamdani or hate someone like Bernie Sanders. Okay? That's the irony here. A lot of people think that these people are making decisions on ideology, ideological goals, policy goals. They're not. That's the reason why people think Bernie Sanders, Republicans think Bernie Sanders is more of a centrist than Kamala Harris is. It's just about who likes. It's just about which politician you like. The Twitter conversation is disconnected from the real world. Moderates are not lining up to vote for Mr. French Laundry. He's an Oppo goldmine, has nothing to do with lefties, who will mostly vote for him. My point is Hasan doesn't matter. Newsom is a toxic candidate for reasons irrelevant to him. Yes, anyone and everyone that hyper focuses on my assessment here of Gavin Newsom, that's making that hypothetical conversation, vote blue no matter who conversation, run into the ground, does not fucking realize that they have lost it. Hasan Piker doesn't care about marginalized communities. The guys in this picture. Yeah, the guy who fucking posted this shit literally has Bill Clinton in his fucking profile photo. He's like double invested in pedophilia. It's fucking crazy to me. I went to college with a girl you were fighting on the timeline. Stopped talking to her when she took an internship at the Koch Foundation. Yeah, so many of these people are fucking operatives. Here, I'll give you a great example, okay, with Gavin Newsom. What would it take for me to actually vote for Gavin Newsom? Because it's not like I'm never going to vote for Gavin Newsom. But if he fucking turned around and was like, I'm going to stick it to the Republicans regardless, I'm going to actually punish the Republicans that have actually engaged in corruption. If he earnestly changed his policies on homelessness, instead of fucking combating homelessness as a aberration that must be forcibly excised, sometimes directly, by his own hand. Instead, he actually had a robust housing policy that combated the reasons as to why homelessness exists and persists. If he actually had not vetoed Medicare for all in his own fucking state, because there's good things about Gavin Newsom that I have also openly revealed. He is far better than the National Democratic Party when it comes to prison reform. I know that there's a lot of ultras in here that will get mad at me for saying that, but I grade politicians on a fucking curve. Okay? And as far as the National Democratic Party goes, Gavin Newsom unironically has been better at prison reform in general, even though California is still fucking, there's still so many issues with the criminal justice system in the state of California. Okay? Holy fuck, it's not just ultras who make that critique. Stop. Okay? Liberals will always co-opt the progressive flank. That's the point. If you're not building a third party movement and you're still making this fucking argument in my chat, just here, take an hour off, go build communism right now. Okay? Build communism now. Hit the communism button that you think I haven't been hitting, and then I'll come to you. Okay? I'm giving you an hour off just so you can go and build communism, a robust communist movement. Okay? You build it, I will be there. I will be by your side. Build it now. Stop chirping in Twitch. Stop chirping in a fucking Twitch chat. Build communism right now. Start building communism tomorrow. Stop building communism yesterday. Go build it. Go build it. 36-month subscriber. Oh my God. Progressives get co-opted into the fucking liberal brand. I know. Shut the fuck up. I know. I know that. Honest question. Why does the Dem consultant sphere think you're a party loyalist circa 2023? They don't. They know I'm not a party loyalist. They're just mad that the Democrats actually talk to me rather than them. That's what this is all about. They're chirping because the Democrats talk to me instead of their favorite pedophile. That's literally half of the reason why this became a point of contention. Because this fucking, this dipshit and many of the other people that are chirping right now are all fucking major Sex Pestini fans. They're like, why won't the Democrats actually align with my favorite N-word saying, incredibly edgy, white supremacist fucking adjacent content creator who was procuring child sexual abuse material? Why won't they talk to him instead? That's literally all this is. That's all this is. That's all this is. I watched a video of a small communist YouTuber who critiqued you so hard for doing this stuff, but I don't blame you for yelling at these losers. Yes. I let the fucking left flank criticism wash over me because I think it's bad posture and bad politics and a betrayal of what I believe in if I were to constantly position myself as the reasonable lefty. Look at these fucking dumbass lefties. Come on, libs. Love me, please. Liberals, love me. I'm your guy. I'm the actual, moderate leftist. The leftist with a smile. Trust me. Look at how much I hate these other fucking leftists to my left flank. I don't do that. You want to know why I don't do that? Because it's bitch shit, okay? Because the left in this country have no real fucking power. So all those guys, whether it be Bad Empanada, whether it be fucking Squirrel, or whether it be like random fucking small communist content creators are like, oh, well, Hasan is problematic for this reason or that reason. He's a sheepdog for the Democratic Party. I don't care. Yeah, go ahead. Whatever. I'm always going to punch up. I'm not going to fucking punch down. Okay? Joke's on you, man. I've legit been building a communist newspaper group in Turkmenistan. We have passed out so many newspapers that we have surpassed your influence among the Turkmen. You mad, bro? I'm so mad. The Coors motherfuckers calling you a 1%er while they make $8K a month for posting one fuck Hasan TikTok a week that gets 150 likes. Dark money donors wasting cash on a less effective Sex Pestini Orbiter daily quest for free. I know. K-Hive influencer going after you too. I know. We're going to talk about that too. Hold on. I got smoke for every single one of these motherfuckers today because it all comes back to this. The Democratic Party favorability, okay? They don't want to answer this question. Why is the Democratic Party unfavorability right now at 64% and only growing? Why? Donald Trump is the president. Donald Trump is a pedophile, allegedly. Donald Trump is defending pedophiles, not allegedly. We know he's defending pedophiles. Donald Trump has a neo-Nazi brigade that is unaccountable, that is killing Americans in the suburbs. Donald Trump has not fixed the economy. Donald Trump is incredibly unpopular, and yet the Democrats' unpopularity has only grown in that time frame. One must ask the question, why? Why are the Democrats historically unpopular at a time like this? They have no answer for this question. They have no answer for this question. I do. I know why. It's because the Democrats are not fighting back sufficiently against the Republican Party's agenda. That's it. They're known as the do-nothing Dems. They're known as the no-backbone Dems. They're known as the Democratic Party that has left its own population behind, its own voters behind, the marginalized identities that Democrats seemingly only remember to talk about when it comes down to fucking, demanding that people vote unconditionally for vote blue no matter who people. Those marginalized identities have been left behind by the Democratic Party. Okay, that's it. That's it. The most popular Dems in the country, across the board popularity, stem from the more radical Democrats, the Bernie Sanders of the world, AOCs of the world, Zoran Mamdani. Why are they so popular? Why are they carrying the Democratic Party's brand currently? The reason why they're carrying the Democratic Party's brand currently is because they're fighters. They're fighters. They have loyalty. They have the base. The base wants more people like that. Okay? These people are reactionary. Okay? These people are reactionary. This position is unironically reactionary. They're forcing you to accept the false binary with the premise of Gavin versus Donald, which would force you to support the better one if you're rational. We have to show how irrational it is to force people in the false binary again, which is the reason why Harris lost. We can and should ask for something better than Gavin if we want to fix the conditions that led to Trump. Exactly. That is exactly my point, which is part of the reason why I responded with shit libs don't care about losing to Trump. Shit libs who don't care about losing to Trump now want you to obey in advance to their hypothetical establishment candidate while there isn't even a guarantee there will be an election 2 years from now, using marginalized people as a cudgel as Gavin threw trans people under the bus. Okay? Not only that, but I also responded to him directly over here as well, where I said, you're in a sex cult led by a pedophile streamer, Lamau. The day he goes Republican, you will too. You didn't care when he boosted Sam Hyde, Nick Fuentes, or Lauren Southern. Don't talk to me about obeying in advance. Vote blue no matter who got us in this mess. To which he had the silliest fucking response. How many Groiper accounts have you retweeted and signal boosted? Brother, what are you talking about? Your favorite content creator's mouth is on top of a fucking neo-Nazi's penis. What do you mean? You retweeted Groipers. Yeah, this guy is a D-writer for Sex Destiny. Okay? I don't think I've retweeted any Groiper accounts, but it's so fucking... Are you not boys with Michael from PA anymore? Where did you get this fucking idea from? Why can't the Republicans of Congress think for themselves? Why are they just going along with Trump's slopaganda? Yeah, Sex Destiny is basically a fucking Groiper that votes Democrat, but these guys literally think that's the most viable alternative. You know what I mean? They are so internet brained. They think like white guy that is consistently trying to be edgy and consistently saying slurs is the best, most viable Democrat of all time. No, man, that politics of that sort is repulsive to the average person. You might actually think in your hug box that Hasan Piker represents Maoist China. Okay, he represents communism. He represents the USSR. This is like an utterly repulsive version of politics. True to the average American that is uninitiated, utterly oblivious to what like socialism, communism looks like. Okay, yes, that is fucking repulsive. But in action, when we're talking about the electoralist agenda, I'm not fucking running Maoists. Okay, I want people like Zoran Mamdani to fucking run.
He doesn't give a fuck about people of color. He doesn't give a fuck about trans.
Oh, shut up, white boy. Suck my dick, white boy. You fucking didn't give a shit about Gaza, okay? And Kamala Harris lost. And when Kamala Harris lost to Donald Trump again, Donald Trump actually fucking did unlimited violence to these marginalized identities. I hate these motherfuckers, man. They wear black and brown people like a fucking shield. It's so dumb. The only time these motherfuckers go, we shouldn't do identity politics. We shouldn't do identity politics. And then they immediately deploy it to their left flank. We know what's up at this point. That's it. We know what's up. Reducing care for marginalized communities to a single hypothetical vote misunderstands how political engagement works. The premise here is that political morality is measured exclusively at the voting booth, while also claiming it proves he exploits marginalized people for profit. We all know that Hasan has spent years directing money, attention, and platform power towards those communities. If the standard for caring about marginalized people is unconditional support for whichever major party candidate is on the ballot, then you're redefining care in a way that conveniently excludes any form of political action outside of party loyalty. These guys want to turn the base of support and the base of loyalty in the Democratic Party to the MAGA cult, okay? And they're doing it at a time when there is a tremendous amount of energy directed towards demanding more from the Democrats. There is a lot of enmity for the Democrats right now. And the reason for why there's a lot of enmity for the Democrats right now, as I keep repeating over and over again, 64% disapproval, 33.9% approval. The reason why this exists is because the Democrats are not doing it. Okay? They're not doing it. They're not leaning in to the demands of the base. They're not even doing like the shitty hashtag resistance liberalism of 2016.
People. He doesn't give a fuck about preventing fascists from winning elections. All he cares about at the end of the day is clout and money. If Republicans created a left-wing plan to constantly spread voter apathy and discourage people from voting against them, it would look just like Hasan Piker. If you're curious what I'm referencing, here's a clip from the most recent podcast that Hasan Piker just went on.
Gavin Newsom.
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom.
Me too. I wouldn't blink. What about you, Hasan?
I'd probably vote third party.
You would?
Oh yeah. I mean, at that point, it doesn't even matter. Like,
if you can't see the difference between
yes, if Gavin Newsom wins the primaries, at that point, it doesn't fucking matter. We're cooked. 90 likes, please skip this. Man, shut your bitch ass up. If I'm fucking looking at something, there is a reason for it, okay? If I'm looking at something, there's a fucking reason for it. Shut the fuck up, okay? He just posted this an hour ago. This shit will do fucking numbers on TikTok. I don't think you guys understand. Left bashing right now is absolutely the fashion for the Democratic Party aligned consultant class and the people that are desperately trying to get a bag from either Chorus or from the liberal Democratic Party aligned consultant class. These guys are putting their flag on the ground right now at this moment, okay? Stop backseat producing my fucking stream. Some of them are doing it for an $8,000 check. Some of them are doing it because they want to get the $8,000 check down the line. it's ironic because Jen, after this clip ended, agreed with me because Jen understands that that vote blew no matter who, that vote blew no matter who mentality is what got us here. Okay? You're brain breaking yourself on sub 100 viewer Andes for your mental health. Skip these losers. Once again, take an hour off and really reconsider why I'm actually talking about this. This person is utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. Their opinions are utterly irrelevant. They are trying to actively stake they're trying to actively change the Democratic Party's attitude, okay? Because they think the Democrats are going to listen to someone like myself a little too hard, and they don't want that to happen. Yeah, Gavin Newsom is not even in the running right now. My theory, the faces of woke, one, we're all liberals. You're the faces of woke, two, and the liberals are desperate to have someone actually left-wing to have mainstream relevance. Is it a coincidence that this is exactly what the right is saying about Fuentes? To a certain degree. Is this person confirmed a deorbiter? Yes. Yes, he is a part of the Hezbollah brigades or whatever. Yeah, I don't know if you saw or covered it, but that account is a Hezbollah mod. For your information, you're retweeting a moderator of Dan Stoltman's gang-stalking Nazi community trying to raise awareness since these bad faith fascists are trying to infiltrate discourse and poison the well against anybody that's pro-Palestine, pro-universal healthcare. Yeah, here it is. He's one of the fucking mods of the Hezbollah brigades. This is the type of shit they post over there. They're literally fucking 4chan groypers, but liberal and pro-Israel. That's the problem. These people don't understand. It's basically a fucking neo-Nazi community, you know? Yeah, get them out. Kick Islam out of America. This is the type of shit that they're posting on there. Deport the brother fucker. Average octopi IQ is 73. What is octopi? I don't even know what that means. Yeah, sand N-word. Total sand N-word death. Like, this is the type of shit that these guys are posting in that fucking community. And then they try to act like they're actually woke or progressive or liberal in any capacity. Ironically enough, these are the fucking infiltrators. Okay? These are the fucking infiltrators. This is Destiny's community. Okay? And there are so many dumb fucks out there who get deluded into thinking, either because they're going to get an $8,000 bag here. So many dumb fucks out there who think these guys actually are on their side. Okay? This is Sex Destiny's community.
Brown, marginalized people in red states. And even though this corporate Democrat is, you see it in a long-term game. In the short-term game,
you aren't communist enough for me. I'm unfollowing. Okay, go ahead.
President Newsom over a President J.D. Vance.
Yeah. Substance. This is what I meant when I said it's useless trying to reach these people, even knowing that a Vance presidency will be a continuation of the current admin. He still wouldn't vote blue no matter who. These people are just as bad as most diehard maggots. Okay? Anyway, I said this guy, reposts fucking all this racist shit. He's a racist. Obviously, he is an insane person, and none of them actually have any interest in like helping defeat the Republicans at all. They're just doing their own petty fucking personal grievance politics. Ironically enough, Jennifer is not one of these people, right? And neither is Austin. These are my friends. These are people that I've known for years. And they are trying to relitigate vote blue no matter who politics on the timeline. And it's giving the game away because Gavin Newsom is not even the fucking candidate, right? And if you listen to the rest of the conversation that they cut out,
would enthusiastically crawl through 10 feet of concrete for all of the marginalized people.
Do you feel like the Democrats know that and that's why they get away with their ineptitude?
100%.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
so 100%. I'm like,
you've known Jen for years? Yes, of course I've known Jen for years. I knew Jen when she was a liberal. Okay? I knew Jen when she was a liberal. She has talked about how she's gone through this transformation personally.
I don't even entertain that stuff, especially this far out from an election. But even in the primary season, that's immediately the conversation is like, well, whoever is the candidate, you're going to vote for them, right? And you know what's really indecent about that too? They never return the favor for left flank candidates.
Yeah, no.
Because no one ever made hay about Bernie Sanders potentially becoming the candidate and all of the articles that came out about how Trump might be more preferable to Bernie Sanders. Because they were writing those. Liberals were writing those articles talking about how, the head of Goldman Sachs, who's like, I'm a lifetime Democratic Party voter. I think, Donald Trump is better than Bernie Sanders.
I know.
Would enthusiastically.
Anyway, this guy that I just showed you earlier, that is like a head moderator for Sex Pest in his community, that fucking engages in like insane Islamophobia and is constantly like reposting these fucking stalkers. Okay, Bernie Krat, left populism has been demonstrably more viable against Trump-style right populism since 2016. How do we have left populism actually succeed and not get fucked over like it has in the last 3 elections? Yeah, this is like the type of shit he posts. I was raped, they were raped. Is there somebody you forgot to ask? Wear shirt that says kill all landlords. His own mother was a landlord. Calls Hila a terrorist for completing mandatory conscription. Dodge mandatory military service in Turkey. Like, their only politics is literally fuck Hasan. Okay? Their only politics is like fuck Hasan. They have no real interest in changing this country. They have no real interest in combating the fucking Republicans. Anyway, so he followed up on this and said, for those of you wondering why some of us on the left are so opposed to allowing political arsonists like Hasan and his ilk into the tent, the replies on this thread agreeing with Hasan is a perfect explanation as to why we think that. They'd rather hand this country over to people like J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel, whose only goal is to take our democratic system out back behind the barn and put down, rather than vote for a Democrat who doesn't 100% align with their beliefs. This person is not on the left. He's lying to people. The reason people like Hasan and his fans think that way is because the majority of them are rich and white, thus unaffected by the disastrous policies enacted by the GOP. Boom! Hit the identity politics line. Once again, guy who has been calling me a fucking Islamist, terrorist, radical fucking fundamentalist for maintaining the majority position on Israel is turning around and being like, he's a white guy. He's a white guy. He doesn't care. He's an out-of-touch white guy. Gavin Newsom hasn't won the fucking primary yet, okay? And I don't think he will. And even if he was, he would be one of the few individuals who could lose the fucking J.D. Vance. A lot of liberals don't understand this, okay? They are still agitating for third-way neoliberalism when it's died already. I said these people are not on the left, and anyone who agrees with them is either being paid by the Dems or being duped. They work for a pedo Twitch streamer who has collabed with and platformed Nazis. They are pro-Israel and anti-Medicare for all. I can't believe I called Destiny a Twitch streamer. He's not a Twitch streamer. And anti-Medicare for all. They don't care if the Dems lose to the fascists, okay? He's a kick streamer. Yeah. Oh. If you want to understand, like, the most exhaustive version of this vote, blue no matter who, is this. Hutch would vote for Jeffrey fucking Epstein.
Jeffrey Epstein, yes or no, Hutch?
I do. Yeah. But if he had a D next to his name and he was running for a Texas
oh my God.
I would probably vote for him. I'm just saying.
That'd be a tough one.
Wild.
Not kidding.
You're just gonna let that one
not
go.
a joke. Not a joke.
But, wow.
I condemn Jeffrey Epstein.
This person admitted he used you for engagement. Oh, I did it because I knew folks like you would easily fall for it. Easiest trap I've ever set.
Oldest.
That's not what he said, you grifter fuck. He didn't say he'd vote third party of Newsom versus Vance. Didn't know Newsom and Vance were the Democratic and Republican nominees already in 2026, the year of our Lord. Yeah, he's pretty stupid for answering that idiotic hypothetical, and you're pretty stupid for making a TikTok from him answering a hypothetical just so you could farm other stupids into thinking you're not the biggest grifter out here. Oh, I did it because I knew folks like you would fall for it.
Angry teenager.
I don't think a lot of these people realize that a J.D. Vance, Gavin Newsom matchup would cause so much fucking enmity, would cause so much fucking animosity that J.D. Vance could potentially lose. Or, Gavin Newsom could potentially lose to J.D. Vance. Yeah, damn, bro. They're even saying you're not hot. I know, I saw that. Trey Easton, who is, again, who should always be asked why he refused to put who he worked for in office. It's John Fetterman. This is one of the John Fetterman handlers. He's neither hot nor cool. His politics are just hate the Democrats. We should all stop listening to him. This is it. This is the main point. These guys want desperately for the National Democratic Party to not move away from them. At least this person gets paid by the Democrats, right? He's a consultant. Many of these other fucking dipshits that are doing the fuck Hasan shit are only doing it because they're fans of a different content creator. The liberal side of the party is attacking you because we have the power now. They need to kneecap you for Gavin. Yes. Is it fair to say the ideological divide between you and them, capitalism versus socialism, or is that an oversimplification? No, it's even dumber than that, because there are plenty of people who aren't socialists that I work with within the ranks of the Democratic Party to accomplish some of the goals that I have. So the irony there is it's not even this ideological divide broadly, even though that ideological divide obviously exists. In this circumstance, it's literally them saying, no, we don't want more Zoran Mamdanis. Oh, God forbid we get more Zoran Mamdanis. That's what it is. Burn the opposition parties' already diminished credibility, then to make the Dems a real fighting party for the working class. These people are so scared. The more Zoran Mamdanis are going to get elected that they would rather burn the opposition party's already diminished credibility than to make the Dems a real fighting party for the working class. This is what this conversation is about. Your dog Kyla is running away. Yeah. These types of guys are so fucking boring too. They say the same thing every time. I know. All of it reduces to, I will vote blue no matter who. Great. That's awesome. Let's get your fucking commitment to voting for whatever the leftmost candidate is then. Because I think that the leftmost candidate is the most electable candidate. That's it. There's only one Zoran. It's much easier to hamstring his agenda and say, look, it didn't work, but there are a bunch of Zorans. People will start to wake up. Exactly. That's what the fucking real problem is. They are absolutely terrified. These centrists are absolutely fucking terrified that there is going to be a wave of candidates. There is going to be a wave of left flank candidates that come out of this midterm battle, and they are literally shitting bricks right now because the primaries are upon us, and they are terrified of that. Okay? They're terrified of that. These people are so scared that more Zoran Mamdanis are going to get elected that they would rather burn the that they would rather burn the opposition party's already diminished credibility than to make the Dems the real yeah, I did fuck that up. Hold on. Diminished credibility than to make the Dems a real fighting party for the working class. Blakely defended you. This blue MAGA lib really used the video of Hassan Piker being right as an attempted gotcha. What it reveals that these people are subservient bootlickers who have absolutely no idea or interest in wielding power. You know who understands using the party as a vehicle to wield power? The Republicans who keep beating you.
And another thing about that Hassan interview and the terrible takes and meltdowns that...
Anyway, let's start with this dumb fuck first, and then we'll get into the commentary.
Hassan Piker, who is the world's oldest angry teenager, just said that if this was the choice...
Dog, you look this way. You can't say I'm the world's oldest angry teenager when you look that way, okay? What are you then? An even older variant? Like, what the fuck? Really? This is what we're doing today? You can't be looking like that, man. You can't be looking chopped as fuck. You can't be a chopped unk and be like, oh, Hassan Piker is the world's oldest angry teenager.
In 2028, he would vote third party. Watch.
JD Vance or Gavin Newsom.
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom.
Me
of course,
too.
100%.
I wouldn't blink. What about you, Hassan?
I'd probably vote third party.
You would?
Oh, yeah. I mean, at that point, it doesn't even matter.
So you're telling me 1 year after the second Trump term, where we've seen Americans profiled, detained, and killed by ICE, the freeze on foreign aid, deep cuts to health programs and SNAP, the withdrawal from climate agreements, the gutted environmental protections, American farmers being forced to compete with foreign producers, the January 6th party, the regime change in Venezuela, the Doge failure, the tariff circus, the rising cost of groceries, the mid-decade state gerrymandering push, and there's a lot more. But you're telling me that after all that, you're willing to risk more of the same. So why is Hassan so willing to let this continue? It's really simple. He profits off Republican chaos because he understands better than most of his comrades the difference between when Republicans are in power and when Democrats are in power. Watch.
I don't give a fuck about the Democratic Party, but they are our representatives, and they're supposed to represent us, and they do have a platform, and the media does listen to them, so we have to wield them like a weapon to the best of our ability. We have to use them to also continue yelling about these things that we care about.
And it's clear that he's just here for the engagement. He's only interested in monetizing the anger that Republicans generate when they're in power, while being a whole-ass millionaire Nepo baby cosplaying as a revolutionary.
And they're supposed to represent us, and they do have a platform, and the media does listen to them, so we have to wield them like a weapon to the best of our ability. We have to use them to also continue yelling about these things that we care about.
And it's clear that he's just here for the engagement.
I like that he posted two things that are not even remotely at odds with one another. How is this even remotely connected to engagement farming? I don't understand. Why are these people constantly revealing themselves as people who have no understanding of how fucking politics works? You are washed. You're fucking 50 years old. You're a 50-year-old loser who has not even been able to carve out a fucking audience for yourself because your worldview is directly in line with rehashing whatever the fuck some Democratic Party consultant paid you to say. You have no agenda, you have no vision, and you don't mind when the fucking Republicans actually win. God damn. Your worldview is repulsive to the average person. You have no policies, which is why we shouldn't even focus too much about this shit. We shouldn't be focusing too much on these on these influencers for the most part, okay? Because the influencers are not speaking to a real audience. They're trying to create an audience. They're trying to create momentum behind third-wave neoliberalism once again. But they're fucking morons that don't realize that the real people on the ground want more. And that is reflected in the polls. God damn, you're 50 years old, but you have the understanding of the politics understanding of a fucking 10-year-old. Every single time they're like, these Bernie bros. This country is an insane asylum because what do you mean you're already demanding people swear vote to some corporate shithead almost 3 years from now? I'm personally of the belief that we won't have anything resembling a country or elections by then. But even if we do, I know how you see the Dems give Nazis every single thing they want and think somehow continuing to do that saves us from this nightmare. A bunch of these people doing this exact thing in the comments. This would be the fourth election of doing the same shit that keeps netting us worse and worse conditions, and they haven't learned a thing. Truly, medieval serfs have more independence of thought than this. Exactly. It's mind-boggling. It's so frustrating. These people are our enemies, okay? Until they turn around and recognize that the momentum is on the left flank, that people are demanding more dynamism, people are demanding policies that actually help them. People want to beat the Republicans, okay? People want to beat the Republicans. That's it. And this business as usual bullshit from the establishment Democrats does not beat the Republicans. It is actually the reason why we have Donald Trump again. Yeah, John Marco had a pretty solid approach to this. Said, I actually think it's a good thing to not preemptively swear you'll vote for Gavin Newsom before he is the candidate. Also, Newsom is legit unelectable. He's pro-Israel, pro-billionaire, two stands that will doom him in the general election. Combined with being very unlikable, inauthentic, he will lose if he's the nominee. It's crazy to me. How many times are we going to run this back? The 2016 election. Yeah. So many people are arguing for accepting being held hostage by opportunists trying to use the existence of a psychopath to their benefit. It's so crazy. Yeah. Gavin Newsom is building prominence in the Democratic Party right now because he's actually, doing fun, quirky stuff on the timeline, right? He's like posting like Donald Trump. People like that. Okay. And that's fine. Why are they on your ass now about this? Even though you've been preaching you hate the Dems for the longest time. The reason why they're on my ass is because regardless of how much they fucking yell about this shit, the Democratic Party still turns around and goes, Hasan, what do you have to say about this? What do you think about this? And that fucking kills their brain. They're like, why are you listening to him? That's the whole point. The whole point here is to try to get this message that Hasan hates the Democrats. Hasan doesn't give a fuck about the Democratic Party. Hasan is an opposition figure to the Democratic Party that wants the Republicans to win in front of as many Democratic Party consultants as possible, not realizing that half of them are in the chat right now. They don't understand it. They don't realize that, like, when I go to the fucking DNC or when I'm actually working with the fucking Democrats, half of the Democratic teams are staffed by these motherfuckers that are in my chat right now. They don't comprehend it. They don't understand. Like, why are the journalists talking to a Hamas supporter? That's what their worldview is so fucking sheltered that they can't comprehend that people can have different perspectives on this stuff. And then they constantly find themselves tugging along after the fact. They constantly find themselves going, oh, wow, I guess people do really hate Israel. Oh, well, I guess I hate Israel too now. Oh, I guess people really love Zohran Mamdani. Oh, well, I love Zohran Mamdani too now. They don't want to be in the fucking ground floor because they have no vision. They have no vision whatsoever for the future. That's why they're consistently wrong when it comes to domestic politics. Why do you think so many fucking people turn around and go, oh, I guess Bernie was right. Bernie was the right candidate. No one cares about what you shit fake libs have to say anymore. Real leftists are taking the party back. You're either on board or you're a Trump supporter in the way. No matter who the primary victor is, everyone better be on board. Everyone's fucked. We're fucked either way. If Gavin is on the ticket, the left needs to wake up fast to who he really is. No, we really aren't, Lamau. He's the perfect type of president to run right now. Ruthlessly hates Republicans and looks the part. Being a pure leftist is not something the electorate is going to care about, better or for worse. Yeah. Epstein was saying Zohran was crazy until he was the candidate. They're fucking wrong all the time. Epstein also was saying Joe Biden shouldn't fucking drop out. Joe Biden is not going to drop out. He was wrong. Hutch, who is a dick writer of Sex Pestiny, was talking about how Kamala's going to win without the left over and over again. It's like time traveling and watching your tweets from your peak lib days. My peak lib days. Hutch says he would vote for Ben Shapiro over Hasan. What? Why are you? I mean, you need to give me a fucking actual Also, if libs are already wanting to vote for him without a clear stance on subjects he walked back on his podcast, those some of the likes of Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk, then it allows him not to fight as hard for those things like trans rights, etc. Exactly. I hate the Republicans more than these people do. I want to defeat the Republicans. I want to imprison some of the Republicans that have actually caused all of this chaos, okay, and all of this instability. These people don't. It's that simple. All of these guys are Destiny fans. As someone who rightly keeps his focus on MAGA, I'm going to briefly deviate and make a few observations. Committing to the voting third party and saying it doesn't even matter is both indefensible and wrong, as may as well be seen by Dems as him slamming the door on them, thus motivating the go rightward. He could have said something like, I can't say because Newsom needs to earn my vote if he wanted to apply leverage. The very worst Democrat is objectively better than any MAGA candidate. The schism is sadly yet another disadvantage we face in the anti-MAGA movement, even as the stakes get higher and the terrain gets more uneven. I frankly had enough of the online blame game amongst the anti-Trump coalition, particularly blaming the voters within these blocks, blaming one another for USAID, the millions that will die as a result, blaming one another for the Palestinians. I don't believe online political influencers have anyone else's interest at heart except their own. This is bullshit, okay? This is fucking bullshit. If that was the case, I would be moving very differently. If I had no investment in the things that I'm advocating for, I would either decide not to work with any Democrat whatsoever and just say, I am the most moral leftist of all time. This is a bourgeois electoralist system. I will not be participating in it. Okay? If I did not have any investment in advancing the causes that I advocate for, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't be in the fucking trenches. I wouldn't be in the streets. I wouldn't be fundraising for these initiatives. I wouldn't be working with the existing sitting electeds right now to the best of my fucking ability. I wouldn't be trying to get people elected into positions of power if that was the case. So no, this kind of wishy-washy outsider bullshit where people go, oh, like this guy simply only cares about himself is fucking idiotic. Okay? I've been saying the same exact shit for the past 12 goddamn years. I've been doing the same exact shit for the past 12 goddamn years, and people still say, he's grifting. My positions haven't changed. Ironically enough, this is a rehashing of the 2016 era argumentation over and over again by people who I thought had woken up to the reality that Bernie would have been a far better alternative to Donald Trump anyway. Kylie Chung says, why are we doing 2028 loyalty pledges to Newsom in February 2026? Please be serious. This is a guy who refused to admit Israel's committing a genocide, has made California the most hostile place in the world to homeless people, and we're supposed to make zero demands and embrace him in 2026. Such a brainwashed society where people are so convinced we work for or owe politicians things like unconditional loyalty when it's entirely backwards. Exactly. It's super simple. Our electeds need to respond to us. Our electeds need to listen to us. Yeah, this video you made is 8 years old in 2 days. ISIS Gestapo wasn't popular then. Now it's the average voter's opinion. And people still have the audacity to fucking act as though this is from February 12th, 2018. 8 fucking years ago. And people still have the audacity to make it seem like I have positions that aren't consistent. As the contradictions worsen, people start recognizing that the same old business as usual establishment Democrat politics is not actually working, is not actually causing. Bro, I think you should re-release your old shit. Anyway, I don't believe in online political influencers have anyone else's interest at heart except their own. The space isn't about seeking truths and solutions. It's simply about grifting and propagandizing while having their audiences fight each other on their behalf. But I guess when the incentives are this misaligned, it's all part of the game. Schisms and feuds drive engagement and payout. Oh, God, everyone always tries to fucking claim that there is some cynical shit. Okay? Oh, dude, there must be a cynical reason. Yeah, the cynical reason is the reason that I have openly admitted over and over and over and over again. Throughout 2024, you preached Kamala to get the only winning position, a weapons embargo, which polls showed would be the case, and they ignored you and lost because of it. Yes. What the fuck is this? This is... The link is not working. Yeah, there's this as well. Actual trans person here. Gavin Newsom made a comment about trans athletes that I don't agree with, but California is still one of the best places for trans to be trans in the country. See the difference? You don't care about what happens to us, so stop acting like you speak for us. I'm not. If you want the same business as usual politics from the Democrats who will then sell you out immediately after the election is over, go ahead. Go right ahead. Have fun with that. Okay? Have fun with that. I'm going to keep advocating for trans people. I don't give a shit what you, as an individual trans liberal, has to fucking say. That's it. Sick of people like this using my community to empower MAGA politicians. Yes, that's what I'm doing. I love MAGA. You were a Zionist who made excuses for the Gaza genocide every day under the Biden admin. I'm not, and I didn't, but sure, man. Whatever you need to do to tell yourself I'm ontologically evil. I still would pick him over JD Vance. That was the actual question here. Not that he's the perfect warrior for trans liberation. Oh, God. It's so fucking ridiculous. It's so infuriating. Okay. It's so infuriating. Like, this identity shield also doesn't matter. Okay. It doesn't fucking matter. Democrats don't give a fuck about you. You're yelling at one of the few people that does give a fuck about trans people in general. Okay. That's all you're doing. Democrats don't give a fuck about you. They would literally shoot you in the fucking head if it meant that they would be able to secure additional electoral wins. Shut the fuck up. It's ridiculous. What's the first thing that the Democrats did in the aftermath before the autopsy was conducted, in the aftermath of the loss to Donald Trump? What's the first thing that they did? They went to fucking television and were like, you know why we lost? Because of these fucking trans people. That's why we lost. That's literally the first thing that they did. And you're over here still being like, no, they care about me. They care about me. No, they don't. You're a fucking idiot. They don't. Democrats be like, yes, we committed genocide. Yes, Bill Clinton and Larry Summers are rapists. Yes, Obama's lawyer knew Epstein was a sex trafficker and accepted gifts from him. No, we won't punish any of them. Yes, you have to vote for us or you don't care about marginalized people. It's not about trans people anyway. Part of my advocacy around this, for the record, is that if you run a front-facing campaign that focuses on material issues like universality around the expansion of existing social safety nets like Medicare for all, free college, shit like that, then Republicans have to focus on that stuff and position themselves against that stuff. And then they're too busy yelling about that shit, so they don't talk about trans people. Because trans people, whether we like it or not, are a tiny fucking sliver of the population. Most people don't know anything about trans people, and they think trans people are weird, okay? That's it. Any conversation that we're having about trans people over and over again is going to always lead to a culture war defeat. So in order to protect trans people, you have to just say, look, I fucking love trans people. I don't think we should be attacking trans people. They're our neighbors. They're wonderful people. Why the fuck do you care? You're being weird. This is like 0.1% of the population. Who gives a shit? Shut the fuck up. Any conversation that you have beyond that is going to be a loss. And you know who did this perfectly? Zoran Kwame Mamdani, okay? He was uncompromising in his pro-trans position, and yet that never got brought up in the fucking conversation. Now, you might say, oh, it's because it's the New York Democratic primary. Sure. But he went on Fox News. Why the fuck did Fox News not bring that up? Because they were too busy talking about fast and free buses. It's that simple. When you have something that people need to vote for, the other people that are attacking you have to attack that. They have to position themselves as being against that. Or better yet, they have to concede. They have to say, you know what? As a Republican, I want fast and free buses too, right? And then what happens? That makes that position the position. That makes that policy platform the only policy platform. This is how you fucking win. What? Maybe you're talking about the CCP killing innocents by millions? It is about you? Wait, what? The CCP killing millions is about me? No, the people that want to make this about me are fucking deluded, okay? You are delusional. I am one content creator, you fucking moron. I don't care about your fight with Destiny and online idiots. I'm just not supporting JD Vance. No, I never said support JD Vance, you fucking baboon. Shut the fuck up, you donkey. There has never been a moment where I have said I am in favor of voting for JD Vance. You can always tell how little confidence a Democrat holds in potential candidate by how early they freak out over leftists not voting for them. Yeah. Better for who? A middle-class trans professional like her or an unhoused trans youth? Trans people are far more at risk of being homeless than anyone else. And Gavin Newsom is actually so much more harmful to homeless people, but shit libs don't really give a fuck about that. That too, but I'm not even going to get into that. All I fucking want. It may look like Gavin Newsom is a craven prick running for president on the backs of a tiny and besieged minority group, but maybe this is some kind of Christmas Carol situation and it'll turn into a good person at the end. Yeah, there it is. I'll like this. I'll like this post. Liberals, when you don't want to vote for their corporate shill, you hate marginalized people. Liberals, when Palestinians talk about Israel's genocide. Dumb single-issue voters who care about foreigners. Liberals, when they see a homeless encampment. One of the biggest reasons why J.D. Vance is nationally unelectable is because of being the governor of California, okay? People think California is a shithole that is filled to the brim with homeless people, okay? Homelessness is a major problem in the state. And the reason why homelessness is a major problem in the state is because Gavin Newsom is so far up the ass of the real estate developers and the lobby. Wait, what did I say? You said JD Vance? You mean Newsom, right? Oh, I was talking about JD Vance. Sorry, I was talking about Gavin Newsom. God damn it. Gavin Newsom is the governor of the state of California. Okay, California is seen as a shithole filled to the brim with homeless people. The reason why there's a lot of homelessness that is a massive fucking problem in the state of California is because Gavin Newsom does not want to change the real estate market here. Okay, that's it. It's ironic that Ari Drennan has also said many people are saying that Gavin Newsom is the JD Vance of the Democrats. I'm going to fucking quote retweet her latest tweet with this. Ari Drennan has been real vocal about Gaza. Yeah, I mean, I know these people are fucking monsters on that point too, but like, I'm not like, I'm not going to fucking get into that side of things as well. I really don't understand what libs want outside of total fealty because Gavin will lead to the same dissatisfaction we saw under Biden, the re-upping of resentment. Yes. Newsom is pro-billionaire, anti-big tech regulation, anti-activist rights. That's all we need to know. Different side of the Trump coin. Yeah. Anyway, here's the problem. Okay? Here is the fucking problem. When people say stuff like, oh, I want no harm to the American ruling class, my enemy is the American people. I get why people say that. But you have to understand, many of these voters, all the way from diehard blue no matter who voters, okay? Diehard blue no matter who voters, all the way to even diehard MAGA voters. They're disillusioned, and in many instances, they're scared or they're angry, and they have no appropriate vector for that anger and hatred. The Republicans take that anger and that animosity and channel it in the direction of voting for MAGA and MAGA policies that end up actually worsening the material harm that they're experiencing. And the Democrats say, no, just vote for our guy and shut the fuck up, because otherwise things will get worse. And while there is truth to that, while there is fucking truth to that, because harm reduction in theory is correct. It is the correct position, right? Like Gavin Newsom will be marginally better than whichever the fucking Republican candidate actually is. There's no world where I will ever advocate for a Republican, right? But Democrats know that that theory is correct, and they dupe people into getting on board with whoever their establishment candidate looks like, whatever that establishment candidate looks like. This is a major problem because not only is this, while the harm reduction shit is theoretically true, it doesn't work in elections, okay? It doesn't work in elections at all. People don't vote for the harm reduction candidate. They don't vote on harm reduction narratives. Is the consultant class the reason why liberals like BTC and Midas Touch won't credit Mamdani as much as they praise Newsom? I don't understand why liberals would be. They do credit. BTC and Midas Touch love fucking Zohran Mamdani. Come on. They know that Zohran Mamdani has motion. They know that Zohran Mamdani has momentum. They do. They're not dumb, okay? Yeah. What's interesting about this entire process also is that it's an echo chamber. One of the interesting things about liberal online spaces is that they legitimately just like to see content where people repeat that they would vote for any Democrat over and over and over again for years. Yes, we know. Thanks. Why is this something you need to say every day? That's it. I don't think you really hate the Republicans. Post DNC fiasco is really relevant here. They keep saying you're selling out the country to the Republicans, but that's literally what they're doing by refusing to reconcile the anger the voter base has against liberal politicians. Exactly. I mean, is it because they're reading the room, or is it because they actually like his policies? Big difference. No. The reason why they're fucking promoting this position is because they want to literally excise any sort of outsider. I am an outsider. I am not bought. I'm not paid for. I will never fucking do a loyalty pledge to the Democratic Party, and I will not get paid by the likes of Chorus or anyone really to do any sort of propaganda for establishment Democrats. And because I am unbought, and because I can't be bought, and that's partially because of you, by the way, the viewers, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers, okay? But because of that reason, they see people like myself as a real threat. Because at the end of the day, the consultant class gets paid by telling the Democratic electeds what they want to hear. You're doing great. Keep getting lobbyist money. Keep offering no real alternatives, no real solutions. People will not be mad. Put Gavin Newsom in charge. He's going to fix the problem. Like, this is what they're rehashing over and over again to an audience that is experiencing tremendous discontent, not only with the MAGA movement, obviously, understandably, but also with the motherfucking Democrats as well. They don't want to address why people are frustrated with the Democrats. Here, let's see what Ben Shapiro and Gavin Newsom had to say when they were having their fucking podcast. By the way, Gavin Newsom will talk to Ben Shapiro, will talk to Charlie Kirk, will talk to anyone and everyone before he will talk to one of his fucking constituents who has voted for him, by the way. You know?
Have now been dragged into this conversation, some drag, some run with, flags waving, into the conversation.
This notion of genocide.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, look,
Israel did not commit a genocide in Gaza. There is no standard by which Israel committed a genocide in Gaza, just on a factual level.
Just as a legal and factual level.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is your opinion of this?
My opinion is I understand the tendency for people to make that, to assert that.
Why?
On the basis of the images and the proportionality.
Ugly
as it relates
doesn't
to
mean genocide.
No. And by the way, I agree with you.
And international and proportionality
excusing
doesn't mean that if you kill my child and I then kill 7 criminals, that I've been disproportionate.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but I think but I understand that tendency on the basis of trying to reconcile the proportionate nature of how the war was ultimately conducted and the devastation.
I have a question. Why do you?
I don't disagree with you on Israel committing a genocide. To fucking Ben Shapiro, this is your boy. This is the guy you want. This is your candidate. Get the fuck out of here.
Why do you feel the need to create a permission structure for that sort of stuff? I mean, meaning it's not true.
Yeah.
Why not just say it's not true?
Yeah. Look, I don't know the definition, or I don't know the legal.
What is this? Law, thanks. Is it possible to merge this coalition? What is this? And Kyle's naive enough to think the liberals will form coalitions with the left. Is it possible to merge this sober understanding of the Democratic Party with a leftist strategy to participate in elections anyway, so long as we maintain maximum pressure on these candidates we begrudgingly vote for? Basically a proto-coalition politics until we have a viable third party. That's my goal. That's literally what I'm doing. Like, yes. Here's Hutch saying he would vote for Ben Shapiro over you.
Shapiro versus Hasan. That's a little bit more difficult, but oh man. I mean, like, see, the thing that you have to remember is that with Hasan, listen, I do not, I think Ben's foreign policy would be so bad. And at the same time, I think Hasan's foreign policy would be like beyond bad. It would be, if you gave Hasan control of the most powerful military the world has ever known, I don't like, I think like the implication.
Why do we care about what this guy has to say? He has no emotion. He doesn't. The reason why we're talking about this is because this is the type of shit that these guys are talking about on that side of the bargain. Okay. This is the vote blue no matter who. This is the fuck Hasan contingency of the vote blue no matter who that says, actually, I'll vote red over Hasan, you know, brother. The sex pest, and he literally said he'd vote for Adolf Hitler before he would vote for me. Okay. In a hypothetical matchup between me and Adolf Hitler, he said he would rather vote for Adolf Hitler. Hutch would rather accept segregationists of the party than parlay with leftists.
Who were like pro-segregationists. You'd say like, well, I welcome them within the party, right? They have a D in front of their name, not an R. And so thank you. Like, please, let's fill up with pro-segregationists. You're welcome here.
I mean, we'd be going back to the Democratic Party of, 5 or 6 decades ago, right?
Sorry, that didn't answer my question. Would you welcome
the answer is probably yes. Yeah,
be?
in that context, that wouldn't you rather have the New Deal and a Great Society stuff than not? Brian?
Sorry, stop trying to dodge the question.
Wait, isn't the answer yes?
I'm not.
No, hold on. No, it's not. We're not time traveling because he's like, oh, now we're going back in time. No, we're not doing that. I'm saying, hey, like for 2025, right, or into 2026, we have brand new pro-segregationists coming into the Democratic Party. Would you welcome them because they have a D in front of their name instead of R? He says no. Pisco says no. Hutch, what about you?
Maybe. Yeah.
There you go. All right. Yeah. So that's a difference of opinion here, right? Like I'm against segregationists no matter what decade it is.
Well, do you, I mean, I don't want to get hung up too much. We can move on to the next topic, but like, do you think that Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes.
Okay. And so,
Hutch, let me clear it up, right? Because Hutch,
do you think segregationists are fascists should be the counter question. Do you think a Democrat that is a white supremacist, pro-segregationist Democrat, do you think he's just as much of a fucking fascist as Donald Trump is? Because that's, yes, the answer is yes to that question. Like, what the fuck do you think fascism is? It's not a totally separate thing than being a segregationist Democrat, dumbass. He had a lot to say about you this morning, I know. Hey, just letting you know that you've tweeted about Hasan 22 times this morning, but not once about the current DOJ oversight meeting or ICE or anything besides Hasan, really. Again, it doesn't matter. These guys only have one note, which is fuck Hasan. They choose Ben Shapiro over me.
The reason you would say yes.
Stuff, but go ahead.
Okay, but tell me if I'm wrong, Hutch. The reason you would ever say yes to a pro-segregationist Democrat is because what's on the other side is now the right has moved so far, even past segregation of, yeah, we're doing segregation and a lot more worse stuff, right?
I'm going to move on to the Pam Bondi shit in a second.
Right now, everything the same, but you would welcome a segregationist Democrat?
Say that question again? I'm not
right now, every policy on the right remains the same. I do think this is like we're fascist, treading into fascism, but they haven't, said they're going to bring back segregation yet. They're teasing the idea of miscegenation, revisiting that.
But we're talking about fascism, right? Like when we talk about fascism, we should get into the specifics, right? What does that actually look like?
Right. But if the Democrats are pro-segregationists, that's worse than the current right-wing party.
You're saying that if we had, like, for example, like thankfully there are no emerging segregationist Democrats. I'm happy to entertain your hypothetical, but even if we were to do this hypothetical, ridiculous. Like you're saying that, like, let's say like one or two like segregationist Democrats emerge and all of a sudden they were competitive in like fucking Nebraska or Missouri. You're saying that us adding that to like get a Senate majority would be worse than the MAGA movement right now? In terms of like,
I think it would be. I think it would make the. So if I believed empirically it would help stop Trump, I would encourage you to vote for them. But we just have a different thought process on the empirics. So the empirics are that I think, and I think Soy Pillow is convinced that allowing segregationists into the Democratic Party would like hurt mid to long term results in the brand of the Democrats, such that it would worsen our chances. To
I mean, Johnson County lives like this. Replies right now. I'm sorry, but we're never going to agree that ICE would have been this rampant in the U.S. streets under Harris. What you shared is far more agents of the border to stop fentanyl. Out of curiosity, what's important to ICE in the streets against civilians or Israel funding? Oh my God, these guys, man. These fucking guys, man. They do not understand how any of this shit works. They literally, I think for liberals, there's this like brain poison where their starting position is compromise no matter what. Like the best politics is a politics of compromise. Hold on. They are farming you. What? Not knowing dialectical materialism does no motherfucker? I know.
Do you guys understand that like black civil rights leaders, when they were, deciding who they wanted to endorse when FDR was running, they endorsed him even though he opposed an anti-lynching legislation. And even though a third of the Democratic caucus were segregationists and Dixiecrats, because they're concerned.
Dude, the politics of the New Deal Democrats, first of all, that's my argument. Okay. My argument is there's two things that I have to say here. One, this motherfucker said, well, race relations in the country is resembling 1930s America. Fucking psychotic. Okay. But secondly, New Deal Democrats literally did what I'm talking about, which is put material advancements at the forefront of their fucking campaign strategy. Yes, they were leading a coalition of people, regardless of their social policies, that wanted to move America in the direction of social democracy. It's not an accident that New Deal Democrats not only won for decades after, but also consistently dominated American political discourse, where Republicans had to concede to them, okay, lest they ever want to be elected ever again. Ronald Reagan did the exact opposite, where he turned all of this, where he turned class warfare into an issue of culture war from Nixon onward. But Ronald Reagan was the death blow to New Deal Democrats style politicking. Okay. He turned around and he was able to market billionaire-backed class warfare as a culture war issue. And the Reaganite style of politicking has been domineering in American politics, has destroyed the Democratic Party.
Was fascism was rising. And yet, hold on. And yet we have a conversation these days about like Donald Trump is a fascist threat. And yet, like you propose.
The take is dog shit off rip. They say black civil leaders did this. Like there was an entire wing of black movements vehemently against people like the Black Panthers and Malcolm X. No, this is even before that. It's a war, a nasty, deadly war, but it is a war. The death toll is harrowing and awful, but I highly, highly, highly doubt that Israel's trying to kill every Palestinian in Gaza. Yeah, he's a fucking idiot. Liberals are centrists who think they are the best of both worlds. Their starting position is compromised, but also with the assumption that since they are centrists, they are inherently correct, not realizing that no one agrees with them, right? Or the left. They hold no position. Exactly. That's why they're always demonstrating the politics of following rather than leading. Yeah, which thinks black people could vote, let alone vote for FDR. Why are liberals freaking out about Hasan not committed to vote for Gavin Newsom? Isn't the point of a centrist campaign to win over Republican voters? If you're confident in the moderation strategy, Hasan's comments shouldn't concern you. If they do, ask yourself why. Yeah, by the way, I never told people not to vote for Kamala Harris. Ironically enough, Hutch did. Don't vote for her. You are not necessarily this coalition, and we will do it. We will get it done without you again. Fuck you expecting us to do. Beg, lol. So does that mean you'll be quiet if she loses? You're not going to come out of the woodwork to blame us for her loss, right? I never told people not to vote for Kamala Harris. Okay? I never told people not to vote for Kamala Harris. I told people not to vote for Donald Trump. I just said I'm not going to fucking endorse Kamala Harris unless she takes a strong position on the genocide that was unfolding, which would have been good politics and good policy and the moral thing to do. And according to a straw poll that we conducted on election night, 80% of the community voted for Kamala Harris. I even said Jill Stein is a fraud, which I still maintain. That is a position that I believe as well. Apparently, Hutch told people not to vote for Kamala Harris and was flexing about how Kamala Harris was going to win regardless. Interesting. The counterpoint is that people say you discourage people not to be saying she wouldn't be better than Donald Trump, and that hurt their feelings, except I did say that Kamala Harris's positions on Gaza would be identical to Donald Trump's, but on other issues, especially issues that pertain to domestic politics, I do think that Kamala Harris would be marginally better than the Trump administration. The problem is she wasn't communicating that. That was my criticism. My criticism was if Kamala Harris is antagonistic to Donald Trump's positions on immigration, she should say so. She shouldn't try to lean into the fucking right-wing reactionary perspective. That was my argument. Anyway, another self-owned Hutch tweet. If a fucking Twitch streamer is seriously influencing your 2024 decision, there's a 0% chance that you take politics seriously in the slightest holy shit law. He knows this. He knowingly lies. No, I think he's just stupid. I genuinely think. Don't say marginally better. You've seen what the Trump admin has done. No, marginal differences between candidates actually have disastrous consequences. Marginal differences between candidacies have disastrous outcomes for the average person. Okay? This is true. For example, Barack Obama is marginally better than the Republicans on healthcare. That is a disastrous difference between the Republican healthcare engineering and the Democratic Party's position. Why is it marginal? Because the true opposition to the right-wing healthcare structure is socialized medicine. Okay? It's Medicare for all. Both Barack Obama's plan and the Republican plan is still maintaining a private healthcare system. There is a consolidation. There is a concession there. You have to recognize that, which is precisely the reason why this is a marginal difference. That doesn't mean that marginal difference is not majorly consequential. Okay? This is the part of the problem with nuance. Both parties at the national level believe that healthcare should be private. Okay? There are some Democrats who don't, but for the most part, the Democratic Party overall thinks healthcare should remain a private endeavor. I do not believe that. Okay? And I don't think you believe that either. And that's precisely the reason why when I say marginal differences, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Okay? This is something that even Ari herself understands and believes when she's talking about trans people, right? She understands that Gavin Newsom is better than Republicans, albeit marginally better than Republicans, because the true opposition to the Republican agenda would be one that says, we're not doing this to trans people at all. No way, no how. We're not conceding on eradicating trans people from certain public spaces just to satiate the appetite for death and destruction of the most reactionary 10% of fucking American voters. Okay? That's the real opposition. And if you're trans, you know that already. The marginal opposition is being dramatically better on trans people in general, but marginally opposing the Republican position by conceding on certain issues. There is consensus politics in this country, and we need to understand that. If the overall if the overall conversation is like, do we segregate trans people? Do we section them off into like a totally separate reality versus we should kill all trans people? Yes. Cordoning them off and segregating them rather than directly killing them is the better position. It is. But that shouldn't be the only two positions being demonstrated here. That's simply my argument. Okay? You're technically correct when you say, well, segregating trans people would be better overall than directly shooting them in the head. It's true.
How can we meaningfully participate in a political environment?
Yeah, this was when I was at the USC, far before the fucking election, talking about the Democrats pivoting to the right and how devastating that is, pivoting to the right on immigration and how devastating that is.
When we feel like a party like the Democrats are tacking, almost to like where Reagan was in the 80s. Like, what should young people
worse
do?
than Reagan on immigration. I mean, at least he gave amnesty, which is crazy to say. I mean, I'm not saying that. Fuck Reagan.
Yeah.
It is quite informative to watch the Reagan George H.W. Bush debate on specifically immigration, though, from that election cycle. Honestly, it's like shocking.
Flashback. We're doing two things. We're creating a whole society of really honorable, decent, family-loving people that are in violation of the law, and secondly, we're exacerbating relations with Mexico. These are good people, strong people. Part of my family is a Mexican.
Rather than making them or talking about putting up a fence, why don't we work out some recognition of our mutual problems, make it possible for them to come here legally with a work permit, and then while they're working and earning here, they pay taxes here.
End of flashback.
That is where we've gotten in terms of like how far right we have ratcheted on so many issues. And I think that the Democratic Party is definitely responsible for that, because like they are supposed to be the expected counterbalance to growing fascism in this country.
How can we meaningfully participate in a political environment when we feel like
That's it. Go ahead, man. Tell me I'm fucking wrong. People say the Democratic Party went too far left. It's like, bitch, the Republican Party was the pro-amnesty party. Fuck you mean? Fuck you mean? Kush bomb truth nuke on how the Democratic Party and the Republican Party exists as a dialectic, and the worse the Democrats become, the worse Republicans become. You only need to watch 2 minutes.
It is always being made by what's around.
How are Democrats already shaming progressives and not supporting centrists before primaries even happened, despite centrism losing every single swing state in the last election? Yeah. I'm not saying I won't vote for any Democrat. I'm not even saying I won't vote for Gavin Newsom at all. But as it stands currently, the way he's presented himself, he's done nothing to fucking earn not only my vote, but the votes of millions of Americans. That's it. That's fucking it.
Party wants me to believe that Gavin Newsom is the Democratic frontrunner for the 2028 election. Gavin Newsom, who destroyed homeless encampments, who dated a 19-year-old when he was 40, who went on Charlie Kirk's podcast and talked about how much his sons loved Charlie Kirk, and now is on Ben Shapiro's podcast guzzling ICE agent dick. The Democratic Party wants me to believe that this is our frontrunner. They're going to have to knock me out and drug me to put me in a polling booth. They're going to have to roofie me.
Centrists would be like, we should do that, by the way. That's a bet. The Hasan anti-pedo aura claimed another op. Nookstaka was making not safe for work channels for minors in his Discord, where people were talking sexually in them, sending them bestiality porn, crazy video from Nicandros. Okay, someone hit me with the fucking compy of Nookstaku thumbnails, please. Someone please send that to me, because there's another judge me by my enemies tweet coming out. Another pedo Nazi that Epstein loves. I mean, birds of a feather flock together. Am I right? How shocking. How shocking. Look, I don't want this to be the only fucking type of op that I have, but god damn it, that is usually the way it works. Okay. I don't know what it is. No, stop. This link is not what I'm looking for. Okay. Give me a thumbo. Give me a photo of all the fucking, oh, here it is. This is what I mean. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Do you feel like a turd in the pedophile punch bowl? I don't want to be around any of these people. Okay? I don't want to be around any of these people. I don't want to fucking be mentioned by these people. I don't want to know that these people exist. They've, for some weird reason, made it their fucking lives mission. Another judge me by my enemies tweet has hit the fucking timeline. Why is it that they're always pedophiles? How is that possible? What is this? I said liberal Twitter has erupted, demanding party loyalty, hitting lesser evilism and harm reduction lines 2 years out from the presidential election, but they refuse to reckon with this historic unpopularity for the Dems as Trump is deeply unpopular. Hold your electeds accountable, please. It's not demanding party loyalty. It's demanding you help stop trans people from getting denied their existence, women being denied bodily autonomy, and slightly increasing the likelihood. Shut the fuck up. Democrats are not doing enough on this front either, okay? You're just assuming that they're going to do it while they're literally communicating that they won't even do it. I want them to openly stake their fucking reputation on this. I want them to say, this is where I draw a line in the fucking sand. This is it. This is the problem. These guys just present the Democrats as not what the Democrats present themselves as, but as what they wish the Democrats were. Preemptively saying you'll never vote for this is weird. Yeah. Slightly increased likelihood of the genocide ending is such a funny fucking take. Clearly, the people did not assume that that was the case for a good reason, because Kamala Harris openly postured as though she would not change anything. And she lost. I like how you openly admitted then president would only slightly increase an end to the genocide. Yes, because I'd rather vote for something to be done rather than vote third party, which guarantees a loss as nothing else. Okay. The guy on Twitter thinks that your decision making because they lack object permanence. Yeah. 2 years ago, but still hits.
We're Democrats. Of course we believe you should vote blue, no matter who.
We're Democrats. We don't care about approval ratings. What other choice do you have?
We're Democrats. We could pass legislation that would change your life for the better. We're just not going to.
We're Democrats. Of course, we're going to promise something and not really deliver.
We're Democrats. We made everyone celebrate Pride Month, including the military-industrial complex.
We're Democrats. The economy may not be great for you, but it's going great for our donors.
We're Democrats. Donald Trump is the best thing that's ever happened to us.
We're Democrats. History ended with Obama.
We're Democrats. Of course we love dropping bombs on babies, as long as it's done by a woman.
We're Democrats. Your only choice.
We're Democrats. Don't worry about it.
We're Democrats. I really miss Obama. I really miss Obama. I really, really miss Obama.
Updated playlist. The hearing has ended. Okay. I live in Minneapolis, where we've been going through so much lately. Now we've been hit with the blow that Amy Klobuchar may once again run in a state she is inevitable to win. Please try and interview or spotlight 2 other candidates running against Klobuchar. We have to make sure that they don't cancel the DFL primary in Minnesota. Sorry for the rant. Your liberal ops are the most dangerous group of people in our planet or known universe. That's not true. That's not true. No. The most dangerous people on the planet are always going to be the Republicans. Okay? That's not true. Republicans are still far worse than my liberal opposition. My liberal opposition is like talking to an increasingly smaller audience of disaffected liberals who still think like, real third way neoliberalism hasn't been tried. And if we try real third way neoliberalism, if we try it the right way this time around, it's going to fucking work. That's the reason why I'm actually pushing back against these dipshits right now, because I know what the people actually think. I know that the people on the ground have had enough of this bullshit. Damn, they would never give you any charity or any leftist that charity. I don't care. I don't care about these people. Okay, I don't care about the actual liberal content creators that speak to like 300 people at a fucking time. I care about making sure that the Democrats don't get their notes from these fucking dickheads and then lead the population astray, because they're going to do that, and then they're going to lose again. And then we're going to have a fascist in charge again and again and again and again. Okay? The reason why I'm pushing back on this, though, is that this is a much broader conversation that has been taking place since 2016, and they're going to keep having it. It's very clear. We can't let the Democratic Party have this fucking conversation. We need to fucking stamp it out and shut it out instantly. Yes, I do have a plan to talk to Oliver Larkin, Florida 23 on stream. Yes, I like him. Once you put a DSA candidate that won a Dem primary, they shut the fuck up and toe the line. They have no vision for the better. Exactly. They don't stand in opposition to the DSA candidates. They don't. I bet they didn't expect to have any pushback with this. Yes, of course. They run their goddamn mouths. And the reason why I'm pushing back right now and urging you to push back right now is because we got to nip this shit in the fucking bud. If you want to fight back against the Republicans, you can't be doing this shit. You can't be yelling at your most active base that is combating the Republicans where they're at on the fucking streets every single day. Okay? You can't do that. Why does Zay not fuck with you? Because they're insane. Okay? Because they've lost their fucking minds. That's the reason why Zay Squirrel will use any and every opportunity to fucking attack me, because they think that, I mean, it's the bad empanada shit. That's why. Please stop. It doesn't matter. Their heart is in the fucking right place. I even say that about Bad Empanada too. I don't care. I don't care about like, you know, talking about the political machinations and the way that we try to get anything done in this fucking country. Me good, you bad. Topic related TikTok.
There is no hope for y'all. We are 3 years out of the election, and already you have liberals making excuses for the Democrats sucking shit and blowing another election. Already, bro, like the candidates have not even announced their run for the primary yet, and you're already making these vote blue no matter who arguments and saying that people need to just shut up and vote for a candidate 3 years in the future whom they have serious concerns about right now. How many times do y'all want to learn this lesson? Is 3 times not enough? Okay, let me explain this to you very quickly. You have to run for something in order to win. It is not enough to run against something in order to win. This isn't even a matter of my personal principles, even though they happen to align that way. It's just electoral pragmatism. You cannot spend your time just shitting on Republicans. You cannot brand yourself as the adult in the room. And you absolutely cannot be advocating for a return to normalcy. Again, this is not my personal principles, even though I find all those things reprehensible. This is electoral pragmatism. The number one motivating force in today's politics is anti-establishmentarianism. This attitude is what is going to entrench a permanent Republican majority in this country, even though the things that the Republicans advocate for are not popular. This attitude, letting the Democrats give you the bare fucking minimum and not speaking up, even when there is so much fucking time, 3 years to get what you want, to get a candidate who actually wants to do something, do anything. This is the problem. It is not leftists, it is not pro-Palestine advocates, it is not third-party voters who are the problem, it is y'all. When Republicans ran moderates, they got their shit handed to them and Obama won Ohio. But luckily for them, they're capable of learning and growing. And now, only a couple years later, they are about to get everything on their wish list. We need Democrats to start acting like Republicans, not in just tweeting snarky things, but in actually advocating for something. This is how people like Zoran Mamdani become political upsets, even though they happen to be radicals. Once again, this is not my personal politics speaking, although the reality happens to align with my personal politics. Funny how that works when you're right. No, I'm saying what I'm saying because I have to live in the same country with y'all, and I actually detest fascism in all of its forms, even fascism light coming from the Blue Party. It's so fucking pathetic. We're 3 years out from the primary and you've already sold out all your principles. It's gross, and what's more, it's not even going to work.
Yeah. All right, now let's get to the Pedophilia Protection Party. They're Republicans, okay? Now that I've spent a good deal of time shitting on the liberals that have been spending today, you know, getting their licks in. They use every tragedy to attack you. I know. This is the Canadian Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs in Canada, by the way. On Thursday, the controversial U.S.-based streamer Hassan Piker will be speaking at an event at UBC's Chance Center. Piker has a long-standing record of justifying violence, endangering public safety, amplifying extremist actors, and demonizing Jews and Israelis. In the past weeks, thousands of Canadians have contacted their local MPs to send a strong message. Individuals who promote dangerous rhetoric and platform Canadian-listed terror entities should never be allowed to enter the country. Swipe to read our statement. Damn, I couldn't even get tickets to see you. I know, that shit's been sold out for literally a minute. I think I got to tell these colleges to host me in bigger rooms. I'm going to be honest. It was sold out in 3 minutes, okay? They tried to do this shit. It didn't work. People do not give a fuck about what these guys have to say. No motion whatsoever, okay? Both parties' leaders support genocide, so she was spot on. Fucking come to Toronto, fuck Vancouver. I'm gonna be in Vancouver, but I'm gonna come to Toronto too. I'm never going to Calgary. Why is it that people go, yeah, dude, come to Alberta? No, I'm fucking with you. I will be coming to Toronto at some point too. New travel update. Cuba is happening soon. Okay. There is a place I'm going to soon. It's called Cuba. Potentially, we'll see. We're working on it. All right, we're fucking working on it. Pull up to Hamilton, JK. There's nothing to do there. Yes. If you're going to be in Vancouver, will you be collabing with Northern Line in some way? No, I'm not. He's a dad, okay? And he has a lot of responsibilities. Why not run someone like Ro Khanna or Massey? At least they did something about what the people are asking for. Wait, what? I never said I work with Ro Khanna all the fucking time. I talk to Ro Khanna all the fucking time. I've become a fan of Ro Khanna as of late, for sure. He's doing great. He's doing great work. There is no way you'll keep an internet connection. I was just there. No, I know. First of all, never say never. Secondly, you have opportunities on the boat. It's just impossible on the island. So we're trying to figure out how we can make that happen. Let me fucking cook, okay? I know. The problem is, for understandable reasons, the Cuban government is not exactly fond of Starlink, okay? I get why they wouldn't want that. Your ass isn't going to Cuba if you can't sit at a desktop for a singular day. What a lot of people don't understand that, like, there are American companies that are currently still servicing the telephone lines in Cuba, like right now. So if you go to Cuba right now, it's really patchy at this point. It's like virtually impossible. But like when I was previously slated to go to Cuba, I had already set it up where I could live stream from Cuba on Cuban soil. Now, obviously the dynamic has changed quite a bit because there's not a lot of reliable electricity. And also, there's not. What motion do you have in Cuba? Don't even ask. Don't even ask a question like that if you don't want to hear the answers. If you're not ready for the fucking answers, okay? Just saying. Just find a coffee shop with free Wi-Fi. That's what I did. Come to ATL. Okay. The moment you step into Cuba, I'm calling my cousins to stream snipe you. Would there be any benefit to more of yous, just like there are so many shit libs and so many right-wing creators? Yes, of course. If you don't bring crude oil, you're a bitch, bro. I know. Did that chatter not see when you interviewed an official for Cuba with the DSA? I have another Cuban official that I will be interviewing as well. He's not the only Cuban official that I am going to interview. I have another one coming up soon. I am going to be interviewing Cuba's deputy foreign minister, Carlos de Cosio, soon as well. We got international motion, baby. The fuck you mean? For as much shit as you give Torontoians, I think you'd love it there. I think so too. Anyway, it's pronounced Coseo. Sorry. Carlos de Coseo. All right, what is happening in the chat? Everyone is literally telling me to go places, okay? Stop spamming. Come to my hometown in a million different versions of it, okay? Toronto, the Tehran of Canada. Okay. You fucking idiots. Ay, ay, ay. Habibi, come to Dubai. That's not happening. I'll tell you where I'm not going. Dubai. Okay. You should visit the moon, next socialist haven. Okay. I didn't even finish this fucking Gavin Newsom thing, and then I'm gonna get to Pam Bondi.
Threshold. That's not my opinion, so I don't share that opinion as it relates to genocide. I do not agree with that notion.
But you do understand that if you accuse Israel of committing a genocide, that now puts Israel in the position of it should be a pariah state, because states that commit genocide should be pariah states. Yeah. So granting legitimacy to that position inherently,
I'm not granting legitimacy. I'm just saying the devastation in Gaza at the human level. You've got four kids.
Of course, it's terrible.
No, but I think it's also important to absorb that a little bit more. Just as it was sick, and we were clear in our condemnation, these people like me, as it relates to what Hamas did in that act of barbarism and terrorism.
Yeah, but there's a difference between deliberate terrorism and wartime collateral damage, of course. And if we refuse to acknowledge that reality, then we end up equating
collateral damage. I have stronger opinions. It wasn't just collateral.
Really, you think that Israel is targeting civilians?
I think some of the double tapping issues. I have a lot of issues with how Bibi ultimately conducted the war. I personally do, and I have a lot of issues that are also painted on the basis of the conversation I had when a few weeks later after October 7th, the way he talked about the Palestinians. I kept talking about Hamas. He kept talking about the Palestinians. I kept coming back to Hamas, and then ultimately how the war was conducted. Not saying it was a genocide. I'm not. But I have issues.
What is the thing that he said that you particularly?
There was a dehumanization. I didn't like the way he talked about the Palestinian people. I just didn't.
What is the specific?
They can't govern them. I didn't. The specific. I don't want to get into the details.
The reason I'm asking is because when you suggest that he is conflating Hamas and the Palestinians,
he wasn't conflating.
And of course, it does lead to the conclusion.
They were different. It wasn't. No. It was. I'm just saying the way he ultimately conducted it.
Yeah, I love that, dude. Guy who caves to Ben Shapiro of all people. This is our guy. This is gonna be our guy, dude.
I look back at that conversation. I reflect on that conversation.
And by the way, caved on his show in the same podcast he condemned his own anti-ICE rhetoric. At a time when literally, like, the majority position is fuck ICE. You got Republicans being like, yeah, I don't really fuck with ICE that much anymore. This is not what I thought was going to happen. I wanted the border to be closed, but I don't like that, you know, you got a bunch of dudes who are like second generation Cubans and shit shooting white guys in the fucking streets. I'm a little bit of a white supremacist, and if it's a bridge too far for me, brother. And you got Gavin Newsom being like, actually, what we need is a modest compromise on ICE and reasonable reform. What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? What is happening? Your instincts are dog shit.
It doesn't surprise me. And I did not think it was proportionate.
Okay.
And I thought it was overwhelming, and the devastation and destruction breaks my heart.
Okay, so you're president of the United States. Somebody invades from Mexico. They take several thousand American citizens.
I get it. And by the way,
they hold them.
He's still, oh my God. October 7. It's like, this is a non-starter. You should literally turn around and tell Ben Shapiro, hey man, look, your politics are the politics of yesteryear. Okay, sorry. Israel first commentary doesn't work. So much so that your own party has banished you in exchange for a homosexual neo-Nazi who happens to be Mexican. What the fuck? What are we talking about? Your politics are so repulsive that your own party's like, I don't know if we're gonna work with one of these guys. I'm probably working with Nicolas Fuentes. And here's Gavin Newsom offering concessions to that guy for the most repulsive policy position he can fucking arrive at. Oh my God. Who is this for is the question I have. And apparently it's for the same fucking shit libs that have been running around like headless chickens on the timeline. This is Kamala all over again. Worse, they can't really use the same excuse they used for her. It'll be 10x worse. Yeah. Nicolas Fuentes, the leader of the Latinos for Trump. Ay, por Dios. Yo voy a votar. But they're doing it again. They're doing it again.
Them all the way until the end of the war. Until the end of the war, their hostages being held.
Don't get me wrong on any of this. I'm with you in terms of the ultimate accountability and bringing the hostages home. I like the clarity and conviction as it relates to getting all the hostages dead and alive home, and all of that. I'm not denying that.
And by the way, Hamas still has not been extirpated in the areas where Israel has left them alone.
And clearly this truce and detente is still a work in progress. There's been a lot of destruction.
Well, because Hamas was supposed to be disarmed, and they didn't.
Look, I'm crystal clear about Hamas.
But the point is that
crystal clear about Hamas.
Right, but the point is that I think,
and I'm also crystal clear in my love for Israel and my condemnation of Bibi. And there's a distinction. I condemn Donald Trump. I love my country.
These people think this is a gotcha. Something that I've revealed personally is a fucking gotcha. Okay? Like, they're like, stop trying to wiggle out of this position. It's like, I think this guy is going to fucking lose to JD Vance. I think JD Vance is repulsive. I think JD Vance's worldview is obviously heinous. That much is clear. And I think JD Vance is actually uncharismatic. But if there is one style of Democratic Party politics that could lose to JD fucking Vance, it's Gavin Newsom. It's establishment neoliberalism. I can't believe it. It's unbelievable that these guys are still like, no, you have to do this. You have to vote. If we have two planks, on the one plank of the party, we have the Kamala Harris's, okay? Let's be real. We have the establishment neoliberalism that is perfectly represented by Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom. And then the other plank of the party is the Zoran Mamdanis, the AOCs, the Bernie Sanders, the Chris Van Hollens of the fucking party, okay? If you're saying you prefer third-way neoliberalism to socialism or socialism-adjacent policy making, you're a fucking idiot. You just don't want to win. You want to lose, but at least you want to lose in an honorable way where you don't fucking concede on your priors, okay? Because God forbid you admit that you might have been wrong. The cultural momentum is on the side of fuck ICE, is on the side of free Palestine, and these guys who were noticeably quiet and absent from the conversation on both the fuck ICE side and the Free Palestine side want you to shut the fuck up and vote for the guy who won't say fuck ICE or say Free Palestine. It's that simple. They're stupid. They're going to fucking lose. I can't believe it. It is unfucking believable that we're doing it over and over again. We're just, look, where do you rank Ossoff in the planks? Ossoff is, depending on how he maneuvers around Israel, which is his fucking worst issue for some reason, even though he was literally anti-Israel when it was way more politically costly. And then he turned around and changed his positions. Okay? Ossoff, I think is my sleeper pick. Ossoff, depending on how he talks about Israel going forward, is actually a sleeper pick that I have in the background. He's my background pick. I like Van Hollen. I really like Van Hollen. Ro Khanna, AOC. Those are, none of these candidates are perfect. I'm just saying, if given the option, I have like 3 people that I think are pretty are much more reliable, much more solid than the rest. John Ossoff, on the other hand, has moved in a very different way. It just depends on where he goes. Ilhan Omar, chatter. I love Ilhan Omar. Okay, she is my favorite politician alongside Rashida Tlaib. Ilhan Omar is a naturalized American citizen. Okay, please learn the Constitution. If you got primary options and you think between the choice of AOC versus like Gavin fucking Newsom, I'm not gonna say AOC all the fucking way, you are out of your mind. Okay, go ahead. You can get the word out right now that I'm a fucking sheepdog for the Democrats or some shit. How about Biden's corpse? Yeah. Do you think a woman can win? And would it have to be a white woman? If so, I think anyone can win. I think AOC's biggest weaknesses unironically stem from how much she caves to people yelling at her, and usually not yelling at her from the left, ironically enough. She should pay less attention to people yelling at her from the left unless she actually adopts their policy framework, which is not bad. It's good. But she should stop listening to people that are like, wow, you are not listening to the, you're not listening to the voices of people who have been hurt by Palestinians existing in Israel, for example. Like that's the type of stuff that I think, like I wish, and we'll see how it goes. But I want her to be a much more aggressive fighter, and not be fearful, and go out and go out and really push the left position. How about a Chuck Schumer presidential run? Obviously, if Chuck Schumer runs, he is the sexual dynamo. He is the beast. He will win, and I will be voting for him illegally. Chuck Schumer is my guy. But so far, one of the first, now that people are talking about like AOC potentially being a contender for 2028, one of the first things that she did was incredible. Okay, she came out and literally was like, "We're starving Cuba just like we starved Gaza. This is fucking unacceptable." That is perfect messaging. Okay, that is perfect messaging. If she keeps up that energy, oh my lord, I mean, incredible. I really, really, really hope that she hits harder on stuff like that, because there is really an anti-imperialist slant here, unlike ever before. Zoom in on Pam Bondi's. Just spoke to Representative Jayapal about AG Bondi's binder page, Jayapal Pramila search history that seemed to include what Jayapal looked for at DOJ when viewing unredacted Epstein files is totally inappropriate, Jayapal told me. Is this the whole reason they opened the files up to us 2 days early so they could essentially surveil members to see what we were going to ask her? Oh my God, of course they did that. John also said, fuck all, we were labeled domestic terrorists and 61 of us were facing RICO charges over Cop City. Oh, for sure. No. I don't, chat. I don't disagree with you. That's why I said John Ossoff is like the sleeper, depending on how he positions himself going forward. I just don't, I don't know how that. I'm sorry, did DOJ preserve Democratic lawmakers' search history in the unredacted Epstein files for use during an oversight hearing before said lawmakers? Yes. The answer is yes. That is precisely what they did, because they're fucking evil. There was also pushing the Biden admin. We are tirelessly working towards a ceasefire statement that I think would work against her, referring to AOC. Yes. Ironically enough, the real method for securing yourself a W early on in the primaries is to pull the fuck Biden ripcord. Maybe I'm wrong on this, but I do think that people who position themselves against Biden will win early and win big. And I think AOC needs to do that as well to a certain degree. Like, do it in a more manageable way. Loyalty to the Dems is not going to help. I think right now, loyalty to them is not even going to help in the Democratic Party primary, because the Democrats fucking hate the Democrats. The Democratic voters hate the Democrats, right? Anyway, let's get to it. All hell breaks loose as Jayapal asked Bondi to turn around and apologize to Epstein survivors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney General Bondi, right here. We are joined in this room by some of the thousands of survivors from Jeffrey Epstein's horrific sex trafficking ring. They have shown such incredible courage in speaking out, in demanding accountability to bring the predators and pedophiles to justice. The Epstein Files Transparency Act required your Department of Justice to disclose the perpetrators connected with Epstein's criminal activities and to redact the information of survivors to protect their identities. Let me show you what actually happened. First, in violation of the law, your department has shown a pattern of redacting the names of powerful predators. Here behind me is one example of an email from Epstein to a man whose name was redacted. The email reads, quote, "Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video." Only after members of Congress demanded that we see the unredacted files did the world learn the name of this individual, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, the chairman and CEO of a company that had financial ties to President Trump's business and personal ties to Trump's advisor, Steve Bannon. Second, the survivors were not similarly protected, also in violation of the law. Here is another email titled Epstein Victim List. We have blurred the names of the survivors for their protection, but your Department of Justice initially released this list of 32 survivors' names with only one name redacted, along with numerous files that disclose not only the names, the emails, and the addresses of survivors, but also nude photographs and even the identities of Jane Does who had been protected for decades until your department released their names. Survivors are now telling us that their families are finding out for the first time that they were trafficked by Epstein. In their words, quote, "This release does not provide closure. It feels like a deliberate attempt to intimidate survivors, punish those who came forward, and reinforce the same culture of secrecy that allowed Epstein's crimes to continue for decades." To the survivors in the room, if you are willing, please stand. And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand. Attorney General Bondi, you apologize to the survivors.
None of this will matter? No, you're wrong. I think it's still important to fucking hold this admin to account. This is also part of the reason why I don't mind fucking working with Democrats in general, even if they don't fully agree with me. What are you talking about? The optics of this matters. The fucking argument matters. What are you supposed to do? Not have this fucking hearing? Are you insane? I said it beforehand. And it bears repeating. This is a major fissure in the base. This is a major weak point in the base. So much so that even the Democrats have fucking realized that they need to exhaust this talking point. It's also a massive, catastrophic injustice that is taking place. Of course they should fucking bring this up. Yeah. The Bondi, Pam Bondi, DOJ, Kash Patel, FBI didn't even meet with the Epstein survivors before concluding Epstein wasn't running a sex trafficking ring. It's psychotic. It's completely unacceptable. It's completely psychotic. Please stop trying to fucking present everything as like as a negative. I know that you have calcified your resistance to shit libs in general. I get it. I understand where you're coming from. I understand why that's like frustrating for you. But we can't be doing that. Like, sometimes they are doing good things. This is one of those instances. They're doing the right thing.
In your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information?
Congresswoman, you sat before Merrick Garland sat in this chair twice.
Attorney General Bondi.
No, can I finish my answer?
No, I'm going to reclaim my time because I asked you a specific question that I would like you to answer, which is, will you turn to the survivors? This is not about anybody that came before you. It is about you.
Dude, by the way, Pam Bondi's reaction to this was so fucking crazy. I think that they are not reading the room. I will say, because I watched pieces of this before I went live, and she was so aggressive. Instead of like taking a more reasonable position and being like, here are some of the reasons as to why we did this, all this stuff. It's indefensible to begin with. But they thought they could get away with attack. And it looked like she was, especially because like a lot of people are also, sexist. Let's be real. She looks like a hysterical woman for even the base, right? Like when I see the way she's behaving there, I get mad because I see a person in a profound position of power doing everything to deny victims of sexual assault and sex trafficking as minors their day in court, their justice, their everything that they've advocated for, right? Like she is a hurdle against that at the behest of an international sex trafficking a cabal of pedophilic billionaires. It's insane. The right that also cares about this looks at a hysterical woman on top of that. So I think like the optics are really bad for the right in general, where this, in my opinion, is so fucking indefensible. The way that she attacked back like a rabid dog at anyone and everyone that would try to hold her to account, I think that will backfire. Okay? I think that will backfire. I think that there are already people that are naysayers about Pam Bondi in the base for the Republicans. Because let's be real, our fucking position doesn't matter to this administration at all. Like Nick Fuentes, as a neo-Nazi, has more prominence in the Republican movement than all of us do, right? You can have 75% of the fucking country be like, this sucks, you suck dick, stop doing this, and they won't stop doing it until you got like a person that has like maybe let's say 5% of the base of support on the Republican side come out and be like, this is a bridge too far. Then they'll respond. And I do think this issue is the issue where the base is not in line with the party. The base is not in line with the politicians. The base is not in line with Donald Trump. So her keeping up this like really aggressive posture when even people like Pramila Jayapal are actually representing the wishes of the Republican base is a major misstep. Do you see what I mean? Because when she's yelling like that, a Republican MAGA voter that watches this congressional hearing, if they watch it at all, are not going to read this as Pam Bondi yelling at a woke libtard. Because that woke libtard in that moment is actually asking questions that the MAGA voter also has. So now it's gonna look like she's yelling at the base, right? There is no political polarization you can lean into in this issue, okay? There will be some in the cult that will say, oh, Pam Bondi is an attack dog. I really love this shit, right? Yeah, sure, surely. But what matters most is how many of the MAGA base that you can chip away, how indefensible this looks. This already happened with Donald Trump. There's a reason why this is the issue that has the highest salience. This is the issue that has caused the most divergence between Donald Trump and the people that love him and demonstrate cult-like loyalty. And that's partially because Donald Trump has said over and over again that if you care about the Epstein files, you're a Democrat, it's a Democrat conspiracy, all of this stuff. And that caused people to go, wait a minute, I care about the Epstein stuff, and I voted for you 3 times. So when Pam Bondi, who has already fallen out of favor with the base of support, comes out and yells like this at people who are asking very reasonable questions about the lack of transparency that we've gotten, even though we've demanded from the Epstein files, and why they are presenting major hurdles in these revelations and protecting elite billionaire pedophiles, it makes Republicans feel like Pam Bondi is yelling at them too.
Taking responsibility for your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
Members get to ask the questions, the witness gets to answer in the way they want to answer. The Attorney General can
that's
respond.
not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Because she doesn't like the
my
answer.
time.
So,
Mr. Chairman,
why
I have asked
didn't
a
she
question.
ask Merrick Garland this?
I am
twice
reclaiming
when he
my
sat in my
time, and
chair.
when I
will
reclaim my
continue to
time,
answer.
it is
Mr. Chairman, the gentlelady's reclaimed her
I'm not going
time.
to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentlelady. The gentlelady has 17 seconds.
Thank you. You're not going to answer this question, so let me just
Chairman,
say this.
I'll direct it to
what a
you.
massive
No, I'm
cover-up.
answering a
Mr.
question.
Chairman, will you restore her time? The witness is
I'm
interrupting.
not going to get in the gutter with this woman.
Stop the
She's
time
doing theatrics.
and let me have my
The
time.
gentlelady from Washington controls the time. The gentlelady has 17 seconds. You can proceed with your final
Thank you.
17 seconds.
What a massive cover-up this has been and continues to be. Donald Trump made the release of the Epstein files the center of his political campaign because he thought it would benefit him. Then you got into office, Attorney General, claimed to have a client list, only to then say that there was no list. Your deputy, Todd Blanche, met alone with Ghislaine Maxwell and transferred her to a minimum security prison. And now you continue the cover-up. And I wish that you would turn around to the survivors who are standing right behind you and on a human level,
Chairman,
the chair now recognizes the chair.
And what you have done.
Time of the gentle lady.
What is this? To his baby ranch. Worst thing I've seen. Jeffrey's asking if you could FedEx the painting he made of the massacre of the innocents of the ranch. It's large 9x9 canvas that we had rolled out for him to see in the entryway. They are killing babies. He wants us to use it on the ranch. Yeah, I mean that's pretty freaky. I don't know. I feel like it implies what we know about already, which is Zora Ranch is a baby making operation through coercion, through force, through rape. By the way.
May I respond?
Anyway, Massey and Bondi have a shocking fight as he accuses her of the Epstein files cover-up as well. Incredible picture of the room that proves your point. Yeah. Epstein survivors raised their hands to signal that they've been ignored by Trump's DOJ, and AG Bondi refused to look at them. 69,000 likes. I'm telling you right now, man. I'm telling you. This shit is so indefensible. Either the Republicans need to reposition themselves as the pro-pedophilia party, which some will do, like Megyn Kelly and you know, even Nick Fuentes to a certain degree did that until he dropped it and is now in opposition to it, or they're fucked. Like, there's no way out of this. And I think if they position themselves as pro-pedophilia and how pedophilia is actually good and if ephebophilia is fine, all this shit, until or when they do that, when they start trying to do that, they are going to come across as even more fucking repulsive to the MAGA base even. Because the point here is to wither away Trump's base of support from that 20% that is impossible to fucking shake off Donald Trump to a 10% that is ultimately meaningless, right? That's the point here. Now, of course, the Democrats will do everything in their power to even lose that 10% of cult-like fealty, but you know, that's besides the point. We're not talking about the Democrats right now. We're talking about the Republicans, right? Because a lot of people don't understand. They think like, oh, well, Trump always has that 20 to 30%. Okay, well, that 30% that used to be unshakable, I think has withered away a little bit. Now we're in the 20 to 30% range. If it goes from 30% to 20%, tomorrow it could go to 10%. Okay? Trump, I assume, if Pam Bondi keeps doing this and steps on these landmines, will probably fucking offer her up as red meat to the base to be like, see, we're listening, we're hearing you. I think that's what's going on here.
Very briefly to her statement.
Well, I think we can do that probably on one of our members' time.
Okay, thank you. I don't want that to get away. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Behind me, I have 3 documents from the DOJ production that are emblematic of the massive failure of the DOJ to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. To my right is an email that was sent by the victims' lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact, a list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know you touched the document because you redacted one name and you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there. The next document I want to show you, that was in the title, the victims' survivors' names, all right? The title of this one is Child Sex Trafficking, Co-Conspirators, fully redacted.
Indefensible. By the way, much respect to Thomas Massey, who is like a total freak on so many other issues, but on this one, that's my goat. Like I said, I'll work with anybody and everybody that will try to fucking put a dent in the armor of the international billionaire pedophilic cabal. Thomas Massey has been doing that. He's also a consistent advocate for Palestinians as well, uncompromising, you know, which these two issues are pretty fucking tied to one another. Let's be fucking real, right? It's not an accident that Jeffrey Epstein was so closely associated with the Israeli government. So, you know, we're rocking with Thomas Massey on this one. Respect.
And by the way,
what things you don't like about him? Dog, Thomas Massey is a fucking You're baiting me into fucking cooking him right now. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna eat the bait. That's my goat. That's my goat. He's great. He's fantastic. What do you mean? He's like Chatter. He is a giga libertarian who also happens to be super pro ICE, which is inconsistent with being a libertarian. But that's besides the point. We're not doing it right now. He's my goat right now in this moment.
Les Wexner is in this. Now, your your deputy attorney general said, oh, well, he appears hundreds of times in the files, but he doesn't appear in this file until I forced you to release it, where he's listed as a co-conspirator, not to tax evasion, but to child sex trafficking, not to prostitution, not to money laundering, child sex trafficking. And then finally, what we have here is the third exhibit that I have.
Thomas Massie is a libertarian who applies non-aggression principle to minors. Okay, that's it. Most libertarians don't do that. That's the reason why he's going so hard on both Israel and also on the Epstein stuff. Most libertarians forget to apply non-aggression principle to minors. He doesn't do that. Okay, so he's anti-diddling children.
Is emblematic of the FD 302 release. These are the documents that we need, that you're holding on to and over-redacting because they have the names of the men who are implicated. How do we know? Because the survivors gave testimony to the FBI, and it's in there. And what happens when you go to the portal at the DOJ to look at what's behind this redaction? Another redaction. So we can't even see them. And then there's some of these files you've pulled down from the website that we will never see because we can't search the redactions. So I have several questions for you. Who's responsible? Are you able to track who in your organization made this massive failure and released the victims' names? Are you able to track who it was that obscured Les Wexner's name as a co-conspirator in an FBI document? Do you have that kind of accountability?
I believe Wexner's name was listed more than 4,000 times about.
Look at the reaction to Tom Massey, by the way, versus the reaction to like Pramila Jayapal.
Yeah, I already told you that. This is where he's listed as a co-conspirator.
Can I finish my answer? Come on, let me finish my answer.
He's a white guy. Of course you like this. No, it's because he's a Republican. And this was the entire thing, by the way. Can I finish my answer? Can I finish my answer? That's all she did. All she did was fucking whine. All she did was fucking yell and yell and yell. And I'm telling you right now, this shit don't look good at all, brother. This shit does not look good to anybody that pays attention to it.
We corrected that within 40 minutes. He was already, you're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's name.
Reclaiming my time.
I'm going to answer this question.
Reclaiming my time.
He was,
Mr. Chairman.
This is how this works.
Can I have my time back? Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady can give her answer. The time belongs to the gentleman from Kentucky.
All right, I'm reclaiming my time.
Can I give my answer?
So,
yes.
The irony is not lost on me that this conversation is taking place, or rather being moderated by motherfucking Jim Jordan, okay? Who is notorious for a sex abuse cover-up, okay? Sex abuse at the Jim Jordan is the one who is also moderating this conversation. He's chairing this fucking committee and has complete command over which way this conversation goes about sex abuse cover-up by the fucking administration. He's like, I'm locked and loaded. This is like what my career has been gearing towards. Oh, the Jim Jordan, remember when he slammed the Undertaker through the Hell in Cell? Okay, stop. Jim Jordan's expertise literally lies in doing cover-up of sex abuse in Ohio, by the way, where Les Wexner actually dumped a fuckload of money to Jim Jordan's athletic program. Another Les Wexner, another moment where Jim Jordan is actually doing cover-up for a Les Wexner-affiliated sexual abuse scandal. It's pretty crazy.
They put the language of the bill up on the screen.
Chairman, may I give my answer on that?
Here's
a political joke, and I need to give my answer.
Can I give my answer on that? Nope.
On that.
We'll let the Attorney General respond, and then the gentleman can move to his next question.
It's my time.
Within 40 minutes, you asked me a question. Within 40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
There was one redaction out
Where
of
he's
over
listed as a
4,700,
co-conspirator.
and we
Yeah, you redacted Les Wexner as a primary co-conspirator. You didn't redact his name in other files, but the file that matters the most, that basically shows that he was a fucking co-conspirator, an unindicted co-conspirator, an uninvestigated co-conspirator, is the one you redacted. Yeah, you did get fucking caught. You got caught. You got caught red-handed. It's true. Oh, we just got caught red-handed for 40 minutes. Shut the fuck up. It wasn't for 40 minutes. It was for months in the initial revelation.
invited you in. This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs you're a failed politician. You need to get on these matters.
Mr. Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the rules here.
There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
Is that your position as well?
My position is any victim who comes forward, of course, we would love to hear from them. 1-800-CALL-FBI. Did you ask Merrick Garland that the last 4 years? Did you talk about Epstein?
I am reclaiming my time. I'm glad you're asking about Merrick Garland.
You don't get to reclaim
because
time
this
when
is
you don't-
bigger than
when you can't-
Watergate.
when I don't answer a question the
This
way you
goes
want.
over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
now,
where the
I want to know at what
transparent-
point did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wessner was not a co-conspirator? Because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen, please, to
How many of you are satisfied? You can clap. Satisfied with the results of the Epstein investigation? Clap. Told you to clap. You guys aren't listening. I'm not going to grade you on a curve. So I was going to get to that. How many of you are not satisfied with the results of the investigation?
Bondi stonewalled the D's today. The GOP base can't feel any relief from this. In your opinion, do they start calling for Bondi's resignation? I think it's important for us to try to get those guys to call for Bondi's resignation. Okay? That's what I think. Because I think if you get any W out of this, if you get any fucking blood, if you get even a little bit of blood you cut them and they bleed a little bit, and you show people that they have the capacity to bleed, I promise you, more of it will come. Okay? That's what I think. That's what I believe. Because right now, Republicans have basically created a fortress around themselves, right? They've created a fortress around themselves on these opinions. They've created a fortress around themselves on maintaining the no compromise position. They did this with ICE, right? And even in their, I'm going back to shitting on the Democrats right now, but even in their move away from like punishing Minneapolis, they're not actually moving from punishing Minneapolis, but the Democrats are allowing them to get away with it in some ways by taking a reform position on ICE and not really making a big stink and presenting this as a big W when it's not. If you were to get a scalp, if you were to get a fucking scalp here, the blood's in the water and the sharks will pounce.
Release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not, and it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
May she answer?
And he's a hypocrite because he voted against the ban that we were talking about on.
But don't you think it'll be just another cop-out like Bovino? Well, nothing changes. Like, it feels like it's W and everyone moves on. It will be if we let it happen. But this is a domestic affair. It's the same with ICE. People are more likely to forget about Gaza because Americans are very selfish people and they think, like, Gaza's happening over there versus their opinion is on ICE, which is happening over here. I'll give you an example. Palantir. Palantir is in the news today. It should be in the news every day, but it's in the news today right now. Why? Because there has been an internal mutiny within the ranks of Palantir. Palantir had no issues when they were being used by Israel to murder people in Gaza. Here's a scoop from McKenna Kelly at Wired magazine. Tensions at Palantir have grown in recent weeks over the company's work with ICE. On Friday, CEO Alex Karp tried to calm concerns in an hour-long video that offered few specifics instead of offering NDAs to workers who want to understand how it's empowering ICE. Ali Winston says, amazing how ICE, not Israel, was the final straw for Palantir employees. Kind of a big tell. Did you already respond to the stupidity? Yes, I did, over and over again. I not only responded when she replied to me, but she then quote retweeted it again because she didn't get what she wanted out of that. Okay? Anyway, we've moved on from that. So this is important for people to understand because ICE is domestic occupation. ICE is domestic violence. And Americans care more about domestic violence than they do about the foreign violence that we're dishing out alongside a religious ethno state, right? Israel. There is a level of like moral removal that Americans engage in when they go, oh, well, that's Israel doing it. And maybe we should stop Israel from doing it, but that's not our crime, right? That's not happening to me. It's happening to people that may or may not deserve it. And the reason why I'm bringing this up, the reason why I'm bringing this dynamic up is because the Epstein stuff is not going to go away in the same way that like people can move on from Israel, even if we don't. The majorities can move on from Israel and think like, oh, it's in the rear view mirror now. The Epstein stuff, they're not going to move on from.
Deep fake AI porn. Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
The gentleman's time has expired.
She didn't answer the question.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, could she answer the question?
Chairman, I was wondering. The gentlelady's allowed, the Attorney General's allowed to respond the way she wants to respond to any member's questions, Republican, Democrat.
Yeah, of course Jim Jordan is going to defend Pam Bondi.
I have unanimous consent request.
Dick eater.
Gentleman's recognized for a UC.
All right. This is an example. I'm submitting these 302 forms that are entirely redacted, even when you go to look at them.
Without objection.
I'm submitting a witness statement that implicates Les Wexner.
Without objection.
I'm submitting an article from the New York Times that the DOJ released nude photos and identifiable pictures of the victims. I'm submitting a letter from A.G. Bondi to Kash Patel, imploring him to quit keeping the files when you found out that they were keeping files from you, because they're still redacting files that you...
Chairman, are we going to recess for votes?
Yes, we are.
I'm submitting for unanimous consent a document of 17 individuals who've resigned because of the Epstein files.
Without objection. Just want to check on how much time we have left in votes. But one thing I've learned here of late that they'll wait on us.
I have a UC.
Ms. Crockett from Texas is recognized for UC.
Thank you so much. Donald Trump's approval rating.
I think Bondi might get shit canned after this, but who knows? Breaking, Bondi appears to have just committed a federal crime by lying under oath. Ted Lieu just caught her in a lie and called her for her resignation on live television. We got to make a bigger stink about this, okay?
Implodes on his strongest issue. This is from Newsweek today. It says 40% of people approve of Trump's handling of immigration and border security, while 60% disapprove.
Without objection,
that is a
admitted.
net drop
Now I recognize the gentleman
20.
from California, Mr. Lieu.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here today. I'm going to show you two photos.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you two photos of former Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. Under the law Congress passed, you were allowed to redact photos to protect the victims of Epstein's sex trafficking operation. You redacted the photos of this victim's face because you were following the congressional law. Is that correct?
I'm sorry that we redacted the victim's
Because you were
face?
following the congressional law, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You have now established that we
Smart. This is smart. He comes in. He comes in with a point of agreement to, like, you know, disarm the opponent.
The photos back up.
This is a lie detector technique almost, where you ask for control questions, right? Like basic questions that you're gonna fucking answer. Let's see where he goes.
And we are looking at a sex trafficking victim. Under the Federal Victims Trafficking Protection Act, not only is Jeffrey Epstein guilty, but anyone who patronizes Epstein's sex operation is also guilty of a crime. That's why I find it absolutely despicable that you sought to protect Epstein's clients, like former Prince Andrew. Last July, you closed the case on Epstein's abusers. The July 2025 memo from your Department of Justice stated, quote, "We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties." These two photos, please put the photos back up. These two photos staring you in the face are evidence of a crime and more than enough evidence to predicate an investigation against former Prince Andrew. So I ask you, Attorney General Pam Bondi, why did you shut down this investigation last July, and why have you...
Ooh! Okay, Ted. Okay, Ted. See? They're all sharks at the end of the day, but when they see blood in the water, they fucking cook. I would love to see how Asmongold defends this shit, by the way.
You not prosecuted former Prince Andrew?
I don't believe you asked Merrick Garland these questions when he was Attorney General and set before.
I agree with you.
You twice.
I'm reclaiming my time.
Never
I agree with
mentioned
you. I agree with you. During
Were
the
you not here
during
then?
the Biden administration, I called for people looking at Epstein files. Merrick Garland dropped the ball, as did Attorney General Bill Barr, as did Alex Acosta, a whole string of failures. But you are in charge. You have the power to change things, to hold these men accountable, and you're doing the opposite. You're protecting.
These guys have no you, by the way. All they got is no you. What? Epstein is a white people thing? Oh wait. Okay, dude. Who cares right now? Come on.
So I want to move on to another man.
Can I answer
Donald
that,
Trump.
though?
I want to move on to another
Can I
question.
answer your question about protecting
You
Prince
answered the
Andrew?
question.
You're saying no. I love this.
I want to discuss another man, Donald Trump, who is all over the Epstein files, like former Prince. Here's the video. Like former Prince Andrew.
They're just besties. They're besties. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess it's illegal to be friends now. Well, yeah, with the international sex trafficker, yeah.
Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent president.
That's so funny. Dude, you're literally sitting on a Judiciary Committee hearing because you redacted Donald Trump's name alongside numerous prolific international billionaire pedophiles. It's not exactly a moment where you can defend the transparency of the fucking administration. Oh, what a crock of absolute dog shit.
Presidency. He's the one that asked that those files.
And she just keeps deflecting too whenever they're like, hey, notice how you protected international sex traffickers? Like over and over again. And she's like, well, this is the most transparent administration.
Reclaim my time.
This is also kind of Israel. This is like Israel, the most moral nation.
Your answer. You said there's no evidence.
Trump asked
Chairman, please stop the clock.
Stop the clock. The legislation. This is
Time belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay. I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is on videotape. You said there's no evidence of a crime. I'm showing you.
She's like, oh, you committed perjury just now. She's like, don't you ever. What are you going to do about it? Because you did do that. Oh, my God. Oh, let's go. Oh, please, please, R.I.P. Bozo. Please, I can't wait.
A witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop a limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell, so should the men who patronized his operation. And as we sit here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
The gentleman has expired.
May I respond?
Yeah, I don't know how you respond. No one can.
I did not ask a question, Ms.
Go ahead, you're allowed to.
I did not ask a question.
Crime in California. He does not want to talk about.
I did not ask a question.
Oh my God, dude, her answer literally always is like, well, what about crime in California? What about this? Dude, this is, I can't believe I'm saying this because we're seeing this currently at the national stage play out. Debate pedophilia. This is the highest state of debate pervertry, which is debate pedophilia. Fucking awesome. You can't hit this. You can't hit this if you're not Trump. This is a Trumpian response, right? No you, over and over again. Only Trump gets to do that. And even on the Epstein stuff, Trump can't do that either. Because guess what? The no you can't be fucking worse. I mean, or the no you, when you do no you, it has to be worse overall than what you are covering up. When someone calls you a pedophile or a pedophile protector, you can't turn around and say, okay, well, you like domestic abuse, for example. Do you see what I mean? Like, you can't turn around and go, well, you're saying that I'm like protecting pedophiles, but what about your crimes against small businesses? You know what I mean? Like, that's not going to work. That's not going to work at all. It's ironic because I experienced one of these like debate pedophiles earlier, right? One of the things that I was, here's an example, right? Here's a fucking example. Here's a glaringly obvious example of this no you defense not actually working and falling flat on its fucking face. Where is it? Let me find it real quick. Here. You're in a sex cult led by a pedophile streamer. The day he goes Republican, you will too. You didn't care when he boosted Sam Hyde, Nick Fuentes, or Lauren Southern. Don't talk to me about obeying in advance. Vote blue no matter who got us into this mess. How many Groyper accounts have you retweeted and signal boosted? Does know you work there? You think? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's the same exact strategy. It doesn't work. At least for the time being.
From Tennessee's recognized.
Pedophilia still has a lot of stigma, luckily. It's kind of going away, but at least it has a lot of stigma. Just so I can feel something, can you please zoom in on Bondi's awful roots? Her cosmetologist clearly hates her and I need to feel something. Okay. No.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce for the record a letter to Director Gabbard from Mr. Warner and Mr. Himes, and a letter of response from her to them about who invited her to Atlanta, and a copy of the search warrant. And I'd also like to just make clear for the record The reason people in Memphis weren't going out was because the ice was on the ground and we were afraid we'd fall. But other than that, we go out all the time.
Your worst take yet? Rude? What? That no you as a defense only works if the no you that you're deflecting away from has to be a higher fucking crime in general. 100%. Oh no, let us roast her roots? Okay, calm down.
Gentlemen, without objection, there's unanimous consent. The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney General Bondi, according to your department, a child is sexually abused in the United States every 9 minutes, and the vast majority of survivors never get justice. And that's one of the reasons why I think the Epstein case has resonated so deeply with so many Americans. And the other reason, I think, is because it has revealed a two-tiered system of justice. And the powerful are protected, and the survivors rarely get any accountability. And the Epstein files contain evidence of a multi-decade international criminal conspiracy involving some of the wealthiest and the most powerful people in the world. There's evidence of financial crimes, political corruption, sex trafficking, and of course, horrible sexual abuse. And I want to remind everybody, this isn't a game. These are real people, people who have suffered, who are sitting here with us today, and they deserve answers and they deserve accountability. And I'm here to try to get some for them. Now, I've seen some of the unredacted Epstein files, and obviously, as you know, President Trump's name is all over them, but so are the names of other senior Trump officials: Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce; John Phelan, the Secretary of the Navy; and Stephen Feinberg, the Deputy Secretary of Defense. These men were appointed by President Trump to senior positions in his administration. All of them have clear and confirmed ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Attorney General Bondi, yes or no, has the Justice Department asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Epstein?
Excuse me. Secretary Lutnick has addressed those ties himself.
I'm asking you, has the Justice Department specifically asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
He has addressed those ties himself.
Has the DOJ asked Secretary Phelan about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
I don't know whether he has addressed those or not.
Has the deputy,
I like that. Oh, he's addressed it himself. Okay. But you're the Department of Justice. Like, fuck you mean he's addressed it himself? It doesn't matter if he's addressed it himself. You need to be conducting an investigation. It's like someone is suspected of doing a drunk driving, okay? Someone is suspected of killing someone in a drunk driving incident, okay? You ask the DOJ, have you prosecuted this person for drunk driving? You go, well, he came out and said he was drunk driving. Oh, okay. I guess no need then. I didn't realize if the fucking pedophile protector himself says he was actually homies with the pedophile, then you don't have to conduct any additional investigation into it. Mystery solved, I guess. The fuck? What are we doing? New Israel connection just dropped. The ditch gained access to Jeffrey Epstein's FedEx account. Records show it was used for shipments long after his death in an address book, including a senior Israeli military officer now considered a strategic consultant for diplomatic matters. Wait, what? I don't know what this is, but we'll look at this later.
Deputy Secretary Feinberg talked to the Department of Justice about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Yes or no? Has the Department of Justice talked to Deputy Secretary Feinberg about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein, which are clearly spelled out in the files? It's a very simple question. It's not a trick question. I'm just asking you.
Yeah, I'm stunned that you want to continue talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Epstein
Okay, I'm reclaiming my time. I'm asking you not a trick question, a simple question. Okay, so what is clear is we have evidence.
Do you know who Chris Malin is?
We have evidence that 3 senior officials within the Trump administration have ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And what
does ties mean?
I can conclude.
What
does ties mean? I don't know. Fucking hanging out with him, or saying he was a good guy, or saying he liked them young, just like I do. You know, things like that, I think, are pretty fucking deep. I mean, those are deeply held ties that you have with a guy. Sending him a birthday gift where you doodled a naked woman. I mean, with Donald Trump, the ties are so deep that it was, as far as we knew, until Jamie Raskin's new revelation, 38,000 times. It's a tie so deep that the authorities that were investigating Jeffrey Epstein sought out Donald Trump's name at least 38,000 fucking times. Now Jamie Raskin says it's actually over 1 million times. It's pretty fucking big, don't you think? I mean, it's pretty significant. That's crazy. I mean, how many times have you guys been mentioned in the Epstein files? 0. I've been mentioned 0 times. Donald Trump, million, potentially. I'm sorry, but, you know, that means that there should be a deeper investigation. As a matter of fact, there has been a deeper investigation.
But you are saying that you have not talked to them.
What does ties mean?
I think Americans would be shocked to learn that you are not interested in talking with these officials who have ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
What does
across
ties
the
mean?
world,
Can you define that?
across the world,
Can you
prominent
define
men
ties?
who've been exposed in the files have resigned their jobs in disgrace, and that's a good first start. And that same
Disgrace is
standard,
not saying the word
this
Chris
same
Malin.
standard should apply here. And Americans want accountability.
Who is Chris Malin?
Was the president
he?
aware? Please stop talking. It is not your time to ask
was
questions. It is not your time. I'm reclaiming my time, Mr. Chair.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Vermont.
Was the president aware of Secretary Lutnick's ties to Epstein when he chose him to lead the Department of Commerce? Was he aware?
Chris Malin was a Border Patrol agent.
Okay, so I'm going to conclude that the president, in fact, did know about his ties because he was the next door neighbor.
Shame on you.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
You're
this
from
is
a tiny,
pathetic. This
beautiful
is
state.
pathetic, Mr.
Committee will
Chair.
be in order.
I am not asking trick questions here.
You
The
got your
American
5
people have a right to know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration. This is not a game, Secretary.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell. By 2008, we knew that Epstein was a convicted sexual abuser. And we now know that Lutnick went to Epstein's Island in 2012. How was that not a deal breaker for the president? And why aren't you asking questions of the Commerce Secretary about what he saw?
Yeah, you're the Attorney General. Half of the fucking cabinet is staffed by Jeffrey Epstein affiliate pedophiles. It's crazy. As the Attorney General, I know that it's not fashionable to bring this up because it seems like it harkens back to a totally different time where there was at least like some degree of separation aesthetically between the Attorney General, like the DOJ, the Department of Justice, and the presidency. But that is kind of still, in theory, what is supposed to happen, right? So it's perfectly valid to ask the primary investigator in charge of all of these investigations why they didn't investigate any of the fucking deeply held connections between half of the goddamn pedophile cabinet that Donald Trump maintains and Jeffrey fucking Epstein. These are good questions to ask, by the way. It's important to ask them directly to Pam Bondi, and it's good that these clips are out there, okay?
When he was at the island, which he lied about, not ever going to. Why are you not asking these questions? And I see that my time is almost.
This is such a slam dunk. This is such a fucking slam dunk that it actually compromises multiple people. First of all, Pam Bondi has perjured herself, both in this setting and in the past as well. Kash Patel has perjured himself. Like, now you can demand course corrections. You can demand accountability. You can be like, yep, fire these people. You can go to the Republican Party. Howard Lutnick has lied over and over again. This is surprisingly one of the more pedophilic administrations that we have. It's ironic because like Obama still had plenty of pedophile affiliates in his cabinet. We know this, okay? Probably less than, definitely less than Donald Trump. Bill Clinton himself is just like Donald Trump, directly affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein. Her acting this way during her hearings as career-ending lawyers, regardless of political party, deeply care about optics, and the reason ACB was confirmed, even though she's a liar and sucks. It's pretty crazy that, like, although all of the administrations have had like plenty of Epstein affiliates in their cabinet, the Trump one still rises above. I mean, it still goes above and beyond with how many pedophiles and how affiliated said pedophiles were. Pam Bondi's unhinged performance in a congressional hearing today was not because she was protecting Trump. It's because Bondi's protecting herself. She's clearly implicated in Epstein scandal, given she served. No. I also used to think that. I don't think she's like personally a part of the cover up. I used to. Well, now she is. She is now, but I don't think she was back then. I think her timeline her timeline in Florida, it doesn't match up with any of the Epstein investigations, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong. Pam Bondi is jester maxing and currently being frame mogged by the House Judiciary Committee. She's experiencing visible cortisol spikes as she continues to get fact mogged while perjury maxing, zero composure gains, getting reclamation mogged every 45 seconds for filibuster maxing. Nice. The hearing has returned from recess. Bondi is getting truth cucked into another dimension by the committee and still appears to be high inhib despite likely turbo coping and panic loading deflection fuel during lunch. What is this? Is this real? Is Charlie back? Are we carrying the flame? Hold on. Carrying the flame, bros. It's not over. It's not over. I see his beautiful face everywhere, dude. I see it everywhere I look. He is Charlie Kirk. Charlie hasn't stopped serving our country. My God. What a legend.
Expired. So I will say this. Do the right thing, Attorney General. Meet with the survivors. They have been asking for a year. Meet with the survivors. Do the right thing. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
May I have 20 seconds of his time?
That'll be up to the gentleman, but...
Absolutely, Madam
Thank you. Thank you. I was curious if you, Congresswoman, asked Bill Clinton that. Didn't see...
What about Bill Clinton? That's awesome. It's just no you. She's like a baby. A child's brain. No you. No, you over and over again. It's like, well, you're on trial right now. Like, this is a fucking House Judiciary Committee asking you, what made people believe that? Because this is not like a direct trial, but it's similar to a trial setting, right? Like, there are some rules around like perjury, things of that nature, right? Because it's a congressional hearing. What's really funny about this is, like, this is the equivalent of sitting at your own trial and in your defense, like you're on trial for a murder, okay? You're on trial for a double homicide. And you turn around and go, well, Your Honor, what about all the times where I didn't commit homicide? Or turning around and saying, well, Your Honor, murders go unprosecuted every day. Why am I the difference here? Why am I the exception here? It's like, dog, it's over. You're sitting on a fucking trial for your own murder defense. If this is the defense you're launching, it's over for you. It's done. You're going to fucking prison. Like, imagine being like, well, Your Honor, OJ got away with it. Why can't I?
One tweet, not one. I didn't see one tweet when Joe Biden was in office about Bill Clinton. Didn't ask Merrick Garland anything about Epstein, not once when he was.
Weak sauce.
And also, I want the record to reflect that, you know, with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution.
Anti-Semitic culture? Hey, yo! Woo! Keep at it. Oh, that's awesome. I hope she used this. I hope she deployed this even more. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That's fucking awesome. Anti-Semitism defense? What's next? Is she going to fucking tie this to like, well, Jeffrey Epstein was a Jewish man. Pam Bondi randomly accuses Representative Becca Balin of being anti-Semitic because of some random vote about Israel. Recca Balin is Jewish and her grandfather died in the Holocaust. Oh, I didn't even know that. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That makes it so much worse. Oh, my fucking God. Oh, that's crazy. Pam Bondi using allegations of anti-Semitism to avoid accountability for a secretive conspiracy is cultural appropriation. That's fucking insane.
He is Jewish. I just want to be clear.
Do you want to go there, Attorney General? Or do you want to go there? Are you serious? Talking about anti-Semitism to a woman who lost her grandfather in the Holocaust?
My time.
Really?
The committee will be in order.
Oh, it's spectacular.
Condemning.
Oh,
he is Jewish. I just want to be clear.
Do you want to go there, Attorney General? Or do you want to go there? Are you serious? Talking about anti-Semitism to a woman who lost her grandfather in the Holocaust?
My time.
Really?
Oh, that's so sick. Like many pro-Israel conservatives, Pam Bondi spent the last 5 years screeching about liberals who call all their opponents bigots and racist, but now she goes around casually branding people anti-Semites, even Jewish pro-Israel congresswomen with family Holocaust deaths. Which, by the way, it makes it even funnier because Balin, too, in an interview with VT Digger on Wednesday, reiterated that she believes Israel has a right to defend itself, said she believes the U.S. should continue offering Israel military aid in order to do so. Israel is literally surrounded by countries that want to destroy it. So, like, It's not even some like anti-Zionist. It's not even some fucking anti-Zionist congressperson that she's calling an anti-Semite. It's awesome. Wow. That's a visible cortisol spike. Let's be real. It's AIPAC versus AIPAC violence. Also, access to all the info in the world and didn't fucking look up her background. Remember how angry you were in the beginning of the stream and look at how happy we are. I mean, dude, it's not every day where you get to see a shellacking of this sort, of this magnitude, you know? And by the way, this should be proof that I am not a fucking... I am not like a silly person. If a Democrat is doing the right thing, even if I don't agree with all this other shit that they do, I'm still going to fucking give them props. Okay? I want the Democrats to do more stuff like this. Okay? That's it. This is a fucking disastrous spectacle for the Republican Party. A disaster of epic proportions. Holy fuck. And we only have it because the Democrats are doing the right thing. They're holding to account the Republican Party, at least when it comes to defending pedophiles, like defending elite pedophiles, okay? Just start your own country then. Who are you talking to? I'm confused. Also, the only reason why we're doing this is because, like, obviously the Republicans themselves are mad at the Republican Party for their, you know, mishandling of this stuff, or not even mishandling, but like deliberate obfuscations.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I seek unanimous consent to introduce into the record the research that Representative Kamlager-Dove and I referenced concerning the threat of right-wing domestic terrorism, which the Department of Justice scrubbed from its website in September.
Without objection, the gentlelady from
Thank
Texas
you.
is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And to be clear, I'm not going to ask any questions of this witness because this witness has revealed that she has no intentions of answering questions. But instead, I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Ballant, if she will answer right or wrong, raping children.
Wrong.
Right or wrong, killing random citizens.
Definitely wrong.
Right or wrong, enriching yourself as the sitting president of the United States.
Definitely wrong.
Okay, thank you, because I probably never would have got that with our witness. Our witness who somehow is a lawyer but does not understand how it works with witnesses. I'm not really sure what law school she went to and what all kind of cases she tried, but typically when you come into a space and somebody's a witness, then they sit there and they answer questions instead of asking questions. And then we also have this objection that we use as lawyers called non-responsive when a witness fails to actually answer the question. But nevertheless, let me address the survivors because that's exactly who they are. They are not victims, they are survivors. Let me say thank you for having more courage and moral clarity in your pinky fingers than the entire Department of Justice. We are currently the laughing stock of the world, partially because of the failed leadership within the DOJ as we see kings and queens falling everywhere around the world. But we don't know the basics of right and wrong in this country because it's not about partisanship. And that's why I applaud Thomas Massie, because he's the only person on the Republican side that has a backbone and knows how to stand up to corruption. But nevertheless, let me keep going. My Democratic colleagues have been attacked this entire committee hearing. They have been lied on. And frankly, the American people weren't looking for that. They were looking for answers about the corruption that they see coming from this administration. In the written testimony of this witness, of this particular witness, she stated that when she took office, she had two main goals. The first was to end the weaponization of justice, and second, to return the department to its core mission. Not only have you lied about both, you've intentionally done the exact opposite. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting journalists than you are prosecuting pedophiles and creeps. In fact, your boss, the president of the United States.
By the way, this is precisely the reason why I said back in the day when Jasmine Crockett was like first coming out to say she was going to run for Senate, that like she would be a very good candidate if she wasn't a fucking establishment Democrat in her policies. Okay? Like this moment right here, this uninterrupted 2-minute and 32-second moment right here is exactly why I said like she has the capabilities of launching a decent opposition to the Republicans. The only issue I have with her is that her policies are fucking dog shit. Like she has the aesthetics, she has the fire, she can actually conduct herself this way. It's just what she is conducting herself in the direction of is horrible, old ass, completely broken third way neoliberalism politics. Like this is the problem. This is the issue that I have with her. She's good at being a partisan attack dog. Not even like I just wish that she like if she wasn't if she was like anti-genocide, for example. Okay, if she was anti-genocide, if she was anti-Israel, if she was anti-corporate Democrats, like she could be a really reliable. She could be a really fucking reliable senator in Texas. She could even win potentially, or anti-crypto too. Anti-crypto is like the. By the way, ironically enough, anti-crypto is even less popular than Israel, and Israel's popularity is dog shit, as we know. And she's pro-crypto. It's crazy.
States stated that this administration, quote, took the freedom of speech away. And at your direction, DOJ has arrested Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. And I might add that y'all actually had a judge that rejected y'all for trying to arrest Don Lemon before, just like the grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Kelly, just like a grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Slotkin, just like the case against Tish James was dismissed and the case against Mr. Comey was dismissed. I completely don't get how it is that you're sitting at the top of DOJ because you don't seem to be good at your job. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting these journalists. In fact, we know after Georgia Fort and Don Lemon were arrested, we know that there were homes of journalists that were raided. We know that threatened prosecution against students protesting your actions and forced tech companies to remove apps used to track ISIS activities. But let's circle back to you protecting pedophiles and creeps, because I want to talk about the president and his possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I don't know what the president might have done with Jeffrey Epstein, but unlike this administration, I believe that facts matter. So let's talk about the facts. Fact number one, Donald Trump is one of the most named people in the Epstein files. At least 5,000 files contains more than 38,000 references to Trump, his wife, or Mar-a-Lago. Fact number two, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell made young girls available to Trump on multiple occasions. For example, according to this file, Ghislaine Maxwell presented a young girl to President Trump who spent more than 20 minutes apparently flirting with her. Here's another example. This shows notes from FBI investigators that describe Jeffrey Epstein transporting a victim to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump, where he bragged to Trump that, quote, this is a good one. Now, I'm not saying that the president is a pedophile, but there is a lot of evidence in these files that suggests that he's very close friends with a lot of men who are pedophiles. What's crazy about all of this is just that this is a big cover-up, and this administration is engaged in it. In fact, this administration is complicit. But there are numerous others, like how the DOJ is attempting to obstruct justice in the investigation of the rogue agents who have murdered American citizens, or how the DOJ seized voter data from Fulton County in an attempt to steal the 2026 midterm elections, or how federal agents have Tom Homan on tape accepting a bribe and your agency killed the investigation, or how your agency is ready to give the president a $230 million payday, which is unconstitutional. The Constitution is clear. The president shall not receive any payment except his salary while in office. The fact of the matter is that you will be remembered as one of the worst attorney generals in history, an attorney general who has prioritized obstruction over justice, corruption over the law, fealty to the president over loyalty to the Constitution. And Mr. Chairman, I will yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized. Excuse me, gentleman from Kansas, the Attorney General, former Attorney General, Mr. Schmidt is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and General Bondi, thanks for being here. Did you have anything you wanted to say before we talk?
I do. Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, my friend, for many years. I find it interesting that she didn't even want to try, Congresswoman Crockett, to ask any questions, because she certainly did not condemn her leader, Hakeem Jeffries, for taking money from Jeffrey Epstein after Epstein was convicted. And I will be brief to give you your time, Congressman. This is what she didn't want to talk about. Texas, from Cuba, convicted, homicide, arson, weapon offense.
Convicted. So what we talking about? Convict Texas, some of these perpetrators homicide. That rape these women that are sitting behind you, that you refuse to even acknowledge they are here.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Chairman, could I have a few seconds back to make up for the yelling? Thank you. General, did you have anything further to say?
Texas, convicted of homicide, Cecil Joseph from Dominican Republic. Texas, convicted for kidnapping, rape, Khalid Khan from Afghanistan. That's why they want to talk about Epstein and not what's happening in their own states.
What are you talking about? They're convicted. The whole point is Jeffrey Epstein and Jeffrey Epstein's affiliates are not. That's not how this works. You can't go, hey, look at all these people that look at all these people who have been convicted under your watchful eye. Please stop looking at the non-convicted elite pedophiles I'm defending now.
Thank you, General, and thank you for being here. And this has been quite a spectacle to observe today. I think it's sad. I ran for Congress because I thought we had serious problems in this country we wanted to try to fix together. And this performance today, not yours, General, but some of my colleagues, has not shored up my confidence that we are up to the task. You and I served together for 8 years when you were Attorney General of Florida and I in Kansas. You served professionally. I'm glad to be able to serve with you in these new roles. And
The unanimous consent?
Yes, please.
All right, the gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I have a few unanimous consent requests. I would like to submit into the record this New York Times article titled Alex Pretty's Friends and Family Denounce Sickening Lies About His Life. I also would like to submit this Daily Mail exclusive interview with Vice President J.D. Vance titled J.D. Vance Refuses to Apologize to Alex Pretty's Family After Spreading ICE Assassin Claim. One more. My last submission request is a New York Times article titled FBI Agent Who Tried to Investigate ICE Officer in Shooting Resigns.
Without objection.
Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, I think you and pretty much everybody else here and throughout the country believes that convicted sex offenders don't deserve special treatment or privileges in prison. And yet Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator, received perk after perk in prison. In July, she had a 2-day interview with your deputy and President Trump's former defense attorney, Todd Blanche. Just days after—
Love it. What do I always say? You got to bring that up. It's journalistic malpractice that many journalists don't bring that fact up. Very, very important.
After that, Maxwell was transferred from a federal correctional institution in Florida to a minimum security camp in Texas, which she, as a sex offender, would normally be ineligible for. At this new facility, as the ranking member talked about, and by the way, it's nicknamed Club Fed, we've heard reports that she's been afforded special privileges: puppy time, private workouts, personal mail, secretarial services. Attorney General Bondi, does a convicted sex offender like Ghislaine Maxwell deserve special treatment and privileges in prison? Yes or no?
Let me be crystal clear on this. No. And
Thank you.
Let me keep going. No, let me keep going.
Perfect. Well, I
did not know she was being transferred.
I asked you yes or no.
She was not transferred to a lower
Mr. Chairman,
level.
please stop the clock and remind the witness of the rules. One rule she needs to understand.
And I'm glad that we're agreeing. So when we're agreeing, we can move on to some other things.
When
but
we're
I
not
want you to know that every time she does get these perks, and it's been publicly reported, that the folks she's abused, the survivors who are sitting here, they see themselves as being denied justice. They feel re-traumatized. And I'm glad that we agree on that. But she should not be in that prison. And she needs to be moved back to a maximum security prison as soon as possible. But what she has told another committee here is that she won't cooperate with them unless she gets clemency from Donald Trump. It's just crazy to consider that she can be wielding this kind of influence within the administration. But that begs the question, who ordered her to be transferred to the minimum security prison that she was ineligible for? Who signed off on the special privileges? Was it Mr. Blanche? Was it one of your other subordinates? So please, can you tell us who sent her there, since you don't agree she should be there?
I said I do not agree she should receive special treatment. She was transferred, I learned after the fact, to the same level facility, and that is a question for the Bureau of Prisons. I was not involved in that at all. The same level facility, I don't know why, but you know, instead of talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, who hopefully will die in prison, you should be talking about Irina Zarutska.
I have a couple of—
Wait, you can't say that, dumbass. You're the fucking attorney general. What are these people doing? I'm not a process liberal by any means, but like, she currently has a fucking appeals case. Can she even fucking say that as the attorney general? Do these people not realize that they are, like, when they say stuff, it's a matter of the law. Like, you are the highest law enforcement officer in the country. This is an opportunity for a competent defense team to use your words.
Right on a subway.
Right, and I absolutely...
You don't talk about that.
I have been talking about it and actually helping with these issues. But we're going to move back to you.
I bet we are.
Yes, of course, because you're here to testify. That's what the whole point of this endeavor is. So, of course, we're moving back to you. It is all about you. So, as we've heard, she took the fifth in response to every single question in that committee hearing. And her lawyer dangled the offer of clemency. Should Donald Trump pardon or commute her sentence? Should she be released from prison, yes or no? You said you hope she dies there, so I'm hoping the answer is no.
I already answered that question.
Good. I'm very glad. I really like this bipartisan agreement about
when
what
it
should
agrees
happen
with you. But you don't want to talk about Irina Zarutska. You don't want to talk about
I talk about
murdered
her all
by
the
a
time,
violent crime
but
offender
I am not
in
here
your
to
jurisdiction.
testify before Congress. You are. That is your job today.
You're
That's what you're getting paid
obsessed
for.
with attack.
I want you to know that your own DOJ employee, he's recently been demoted and had some other problems, advises on pardons. Do you think he will be advising Mr. Trump on any kind of clemency or pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell?
I'm not going to speculate, and you couldn't even identify properly. That's why you don't want to talk about Irina Zarutska. You couldn't properly identify her relative.
I absolutely
it's embarrassing.
Have been, and her family, by the way, appreciates all of the condolences, all of the help, everything that our law enforcement in North Carolina has been doing to help her family. Her family feels well treated. Thank you, and I yield back.
Ms. Lady yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Her family is also literally says stop using Irina's death in order to do like racial agitative propaganda. But that hasn't, of course, stopped the Republicans from doing so regardless. It's pretty insane. God, these people are so fucking... They're such evil monsters, man. We gotta punish them. We have to punish them. Please, 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 we have to punish them. Pam Bondi, she has to go to prison.
Work to be done in that area, but I want to thank the Attorney General for her great work in the first year on the job, and I want to thank you for being here. With that, I would yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome Attorney General Bondi. You've got the best lawyer's job in America because your mission is justice and your clients are the American people. But to promote justice for the people, you've got to listen to the victims, like the women seated behind you today. Those are just some of the hundreds of survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's global sex trafficking ring who are demanding that the truth be told and are demanding accountability for the abusers who trafficked and raped them. You still haven't met with these survivors. So with their permission, let me introduce to you the survivors and late survivors' family members who are present today. There's Teresa Helm, there's Jess Michaels, Laura Bloom McGee, Danny Bensky, Liz Stein, Marina Lacerda, Sky and Amanda Roberts, who are the family of the late Virginia Giuffre, Charlene Richard, and Lisa Phillips. Now, you're not showing a lot of interest in the victims, Madam Attorney General, whether it's Epstein's human trafficking ring or the homicidal governmental violence against citizens in Minneapolis. As Attorney General, you're siding with the perpetrators and you're ignoring the victims. That will be your legacy unless you act quickly to change course. You're running a massive Epstein cover-up right out of the Department of Justice. You've been ordered by subpoena and by Congress to turn over 6 million documents, photographs, and videos in the Epstein files, but you've turned over only 3 million. You say you're not turning over the other 3 million because they're somehow duplicative, but we know that there are actual memos of victim statements in there, and you also took down the Department of Justice's prosecution memo from 2019. So it's clearly not all duplicative, but even if it were, why not release it? Just release all the duplicative stuff. In the half you did produce, You redacted the names of abusers, enablers, accomplices, and co-conspirators, apparently to spare them embarrassment and disgrace, which is the exact opposite of what the law ordered you to do. Even worse, you shockingly failed to redact many of the victims' names, which is what you were ordered to do by Congress. Some of the victims had come forward publicly, but many had not. Many had kept their torment private, even from family and friends, but you published their names, their identities, their images on thousands of pages for the world to see. So you ignored the law, and even with over 100,000 employees at your disposal, you acted with some mixture of staggering incompetence, cold indifference, and jaded cruelty towards more than 1,000 victims raped, abused, and trafficked. This performance screams cover-up. Convicted sex trafficker and groomer Ghislaine Maxwell opened the gates of hell to Virginia Giuffre and hundreds of other victims, as Virginia recorded in her remarkable book, Nobody's Girl. But when Maxwell was subpoenaed to come testify before Congress, you and Todd Blanche quickly moved her from a higher security prison to a minimum security camp in Texas, where she's enjoyed 5-star treatment, including catered meals, private gym time, and access to a therapy puppy. All because Todd Blanche, who's utterly failed to investigate the monstrous crimes of Epstein and Maxwell's co-conspirators, spent 9 hours with Maxwell and satisfied himself that she would have nothing untoward to say about Donald Trump, which is your only real interest in the matter, based on institutional performance. But abandoning victims and coddling perpetrators is what you do best. When the FBI opened a criminal investigation into the brutal killing in Minneapolis of Renee Good, a poet and 37-year-old mother of 3, by Trump's masked paramilitary ICE agents, you shut it down. You claim you're investigating the cold-blooded murder of Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse at the VA. But how can we trust the administration when the president and Kristi Noem call Preddy a domestic terrorist and Stephen Miller called him a would-be assassin? Not only do you refuse to share evidence with the state and local investigators and prosecutors in Minnesota, you have blocked their access to the crime scene and the evidence. How are you seeking justice for Marimar Martinez, the Montessori school teacher in Chicago who was shot 5 times by a Border Patrol agent who bragged about it on text? Or the family of Keith Porter, a father of 2 shot and killed by an off-duty ICE agent in LA? Or the family of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, shot and killed in Illinois minutes after he dropped his kids off at school? There's no sign of any movement at the Department of Justice. You even launched a criminal investigation into Renee Good's grieving widow. How sick is that?
Yeah.
But it's even worse. You've turned the People's Department of Justice into Trump's instrument of revenge. Trump orders up prosecutions like pizza, and you deliver every time. He tells you to go after James Comey, Letitia James, Lisa Cook, and Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve Board, and members of Congress like Adam Schiff, Mark Kelly, Alyssa Slotkin, Chrissy Houlihan, Jason Crow, Chris DeLuzio, and Maggie Goodlander, to name a few, and you snap to it. You replace real prosecutors with counterfeit stooges who robotically do the president's bidding. Nothing in American history comes close to this complete corruption of the justice function and
It is true. Like, the American government has always been a fucking ruthless administrative apparatus that has overseen so much death and destruction. They've engaged in naked corruption from time to time, but never to this severity, never this brazenly. It is genuinely unique. It's just that maybe it's partially because of their incompetence, where they don't even like try to cover it up. Maybe it's a matter of the times. Maybe it's because there's not a lot of investment or interest in holding people to account. I mean, this shit makes Nixon's Watergate look like just a normal day in office. I mean, Donald Trump, the shit that Donald Trump has pulled off on a fucking daily basis, it makes Watergate look like the least corrupt thing of all time. I guess the only reason why Watergate even had impact was because at that time, at that point, there was this notion that like the American government is supposed to be above such endeavors, you know? And because of that, in order to maintain the dignity of the office, like there had to be a resignation. Yeah, it makes Watergate look like stolen office supplies, dude. Bondi is fried. GOP started jump ship. GOP Representative May says she lost all faith in the DOJ over lack of Epstein prosecutions. Soviets existed. So, Asmongold is actually trashing Bondi so hard it's funny to see. Hell yeah. Yeah, baby.
Contamination of federal law enforcement. And the good news is many serious lawyers at DOJ, including some of your own original appointees, have refused your lawless orders. Danielle Sassoon, your original pick for acting U.S. Attorney in Manhattan, resigned.
I told you, total woke victory here. Ugh. Actually, that is a weird thing to say because it's like woke. Back in the day, woke was about being like a kind person, right? Nowadays, it's woke to be anti-pedophilia. What the fuck are we doing? It's just a sign of the times, man. It's gotten so much worse. What the hell are we doing? Yeah, woke is just please follow the law against international pedophilic elite.
Rather than follow your corrupt order to quash an indictment against Mayor Eric Adams as a political favor from Donald Trump. A Federalist Society member who clerked for Justice Scalia, U.S. Attorney Sassoon refused to participate in this blatantly corrupt scheme.
I feel a lack of accountability for these pedos and the protectors a bigger threat to democracy than Trump's authoritarian actions. No, it's not. It plays the same exact role. Legislation could be passed to prevent future authoritarian actions, but if these creeps get away with this, then any legislation is as valuable as toilet paper. No, it's the same thing. It's the same naked corruption. They're trying to deflect from the files so incredibly hard. I hate it here. Your obsession with the Epstein files is a little weird at this point. Oh. Come on, Guy Vermectin, pro-Second Amendment conspiracy theorist, Detroit Red Wings fan, libertarian-ish. I mean, come on.
Her top assistant, Hagen Scotton, an Iraqi war vet and two-time Bronze Star recipient who clerked for Chief Justice Roberts, and then Judge Kavanaugh, promptly resigned too, writing to your office, quote, I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me. You and the president nominated Eric Siebert, a 15-year career prosecutor, to be your U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. But after 5 months of investigating Letitia James and James Comey, he found no evidence to justify criminal charges. So you forced him out. You replaced him with Lindsay Halligan, Trump's personal lawyer from the Mar-a-Lago documents case, who had zero prosecutorial experience and no qualifications. And then you were humiliated when a federal judge found that this corrupt appointment was blatantly unlawful and threw out Halligan's indictments entirely. And grand juries of American citizens have repeatedly rejected your vendettas and baseless indictments brought by the hacks left at DOJ now, with 2 different grand juries in Virginia voting down indictments against Letitia James in a single week. And just yesterday, another grand jury shut down your vendetta factory by rejecting indictments against the 6 members of Congress who had spoken out to remind all service members that they have a duty to refuse illegal orders. You tried to get a grand jury to indict 6 members of Congress who are veterans of our armed forces on charges of seditious conspiracy simply for exercising their First Amendment rights. I hope you will heed the wisdom and the constitutional patriotism of those grand jurors and not try it again by doubling down on that humiliation. As your best lawyers are sacked for having participated in the January 6th case or just flee for the exits now, your new lawyers keep lying in court. In dozens of cases, they've been excoriated for lying to federal judges. Chief Judge Boasberg, right here in D.C., suggested your Department of Justice perpetrated a fraud on the court. Other judges found your statements to be, quote, inexplicably misleading, patently incredible, totally inconsistent, and so disingenuous that the court is left with little confidence that the government can be trusted to tell the truth about anything. Now, as ranking member, I asked the chairman to add a few extra rounds of questions today because we each have 5 hours of questions, not 5 minutes, but we're stuck with 5 minutes. That's clearly insufficient to give voice to America's victims and survivors and to demand answers about all the corruption and cover-ups that we see at DOJ right now. We've got just 1 round, so we ask you politely but firmly, Madam Attorney General, please do not waste 1 second of our precious time by evading questions, by changing the subject, or engaging in personal attacks against members of Congress. We saw your performance in the Senate, and we're not going to accept that. This isn't a game. In the Senate, you brought something with you called a burn book, a binder of smears to attack members personally for doing the people's work of oversight. Please set the burn book aside and answer our questions. And when you hear us reclaim our time, that means it's time for you to stop speaking. We only have 5 minutes, so when we reclaim our time, that means you stop.
Yeah, she didn't hear that. So remember, this was the intro. This was the introductory speech. That's the reason why she's not like able to stop it. Yeah, we're watching it in reverse.
If you don't, we will ask the chair to stop the clock and let you go on his time. The quality of justice in America depends on the character of our government. Please do your job and bring the Department of Justice back from the brink. The survivors seated behind you and the American people watching everywhere deserve a Department of Justice worthy of its name. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, all of the opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness, the Honorable.
How much do you think the claims of these survivors are worth? As the good congressman from Kentucky just pointed out, there were lots of survivors who had decided, for reasons of their own, never to release their names. That determination was represented to people in Congress, and we built it into our federal law that their names could not be released, and yet you published their.
Yeah, this is after the introduction. Now she's going to cook him. Well, not cook him, but like, she's going to say he's a 2-bit failed attorney.
Names, their phone numbers, their addresses, personally identifying information. If Donald Trump can get $10 billion theoretically from the Department of Justice, how much should these people get for a far worse violation of their privacy rights and a far greater danger established to them in their lives?
Do you even know who Chase Mulligan is? You're so obsessed.
Dude, come on. Come on. Dude. Oh my God. Do you know Adam Tarlington? I rest my case. It's like, this is not a fucking, this is not an internet debate, okay? This is a fucking judicial oversight committee hearing in the House about your actions. I don't get it. She doesn't get it. Yeah, I was going to say, it's like, she just keeps thinking like, no, you is going to get her out of this shit. Brain poison.
Obsessed with, you don't, do you?
I'm going to teach you the rules again. You're the Attorney General of the United States. We have rules here.
You're obsessed with him.
You're the Attorney General of the United States.
With
And the rules.
obsessed with
You're obsessed with my man, Donald Trump. You're obsessed with him. Stop using my man, Donald Trump, in vain. He is the Holy Lord. I'll say again. Do you know Connor Tarlington? That's right. Convicted felon. Connor Tarlington, convicted felon. Do you know him? I have different names. I have so many names of different felons in your district.
Donald Trump. You have Trump derangement syndrome.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like my time
Mulligan will be
restored. I'd like my time
next week
restored.
in your district. In your district, and you don't even know about it, about keeping children safe from online predators.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Maryland. The gentleman can proceed.
Yeah, and I want the whole country to look at this, because this is the Attorney General of the United States, whose job is law enforcement. We've never had a witness who has misunderstood our rules and been unable to conform his or her conduct to our rules before. We have only 5 minutes, and so we use our time to ask you specific questions.
How long are you giving me to answer?
Excuse me, I'm not yielding to you right now. I'd like that second restored too. So, Ms. Bondi, the way it works is we ask you a question and you answer it, and if you go off on a wild goose chase, another tangent, you start reading statistics, or you start talking about stuff going on in our district, and by the way, I invite you to my district. Come to my district, but that's not what we're here to do today, okay? So, and you do that, then we're allowed to say we reclaim our time. At that point, you have to be quiet. You have no choice. You have to be quiet. So I hope you understand the rule at this point. Now, here's what I want to ask you. You're in law enforcement. We've seen all kinds of evidence of crimes, And when we go over to the Department of Justice for the 4 computers for every member of Congress, we see more evidence of crimes. Will you create a joint task force of the Department of Justice and governors and state attorney generals and district attorneys across the country to investigate the crimes that have taken place against these victims and more than 1,000 like them? The DOJ is not doing its job. Will you create a task force with state and local law enforcement to make that happen?
Gentlelady can respond if she wants to.
Do you know Mr. Hank Jedediah? He had a jaywalking conviction in your district. He was convicted. I'm not going anywhere with this train of thought. I just want to keep saying names of criminals. Criminals in your district. Oh, you accuse me of engaging in a cover-up of international pedophile elite? Well, guess what? There are criminals in your neighborhood, and they're now in prison.
Thank you, Chairman. He called Chase Mulligan a wild goose chase and didn't even know who he was. He is a defendant in your own district who preyed on girls.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, you know what? If he were part of the Epstein investigation, you wouldn't do anything about it.
Online chat
Jesus Christ.
Rooms and committed sextortion. Yet he didn't even know in your tiny little district who he was.
Mr. Chairman, she's embarrassing you.
He's about to be
This is your committee, and she is embarrassing
Shame
you.
on you.
The amount of resources that have gone into targeting Attorney General James, months of investigations, multiple failed indictments, is astounding. Since your own prosecutors told you that there is not enough evidence to support a conviction, it's clear that you were going after.
Oh yeah, this is Fat Israel. A lot of people falsely said this is Greater Israel. It's not. It's just Israel but fat. Drawn by an Ehud Barak. In front of a Jeffrey Epstein, it looks like potentially a minor victim of Jeffrey Epstein. And in the background is just right there.
After her simply because she held President Trump accountable and he wants to punish her. And she is just one name on a long list of Trump political enemies that DOJ is reportedly targeting. Jerome Powell and Lisa Cook at the Federal Reserve, to James Comey, numerous Democratic members of Congress, John Brennan, Jack Smith, Democratic officials in Minnesota, Chris Krebs, Miles Taylors, and more. And those are just the ones we know about. In contrast to these politically motivated investigations, grasping at something they can charge their enemies with, we now have concrete evidence of disgusting criminality revealed in the Epstein files. So I really have just one question for you. How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No,
Your
you're going to answer the
theatrics are
question the way I
ridiculous.
asked it.
Chairman Jordan, I'm not going to get in the gutter with these people, but I'm going to answer the question.
How many have you indicted?
Again, the time belongs to
Reclaiming my time.
The time belongs.
I think it's very interesting.
Reclaiming my time.
I think it's very interesting.
You can
that
reclaim
he
your
talks
time.
about they indicted. The president said they indicted him twice.
Mr. Chairman, please stop the clock and restore his time.
Okay, here we go with these
Committee will be in order.
theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentleman from New York. We will give you a few more seconds. We will do that. But when you ask a question, the witness gets to answer. You may not like the answer, but she gets to answer.
The question was, how many of Epstein's...
They don't like the answer, Chairman,
my time.
because it's honest. So he asked a 4-minute question.
Restore 45
and
seconds
I
to
am
Mr. Nadler,
going
please,
to
Mr. Chairman.
Answer.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch. Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me
Yeah, I
anything,
did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in order.
Time, and I should get back at least 45 seconds.
We will give you a few more seconds. I said that
Not a few more,
already.
45 seconds.
Okay, I'm timing right now, Mr. Nadler. Go
All
ahead.
right.
My time. The answer to my question, how many of Epstein's co-conspirators has she indicted, is 0. You have been the Attorney General for a whole year, and your DOJ fired the lead prosecutor of this case, sat on evidence this entire time, and claimed falsely last July that there were no more leads. It took an act of Congress for you to finally release part of the Epstein files, and when you did, you included personal information about the victims while protecting the names of abusers.
Time of the gentleman
None
has
of the perpetrators
expired.
have been brought to justice, but enormous resources
Time
have been
of the
dedicated
gentleman
to
has
pursuing Trump's
expired, And
It's
obviously
clear
there
that
was-
under your leadership, the Department of Justice
There
no
was
longer
no
works
question
for the
in
American
there.
people. It works.
Jim Jordan doing what he does best, participating in the cover-up of sex criminals once again. This is the reason why I brought it up earlier. This is what Jim Jordan is good at. This is what he did before he got into Congress. And now we know why he's in the position that he's in. He's Mr. Pedophilia Defender. Ohio pedophiles, too. Once again, this time it's a different Ohio pedophile, but one that was still connected to the previous Ohio pedophilia scandal that he was a participant in.
Donald Trump. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
First, he brought up the president saying they indicted me twice. They sure did. They tried to impeach him twice. And you, Mr. Nadler, were one of the leads on the impeachment. I was on the other side. I lived that with you. During impeachment, you said the president conspired, sought foreign interference in the 2016 election. Robert Mueller found no evidence, none, of foreign interference in 2016. Have you apologized to President Trump? Have you apologized to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump? You all should be apologizing. You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it. You know, all they want to do, the American people need to know this. They are talking about Epstein today. This has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million, and Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history. And none of them asked Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over $50,000. I don't know why.
Oh, fuck yeah. Wow. You're here telling me that my pedophile president, the greatest pedophile of all time, is directing me, his loyal servant, to protect all of his other pedophile butt buddies. Well, I'm here to tell you that those same pedophiles are making so much money on the stock market, sir. Do you understand how much those pedophiles are also getting wealthier in the hands of the pedophile presidency? I'm going to use this excuse as anytime someone asks me why I've done something wrong.
Why you're laughing, you're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
Somebody say you're a sex criminal. What are you going to say? Nuh-uh. Yeah. It turns out we are saying that. Like, we are hearing people say that. It turns out you just say, first you say nuh-uh, and then you say no you. Wait, Melania to big scoop here. This email has been confirmed to be written by Melania Trump. Dear G, how are you? Nice story about Jeffrey Epstein in New York Mag. You look great on picture. I know you are very busy flying all around the world. How was Palm Beach? I cannot wait to go down. Give me a call when you are back in New York. Have a great time. Love, Melania. Remember, we now know that when people say like Melania's a mail order bride or whatever, like, just remember, okay, chill. Just remember that Melania Trump literally was a Jeffrey Epstein, was a Jeffrey Epstein affiliate. Jeffrey Epstein, by way of the guy, what's his name? Jean-Luc Bernard? No, was it Bernard? Whatever. Brunel, Jean-Luc Brunel, was introduced to Donald Trump. Not Mélenchon chatters. No, it's Brunel. Another pedophile sex trafficker who died in prison. What is this? Check out this clip. Stable Ronaldo just streaming, just chatting.
Out Sweden, to be honest. Yeah, and I would love to, but I would love to take all out Sweden, to be honest. That'd be sick.
A child on the road? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
He's dead.
Well, that's his brother right in front of us, I think.
This? Oh, that was a bigger one. Shit.
Oh, I don't know why you sent me that clip, but Stable Ronaldo is very funny. That one anti-Israel lady lost their job. Carrie Prejean Baller has been removed from the President Trump's Religious Liberty Commission. Of course they did. Of course they did. All right, let's continue with this, and we'll get back to that
Jordan,
in a second.
Mr. Jordan.
Committee will be in order.
Mr. Jordan, am I going to get an extra 45 seconds added to my time?
The committee will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. Ms. Bondi, the Attorney General can respond.
Thank you. The Dow has shattered 50,000 for the first time. This is crazy. They said it couldn't be done in 4 years, yet President Trump has done it in 1 year. National median rents have fallen to a 4-year low thanks to Donald Trump. That's why they want to focus on Epstein and our most transparent president in the nation's history. The murder rate, as I said, has plummeted to a 125-year low thanks to Donald Trump. For an unprecedented 9 straight months, there were 0 illegal border crossings at the southern border. That's what we should be focused on.
Oh, my God.
All the great work that this president has done and will continue to do to keep America safe and to make Americans safe.
Quote, if you come for law enforcement, the Trump administration will come for you, end quote. I want to show you just a brief video. It's about 30 seconds, and I'll ask you a couple questions about it.
You guys are disgusting. I'm former law enforcement. You're disgusting. You are the Nazi. You are the Gestapo. You can't see it because you're chasing your pension, right? Pension. Your retirement, right? That's what runs your life, your retirement. The sad thing is they're not even going to get their pension because it's going to be worthless. And shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you. Yeah. Fuck that.
Attorney General Bondi, that man works for you now, right?
Who was that, Congressman?
Oh, my God. Wait, what? Okay, I didn't think they were going there. What? Hey, yo, what?
Just a brief video. It's about 30 seconds, and I'll ask you a couple questions about it.
A January 6er that's calling the cops Nazis is now working for the Department of Justice? Oh, my God.
Who was that, Congressman?
The man in that video, the one who was in the police-worn body.
She's supposed to know every J6er that works for her? I mean, if he can find it, yeah, kind of. Yeah, I think it'd be good to do a background check. You're the fucking Attorney General. What are you talking about, dude? Like, you say shit like this. You say the joke is her office is full of J6ers. You say shit like this, but like, could you get a job if you committed a fucking crime? You know what I mean? You can't even go and work at fucking McDonald's. What are you talking about? Are we just now anti-background check for federal law enforcement now? That's where we're at?
Cam footage, the one allegedly yelling, "Kill him," at police officers on January 6th. His name is Jared Wise.
He does work for us.
He works for you at the Department of Justice.
He does.
This is an individual whom a federal grand jury indicted for 2 felonies and 4 misdemeanors related to his...
He wasn't even randomly there. Bro, he was fucking indicted. Oh my God. Oh, that's so fucking sick, dude. That's awesome. Oh, that's great.
In the attack on January 6th. One of those charges was forcibly assaulting, resisting, opposing, impeding, intimidating, and interfering with police with the intent to commit another felony. This is who you choose as the chief law enforcement officer of the United States of America to hire at the Department of Justice. Someone on video yelling, "Kill him," at police officers, right?
I believe he was pardoned by President Trump.
Oh, he was.
That makes it so much better. Oh, that's awesome. I believe he was pardoned by President Trump. Oh, shit, my bad. Oh, that's so sick. That's so sick. What can you say? I mean, remember, this entire hearing is about Donald Trump misusing the law and defending his buddies, and how the attorney general is basically doing exactly that at his command.
Pardoned. You're right. You're right. Pardoned by President Trump for his offense. Pardoned for yelling "kill him" at police officers. And yet you expect hardworking police officers across the country to believe that you take law enforcement seriously. You could imagine the reaction of so many folks across the country hearing the chief law enforcement officer of the United States refuse to even condemn what that individual whom you've now hired did. But in any event, let's talk a little bit about some of the other divisions within the Department of Justice and what's happened over the last year. You're familiar with the public integrity section of the DOJ's criminal division. I think it's referred to as PIN. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know which presidential administration under which the PIN was first created?
I can tell you what administration that the weaponization was ended under.
I'll reclaim my time. This wasn't a trick question.
You don't get to
Madam Attorney
reclaim
General.
your time.
Madam Attorney General.
Because I don't like it.
Mr. Chairman, will you explain to the witness that he does reclaim his time?
Because I don't answer a question to your satisfaction.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Attorney General, the time belongs to the gentleman from Colorado.
The president under which PIN was created was Gerald Ford. It was created after Watergate. I'm not asking a question, Madam Attorney General. The administration under which it was created was Gerald Ford. When you first started as the Attorney General of the United States, there were 35 people working in that office. There are now 2 people working in that office because you have gutted it. How many people work for the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team in the criminal division today?
Can I answer the question about PIN?
I've asked you a question. How many
You've
people
asked
work?
me a question, but you don't
How
want
many
the
people
answer.
work
I'm not
for the
gonna answer your
National
questions the way you
Cryptocurrency
want.
Enforcement Team? You won't answer how many
I'll
people?
answer PIN.
You.
PIN will not be
you know what?
weaponized.
You know what?
What's
Madam
funny
Attorney
about
General,
this?
I'll say to the chairman.
What's funny about this?
Chairman, you know what the answer is? And I think I
What's
understand
funny
why the
about
Attorney General
this?
does not want to answer the question. Because you eliminated the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team last year. So I understand why you don't want to tell the American people who works there.
Yeah, I
no one
understand
works
why
there
you don't want to
anymore,
talk about
Madam
Mohammed
Attorney
Solomon
General.
in
So,
your district.
In any event,
who
I would
murdered.
I'm not kidding when I say this. I don't think that people are going to sit around and be like, that's based, like she's cooking them. You know what I mean? That's part of the reason why even Asmonfold, from what I understand, is not defending Pam Bondi and saying Pam Bondi's response here has been disastrous.
Mr. Chairman, will you stop the clock so his time is not wasted by the witness?
I've been very generous with allowing extra time when we have these little disputes.
I understand.
You got the time, Mr. Goose?
I might as well.
Yeah, she has this burn book where she has these witty comebacks for every congressperson. I know. And we saw an image of that. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? God damn it. Hold on. Oh, here it is. She literally had their search histories just so she could like attack them on, like she had their search. She looked at their search histories on what they looked in the Epstein files. So she had a counter, and she got the DOJ to pull, the Department of Justice to basically pull information about every single person and their districts and criminals in their districts to bring up criminals doing crime in their districts who are convicted, by the way. No, it's literally, it's a physical, the burn book is not a joke. It's a physical thing. It's unbelievable. Raskin is now demanding an investigation by the IG. Top House Judiciary Dem Rep Raskin says he will demand that the DOJ Inspector General investigate AG Bondi after photos emerged. Representative Jayapal's Epstein file search history and Bondi's burn book she used to rebut them questioning at today's House Judiciary hearing. Yeah. They're so fucking stupid, bro. I mean, they are so dumb. They are so unimaginably dumb. It is unfucking believable. You can joke about Pam Bondi's ridiculous unprofessionalism all you want, but I'm deeply shocked by it. She acts as if she fears absolutely no consequences. I mean, she doesn't. Until the Dems hold their feet to the fucking fire, until there's enough motion from the public too, until you can get the Republicans on board to yell at the Trump administration, which is the only time he actually fucking backs away, there will be no consequences. But I do think in this circumstance, because there's so much curiosity around this story, around this issue, and it's so bipartisan in their divergence from the administration, that I do think that this could be a unique opportunity to get a scalp. What is she supposed to fear? There haven't been any real consequences for rogue or criminal high-level administration officials in a long time, and the Dems haven't indicted any serious desire to impose any. Oh shit. Okay. If the Dems win, we'll likely hear about unity and reconciliation. That'll be the end of it. I hope not. I really, really hope not. But yeah, it is pretty crazy that they're like utilizing all of the powers of the DOJ to I think what's crazy about this is that as of now, Pam Bondi has spent more investigative powers within the DOJ to look into congresspersons asking about her role in the Epstein cover-up than the billionaire pedophiles themselves. That's a good tweet, right? Because it's true. As of now, Pam Bondi has spent more investigative powers within the DOJ to look into the congresspersons asking about her role in the Epstein cover-up than the billionaire pedophiles themselves. Send tweet. You need to take a typing class? No, I don't. I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine and content with the speed in which I type.
People voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
Honestly, Donald's got to get rid of this bitch. He does. Like, one of the best things he could do is just say, like, listen, like,
He's so close. No, he's not. You're a fucking idiot. This is why he's saying it.
We tried, we did.
So you dumb fucks go, oh, a right-winger believes with us. This is one of the things that I fucking hate about the Democrats so much. And you guys also exhibit this lip-tarded ass behavior. Okay? You are such a real sucker for a right-winger agreeing with you. Liberals despise the left, and they love when a right-winger comes on board. Okay? They will do everything and anything in their power to get a right-winger on board. If I said I would rather vote for fucking J.D. Vance over Gavin Newsom as a right-winger, every liberal up and down the timeline would be like, how could we win this guy over? How can we win this guy over? But because I say that as a leftist, that I would rather fucking not vote at that point or vote third party at that point because it's completely beyond me that Gavin Newsom is most likely going to fucking lose to J.D. Vance. They go, how could you say that? You should be shot and killed. That's it. Libtards love. They would hug you and kiss you. Gavin Newsom would invite you on his pod immediately. Yeah, if I said, oh, you know, I'm somewhat sympathetic to Gavin Newsom, but I don't know, I'm a diehard Republican. Gavin Newsom would be like, can you please come on my podcast to talk about this? Can I please convince you? But because I'm a fucking leftist, Gavin Newsom will never do that. And all of these dumbass liberals will also fucking turn around and say, oh, fuck Hasan. He's the opposition. He's the opposition. Bitch, if I was the opposition, you'd be sucking my dick, okay? If I was actually a Republican who votes for the Republican Party, you would be sucking my cock. You'd be going, oh my God, how can we win him over? How can we win him over?
what we needed to do. You know, we thought that she'd be able to do it, and it turns out she's not. We got to get rid of her.
Two people.
Anyway, I'm glad that he's fucking caving on this, though. It proves the point I was making, which is that this is like an unimaginable failure of epic proportions.
I don't understand how anybody could disagree with this. It makes it harder to defend somebody's actions whenever it seems like they're trying to run a gauntlet to defend a weird child sex trafficking ring. It looks really bad. Looks awful. I don't know what to say. I don't understand how anybody...
Professional misunderstanders, the comment section, Hasan statements to trans voters, Democrats don't care about you. They would literally shoot you in the fucking head if it meant that it would secure them electoral wins. What? If it meant that... Yeah, it's true. He's not wrong. Why should I listen to him? Also, trans people that are not in this community, but trans people that are like hyper libbed up, it doesn't matter what I say. You're on the chopping board. Like, you have been on the chopping board. They've chopped you already. Okay? They have. So you can keep getting mad at me, a person who defends you unconditionally, or choose to get mad at your elected representatives. Hi, Hasan, you shocked your dog. That's awesome. 25 likes. 25 fucking followers. Why the fuck are you guys sending me this shit? Like, it ultimately doesn't really matter anyway. Unfortunately, you know, it doesn't really matter because it's not like a massive constituency. What is this? The comment section? Isn't this what you just sent me? He's not wrong. Why should I listen to him literally, like, actively? Totally normal thing to say. Hasan Khan's one of the few people who actually cares about trans people that shouting at his audience did convince me. What an idiot. I can't believe this clown is the face of young leftist politics in America. The projection is off the charts. If it wasn't for dates being shown in the vid, it would be hard to tell if this was old or new clips since Hasan says this sort of shit all the time. Hasan is R-worded. He's an Islamist at this point. Oh, it's true. This is another one of those comments he's going to be claiming was hyperbole in a month. I didn't literally mean they would shoot you. Of course it was hyperbole. You're an idiot. I'm saying that if this was something that the Republicans were advancing Okay. Democrats would figure out a way to concede on it. It's that simple. They did do that. They literally ran to the fucking news media to instantly shift the opposition, shift the blame over to trans people. The reality of the matter is the average person, the average voter doesn't give a fuck about trans people. Okay? It's that simple. Trans people are not a major constituency. And what is this? Hasan is right. The worst people you know. Everyone is mad at this clip. Okay, I'll take it. The immediate hostility when he dared to go against the groupthink law. Hasan never cared about anything except how people are viewing him. Even Kai is shocked about that. I love how they eat themselves. Who knew that the champagne socialist is only champagne and doesn't want to be socialist? What? Bro failed the big purity test. Oh, brother, wait till these guys find out that liberal Democrats oftentimes hate me more than they hate the fucking right. You're already threatening to vote third party 2 years out from an election because you're clearly more committed to battling the caricature of the Democrats that you keep relevant, that you're defeating Republicans who do actual harm. Says a lot about your priorities, too. I love Zoran, by the way. This guy has the audacity to speak on my name. It's fucking crazy. I learned my lesson with John Fetterman, which you clearly didn't, since you worked for him for years, but were ashamed to put it on your Twitter bio. Democrats keep you relevant. This is my favorite fucking argument, by the way. Hey, dumbass, doesn't that mean that there is a reason to listen to what I have to say? This is my favorite thing. People go, oh, he shits on the Democrats because they are insanely unpopular. Yeah, that's my point, you fucking idiot. Exactly. I shit on the Democrats because they're insanely unpopular, because I don't want them to be unpopular. I want them to be a fucking competent oppositional party to the Republicans. That's my point. They keep fucking posturing about how popular I am because I shit on the Democrats. Yes. What the hell? It's awesome. Yeah, this is his former boss, John Fetterman.
And it was skyrocketing, and it's like, that's unsustainable. When you reach almost 300,000 people, that's unsustainable. And we need to, as a Democrat, It shouldn't be unreasonable to want to secure our border and do it in that way. And now let's also talk about ICE. Now, absolutely, again, what happened?
No one's asking you to obey in advance, so please don't come down off the cross, ma'am. Your fellow panels recognize the material difference for marginalized communities. You literally worked for John Fetterman. John Fetterman loves that Alex Peretti and Renee Good were killed. John Fetterman, the guy you worked for, I can't stress this enough, for like the entire career of his collapse, you worked for him. When he was saying ICE is good, you worked for him. When he was running around saying the Gaza genocide is not a genocide, but if it is a genocide, there should be more genocide, you were like, that's awesome. I love working for him. Okay? You created 57,000 posts on Twitter, apparently. Yeah, I know. Hasan Piker says he'd vote third party over Newsom versus Wayne in 2028. Internet guy expresses the opinion of 50% of the country Dem party shills piss pants. My politics is responsible for ICE killings. Resign in disgrace. Working for John afforded me the opportunity to build a different policy team from scratch, Easton said in a statement to NBC News. Together, we created the legislative body of work that I think is a blueprint for how Democrats should be governing when they have power. I'll forever be grateful. That's what he said. That's what this guy that we're talking about, that's what this guy that I quote retweeted said. Yeah. Bro, why are we listening to career losers? Can we move on from these left-wing creators who have built business just hating on Democrats? It helps nobody but themselves. The paid engagement haters are paving your career. Yeah. Go ahead, man. Keep fucking yelling at me. You'll make me more popular. You're a fucking loser, and your politics are a dead end. You're the reason why fucking Democrats keep losing, dumbass. It's exactly this attitude. And it's so funny that whenever they complain in the funniest ways possible. They complain and keep saying over and over again, Hasan is so popular because he shits on the Democrats. Yeah, exactly. I do. I shit on the Republicans a lot more than I shit on the Democrats, but it turns out there's an appetite for that. One must ask the question, why? And I don't shit on all Democrats. There's plenty of Democrats I don't shit on. There's plenty of Democrats I work with, as a matter of fact. You're just mad that the Democrats I work with are more popular than the Democrats you work with, because the Democrats you work with are responsible for people like Donald Trump coming into power. But it's cool, because once again, these guys still turn around and say, hey, we love Zohran Mamdani. Good. You will genuflect at the end, okay? We'll win in the fucking primaries, and then you'll suck it the fuck up, and you'll become a loyalist. Now, of course, that's not the case, because Zohran Mamdani had a lot of setbacks from establishment Democrats as well. You know, remember, Zohran Mamdani also did not endorse Kamala Harris, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember right now, but I'm pretty sure he also refused to endorse Kamala Harris. But they love him now. What happened? Here's the thing, okay? It's not even about winning the primaries, because after the primary victory happens, they will still fucking turn around. Please address. What? Pepela? Chat, I'm a little late on this. Okay, we're not addressing that. I didn't even know that Pepela was, like, taken out. It's been literally gone for 4 years. Well, we have Bebela. It's been years. Read the fucking room, chat. Who you vote for is a very personal decision that's entirely to you. It's called democracy, but there's also a reason why nobody has the right to know who you vote for. If you talk about publicly, there will be opinions. Wait, what? Yeah, I know. I don't mind having this conversation. What I mind is, Mamdani refused to back Biden or Harris. He's not entitled to Democrats backing now. Here's the thing. Left-leaning New Yorkers plan a primary protest vote against Biden's war policies. No, that was in the primary. This is in the general, okay? And he won anyway. My point is, it's not even about just winning the primary. Then you have to win the general. And the Democrats, in some instances, will launch an opposition against you in the general, too. And then when you win in the general, that's when they suck your dick. Even in the clip in the question, they're mad at you and not Jennifer Welch, even though she agreed with you. They want her demo to vote Democrat, so they won't scold her. But they also refuse to accept that she agrees with you because her demo agrees with you, too. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, at the end of the day, Jennifer will definitely vote for any Democrat over any Republican. She'll shit on the Democrats that are demanding those votes, but she will. And I think that's all they care about at the end of the day. They don't. Everything else is bullshit. They care about you genuflecting. And the reason why they get so mad is because I refuse to do so. And that's the problem. Okay? How do you win someone like myself? What? Ignored. What is this?
Liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia.
Thank you, Chatter, for sending me that. I really needed that. Anyway, establishment Dems want to corner people into supporting their candidate choice who will perpetuate the same problems that led to this and still blame anyone but themselves. Maybe it's time for you to step out of your echo chamber and observe what real people actually want and not what your online echo chamber tells you is popular. Like, this is so funny, like, when saying, stop trying to wiggle out of this. Like, what am I trying to wiggle out of, dumbass? The fuck are you talking about? I said what I said, you know? They think that they have something here where they're like, stop trying to wiggle out of this. This is how the higher-ups talk about Gojo.
Liberal.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, I went over to the department yesterday for a couple of hours to review some of the unredacted materials. And I am looking forward to your detailed explanation for why you have withheld almost half of the documents, which is required by the bill. Now, obviously, there are 3 million documents, so I didn't get through much. But one thing I didn't see was the client list that you said you had on your desk a year ago. I did, however, find a couple of important documents. An 86-page prosecution memo from the Southern District of New York and a draft indictment from Florida against Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators. For reasons that I cannot understand nor are permitted by the bill, they were still redacted, even for members of Congress. So, Ms. Bondi, will you commit right here to immediately providing those 2 documents in unredacted form to members of Congress? Not a complicated question.
Well, I guess it is for you because you have a law degree and those are privileged.
Okay, they're not privileged, but we will discuss that later. I also found an email that I have right here from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell that was unredacted, and it included notes of statements that Donald Trump made about his prior relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, there is no reason for this to be hidden from the American people. There is no privilege, there is no attorney-client privilege, and I see you're checking with your staff, and I can assure you, staff, this is not under attorney-client privilege because it was sent from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine.
Congrats, Hassan. This stream has successfully converted my 70-year-old father to your worldview. Hell yeah. We'll take those. We'll take those.
Maxwell, will you commit to publicly provide...
Like, this kind of argument is so fucking stupid. Brianna Wu, I don't think there's a single trans person that cares about you. Like, you already fucking You had already drawn a line in the sand about how little you give a fuck about trans people. Your politics is exactly what I'm against. The type of politics as a trans woman that dictates that we can actually coalesce and align with transphobes. This is my problem. I despise that shit. Okay? Brianna Pooh is so funny. I wonder what percentage of trans Americans agree with my worldview rather than like the high profile libs. Like, I genuinely wonder, because 14% of this community is trans. We have a overrepresentation of trans people in this community, right? Like 1% of the public is trans, 14% of the HasanAbi community is trans, right? It's so fucking stupid where these people will be like, I am the mayor of trans folk, you know? And you should, as a trans person, I'm an assimilationist. It's so stupid where these people will always be like, trans people, stop listening to him. He doesn't care about you. It's like, you think these people are fucking stupid? You think these trans people are dumb? Like, they have no capacity to make up their own mind? Like, the fuck are you talking about? Like, you think they're babies where they're like, oh, you've been deluded into thinking that this person is on your side. First of all, every trans person knows that being pro-trans is not like a marketable position. Like, that's not even a thing that you put out there to be like, oh, look at me. Even at peak woke, it wasn't a fucking marketable position. You do that unconditionally because trans people are our neighbors. They're a part of our community, and they're just being fucking attacked for no reason. They're being made to be a villain in American society for no fucking reason. You don't do it because there's like additional benefits that come from big trans, no matter how much like the likes of Dave Chappelle make it seem like there's an alphabet mafia that will come and knock down your fucking door. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. So that's why I'm always confused when they're like, Hasan is secretly a transphobic person. First of all, why would that be a secret? I'd be openly. It's like saying Hasan is secretly pro-Palestine. Okay? Or, well, I guess no, secretly pro-Israel. Newsweek, Hasan Piker defense saying he'd vote third party over Gavin Newsom in 2028. Let's go. Newsweek reached out to Piker and a Newsom spokesperson for a comment via email. Although 2028 presidential race is years away, prospective candidates like Newsom are already garnering attention and speculation about their plans. The Democratic primary threatens to be divisive. There's no clear consensus candidate, and numerous politicians are expected to jump into the race. Piker's remarks reveal division among Democrats and progressives over the party's future. Many moderate Democrats believe former Vice President Kamala Harris lost because swing voters viewed her as too liberal. But progressives are very concerned about the policies of the candidates like Newsom. Progressives like Piker sitting out the election or backing third-party candidates could complicate Democrats' path to retaking the White House. Piker, a streamer who's popular among Gen Z progressives, said he would be unlikely to back Newsom in a hypothetical matchup against J.D. Vance in 2028 race during an interview on the I've Had It podcast with Jennifer Welsh. Welsh and Austin Show, another popular progressive streamer, both said they would vote for Newsom. Piker, however, said he'd probably vote third party. At that point, it doesn't even matter, he said. My policy on this is the same as my refusal to endorse Kamala Harris. The reason why I did not endorse Kamala Harris is she did things that were not only unproductive, but also unconscionable. I still stand on that. I still talk about it all the time because people constantly bring it up. He said if there's no singular force capable of making or breaking an election, if he had the power to do so, it would be the most idiotic thing in the world not to listen to my demands, he added. Campaigns, he said, are competing with the couch. If the Democratic Party nominated Newsom, essentially with progressive opposition, as he believes they did in 2016, 2020, and 2024, then they just don't care, Piker said. Welsh pushed back on that. She says she agrees with Piker on the criticism of the Democrats, but she would crawl to 10 feet of concrete to vote for Newsom, despite believing he is duplicitous and a hypocrite. Piker's remarks went viral, garnering 3 million views on X and divided the Democrats. He responded on Wednesday with a series of posts. The midterms just started and y'all are crying about the general. Do you want free healthcare? Do you want free college? Do you want to stop Israel? I'll vote for anyone who sincerely believes in making that happen, he wrote. In a separate post, shit libs who don't care about losing to Trump now want you to obey in advance to their hypothetical establishment candidate while there isn't even a guarantee there'll be an election 2 years from now. Using marginalized people as a cudgel as Gavin threw trans people under the bus. Some Democrats pushed back on his remarks. Actual trans person here, Gavin Newsom, made a comment about trans athletes I don't agree with, blah, blah, blah. Insanely irresponsible to take the harm this administration has unleashed just 1 year in. Tahra Hoops, director of economic analysis of the Chamber of Progress. Others back Piker. Brianna Joy Gray, a progressive activist, wrote on X, oh, well, good off Hasan. This TikTok I saw this morning of someone saying they're secretly conservative.
And Russia's Ilya Rozanov.
That's crazy.
You look really good, Hasan. You know that?
Canada Shane.
That's funny. That's so stupid. He's polling at 14% and we're talking about this. No way. This isn't a botnet. It is a botnet, I feel. But it's gonna keep happening. The left back and forth. This is at the bottom of a tweet you reacted to earlier. No likes, but on point. What is this? No one cares But what you shit fake libs that say anymore, real leftists are taking the party back. This is how Trump got into office. What? Okay, all right, enough. Let's get back to the fucking major issue
In the
here.
unredacted version of this so that the American people can understand the extent of Donald Trump's lies about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
You're about as good of a lawyer today as you were when you tried to impeach President Trump in 2016. Have you apologized for that in 2019?
So will you unredact this? Will you
were
unredact
lead
this?
counsel on that. Privileged.
I'm asking you, will you unredact this?
Privileged.
Privileged, of course. I look forward to discussing this more. Now, these are obviously improper redactions.
And let me stop for a minute.
I'm talking. I'm
if they're
talking.
not privileged,
quiet.
Don't yell at me. If they're not
Mr. Chairman, would you
privileged,
stop the clock? This is on your time. It's not on Mr.
If they're
Goldstein.
not
Even though
privileged,
you used your
if we review
improper
them and they're not-
redactions
you'll like my answer.
to
If we
continue
review
to
them and they're not
protect
privileged,
Donald
Time belongs to
we
the
will
member.
be happy to release them.
We'll
after
stop the
review.
clock. We'll stop the clock. Time belongs to the member. Go ahead.
Even though you used improper redactions to protect Donald Trump and other predators associated with Jeffrey Epstein, you did the exact opposite thing with the survivors and victims of this scheme. So their identification information was really the only thing required to be redacted, and it was not. And it's clear this was not a mistake. This was not by accident. This was not because you only had 30 days when you really used 75, and that doesn't even include all the hours last March that you were redacting it. But I'll tell you why it's clear it wasn't a mistake. There is an email entitled Epstein Victim List. There are 32 names. One is redacted. 31 are not. So someone looked at it and decided to redact something. And I will tell you that that is clearly intentional to intimidate these survivors and victims. Now, in an interview last week...
How will you tell me that's intentional?
In an interview last week, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche...
You can't go off script.
...said that any victim that wants to speak with the department has done so, hopefully. Well, thanks to the incredibly brave people sitting here behind you, we can actually ask them if that's true. Now, would the survivors and victims who are here please stand up one more time? Just by show of hands, how many of you or your loved ones actually have met with the Department of Justice and provided testimony and estimate and evidence? None. And of those of you who have not met, which is everyone, how many of you have reached out either individually or through a lawyer or representative to offer to provide testimony and evidence? All of them. And of those of you, all of you, who have reached out, how many of you were denied or ignored by the Department of Justice? All of them. And despite the shameful and despicable efforts by Ms. Bondi and her department to intimidate you, how many of you are still willing to speak to the Department of Justice? All of them. Well, Ms. Bondi, it looks like you have some more witnesses
Gentleman's
to
time
talk
has expired.
to, and I yield back.
We will go to the good gentleman from North Carolina, Congressman Knott. Thank
May
you.
I have a moment, Congressman?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Here we go. Here's the photograph. This is why he wanted to
Oh my
repeat
God.
everything that had
Bro, she has one move, dude.
been said previously on Epstein. This is his state, New York. You probably don't even know who this is. Wahid Mohammed from Afghanistan.
Yes, because I'm no longer a prosecutor.
Convicted of assault. Wow, he represents New York. Wow, yet he doesn't care about the illegal aliens convicted of crimes. Assault and homicide. No longer a prosecutor, so he doesn't care about his constituents. Here we go. Arson, El Salvador, Miguel Palacios.
It's so funny because technically she keeps showing that these Democrats that she's yelling at are overseeing districts that are engaging in the basic competence that she fails to deliver, which is prosecuting sex criminals. You're here because you have not prosecuted the sex criminals, consistently showing all of the sex criminals that these districts that these guys are a part of that have actually prosecuted said sex criminals doesn't actually make your position more defensible. As a matter of fact, I would probably shy away from exposing said irony over and over again as a mechanism of self-defense. Anytime she brings up another sex criminal that has been prosecuted and is in jail, I think to myself, well, clearly you're not doing that. And it's just reminding me that you're not doing that.
Carmen Flores Ramales, Mexico, rape.
Let's talk about the 70% of immigrants who are detained without a criminal conviction or arrest.
Stop the clock. Stop the clock. Time belongs to Congressman Knott.
So help you God.
I did.
From America's top prosecutor, it was pure theater.
I'm going to answer the question. You, Mr. Nadler, were one of the leads on the impeachment. Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
Pam Bondi came in punching. She leads Donald Trump's Department of Justice. And this was an appearance before the Judiciary Committee, a job review. She has a poor rating with survivors of Jeffrey Epstein.
It's good to see you.
They made their feelings clear in a news conference beforehand.
The people who have harmed us, they are hidden, while survivors have been exposed. The people who were supposed to protect us instead shielded abusers and re-traumatized survivors.
So I ask you all to stand behind us and demand accountability for our government, because we certainly are going to.
We stand here today, united and strong, and we are asking for something simple. Treat us like human beings.
Those same survivors were inside for the committee hearing over Pam Bondi's shoulder, not that she looked back.
The harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
Members get to ask the questions, the witness gets to answer in the way they want to answer. The Attorney General can
That's
respond.
not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Because she doesn't
It is
like the
my
answer.
time.
Epstein was top of the agenda, survivors and alleged perpetrators.
I find it absolutely despicable that you sought to protect Epstein's clients, like former Prince Andrew.
Given the evidence, Pam Bondi was asked, why had she ruled out prosecution?
Please put the photos back up. These 2 photos staring you in the...
This was a real cook, by the way. Respect. Yeah, I already saw this. I'm going to be watching this later.
The NSFW channel.
Yeah. This guy fucking literally another one of my sex criminal pervert haters.
Face or evidence.
I won't post a link as a dude's loser is a slur user, but that R-word finder account made a post talking shit about Bondi proves how correct you were about Chuds not vibing with his performance. Yes! Always. This is why motherfuckers tune in. This is why motherfuckers tune in. This is why people sponsor the Piker Broadcasting Service to learn about tomorrow's news today. Your subscriptions are what help me maintain my editorial independence. I am accountable to no one but the truth. I fucking told you. I told you. The reality of the matter is a lot of the Republicans also think this is kind of fucked up. Okay. So when Pam Bondi was yelling at all these Democrats being like, no, you, no, you, no, you over and over again, they were like, wait a minute, but I care about this too. Seems like she's yelling at me. Okay. Piker Broadcasting Service sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Thank you. PBS, the Piker Broadcasting Service, allows you. What is this? How do you get frame mogged by your own gun? Oh, that's funny. So bad.
Of a crime and more than enough evidence to predicate an investigation against former Prince Andrew.
There were questions for the royals inside the room and outside.
Family's reputation is on the line right now. And so I hope they do the right thing by letting authorities hold Andrew accountable for anything he did.
The Epstein story has a wide cast of characters. Howard Lutnick, among others, the Commerce Secretary, who said he was never in the room with Jeffrey Epstein.
How did you know? It's because I know my hogs. I love my hogs. Okay? It's because I know my fucking hogs. I pay attention to them quite a bit. I spend every day listening to them. Okay? That's why I know how to pill them. That's why I know how to bring them back. That's why I know how to fucking win their votes. And that's how I know how to make them angry. Okay? Make them angry and negatively polarize them. That's why I fucking yell at the Democrats all the fucking time. DSA update. I joined my local chapter and now I'm in the group chat. Thanks, Hassan. Finally found my people in a sea of MAGA. Hell yeah. I love my hogs. I know my hogs. I'm the fucking hog whisperer, chat. You understand? Now, it's not all hogs. Like Bob, Ultra MAGA Bob probably won't be on board with Pam. Like he probably will be defending Pam Bondi. Mods, let me get a lemon emo. How many subs do I need? Yeah, Burgles, thank you for the 10 community gift of subs, by the way. Yeah, you can also gift others subs as well to continue supporting the broadcast, the Parker Broadcasting Service, sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people.
After 2005, but the files show they were in business together as recently as 2014. Nancy Mace turned out to support survivors on Capitol Hill. What was her view as a fellow Republican? Should Howard Lutnick resign?
Going to lunch with someone isn't a reason for resignation.
He was in business with Jeffrey Epstein long after he said that he was.
Right. Again, not telling the truth isn't a reason to fire people, but however...
Wait, what? Not telling the truth about the intricate relationship that you had with a spy for Israel that was running a sex trafficking ring of minors is definitely grounds for being fired. What the fuck? Brother, he wasn't asked if his wife looked fat in that white dress and said, haha, no, sweetie. You know what I mean? Like there's levels to the lie. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I think you can question someone's judgment going to a pedophile island with your children to go have lunch with a convicted pedophile. I would never do that as a mother.
He appears to have lied about. He appears to have lied about his association with Jeffrey Epstein.
I mean, you can lie and still have a job, right? But
if you lie, you're part of the cover-up, surely.
I'm not going to politicize this, okay?
You're so obsessed.
She said it's not illegal to party.
You don't, do you?
I'm going to teach you the rules again. You're the Attorney General of the United States. We have rules here.
You're obsessed with him.
You're the Attorney General of the United States.
You're
The rules.
obsessed with Donald Trump. You have Trump derangement syndrome.
This was a matter most serious, reduced to political knockabout. It was a reflection of how this country does justice now.
This does make me happy. I'm not going to lie. I was sitting here watching like British politics erupt in flame over Lord Mendelsohn and shit like that. And for me, when I see at least a little bit like the beginnings of accountability, I'm like, fuck yeah, please, more of this. It hits like crack, dude. I swear to God, it's like I'm a fucking crackhead and I just went cold turkey off that crack. And then the first time I see a bunch of congressional Democrats grilling Pam Bondi, I'm like, oh, that shit hits. It hits. It hits so fucking hard. Oh, my Lord. Anyway, AOC, let's see what she had to say.
We all saw today the performance that she had. She was screaming, thrashing, and I think it is because she knows that she is implicated in a massive cover-up to protect a powerful ring of pedophiles through the redactions of the names of perpetrators, the holding of 3 million files, the moving of the unexplained moving of Ghislaine Maxwell into a new cushy facility. All of these things are what she personally oversaw, and that's before even digging into whatever questions may arise from her history in Florida. And I think that her thrashing and her very erratic performance today pointed to the fact that there are real questions that point to the DOJ under her leadership and her leadership specifically, as well as her role in all of this.
Thank you.
I think that
It's great. This line is kind of funny, not gonna lie. Moskowitz, I hate him.
Name appears more times in the Epstein files than God's name appears in the book about God. Okay, by the way, this is the Trump Bible. Move over, King James. Trump's name also appears more times in the Epstein file than Harry Potter's name appears.
I mean, he's got a good bar. He's got a good bar. I hate him, but that's a good bar.
In the 7 books about Harry Potter.
God, he's such a fucking Redditor. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump.
Another photograph for you to take a look at. These are notes that the Attorney General brought to the hearing today. Okay, it was captured by a photographer who was in the room. And this shows a list of Democratic Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal, you saw her in some of those clips, of her search history. And this, of course, lawmakers are allowed now to go to a DOJ facility, to sit down at a computer, and to search unredacted files. We have learned from this photo that the searches that members of Congress are performing are apparently being tracked and then read by the Department of Justice, by the Attorney General. What do you make of that development?
Well, it's a surveillance of Congress by
the Trump administration is wholly improper.
Another photograph for you.
U.S. entry of humiliation going strong. Oh, so strong. So fucking strong. Raskin. It is here is Raskin about the DOJ investigating, not the pedophiles, by the way, but the Democratic Party congresspersons that are holding the DOJ to account by, investigating their searches.
DOJ monitoring the.
Wait.
What did you make of
Okay.
DOJ's monitoring?
Hey, it's Prem and Pablo.
It is a violation of the separation of powers for them to essentially be monitoring our computer searches on the Epstein file. So I think it's outrageous that they would do that, and it's Orwellian, and we're going to have some more to say about it soon.
Do you know if Congressman Jayapal was the only person?
We have reason to believe that it was happening to everybody who went over there, that they were monitoring everybody's computer searches.
What gives you reason to believe that?
We'll be...
Monitoring is Watergate, by the way. Dog, I don't know how to explain this to you. I talked about it earlier, but like every day is Watergate. And if every day is Watergate, then no day is Watergate. You know what I mean? Like we're doing multiple Watergates a day. Watergate is a relic of a bygone era where Republicans and Democrats both kept up the failed notion, the now completely lost notion that like there is a level of institutional stability that you need to place above your own personal ambitions. Like it only works if the people involved and the people that are willing to call out the people involved, regardless of party affiliation, are more invested in maintaining the American government's infallibility, its stability, rather than doing dear leader loyalty towards one individual. Like a lot of this stuff, Donald Trump has basically shown a lot of this stuff is all held together by confidence. Like it's entirely backed by people just keeping up appearances, right? Also, Speaker Mike Johnson tells me it would be inappropriate if the DOJ looked through Representative Pramila Jayapal's search history. Johnson cautioned he hadn't seen the reports and didn't want to comment on an allegation that is unsubstantiated. Yeah, except it's right there. It's a photo, man. Do you think we made it up? Yeah, the American government's held together by this performance for the most part. I mean, you can just kind of avoid the courts, right? Yeah, they had to at a time because it was a dual polar world with the USSR existing. If the U.S. didn't fake a veneer of institutionalism, then the people would start to question the legitimacy of its hegemony. I mean, there is a dual polar world right now, but it's very clear to me that the way that the Republicans want to deal with it is like, no, we're fascist now. Might is right politics around the globe. Might is right politics at the domestic front. We will dominate all of our enemies. And I think unfortunately, if the Democrats don't change their mentality, they will just capitulate to this reality. They won't actually turn around and do a similar thing. They won't pursue like a vindictive agenda to even hold Republicans to account for flagrant violations of the law. You know, we can't rely on the Democrats. I know, chatters, but we got nothing else. But luckily for us, you know, Gavin Newsom is going to be the president, or at least the presidential candidate, you know? He'll do the job. He'll do it. Yeah. That will be the final notice on the end of democracy. The Democrats do nothing in response to this administration. I mean, they haven't fucking done shit so far. And there are guys like me and many others who are demanding that the Democrats do something. And it seems like the libtard brigade is more invested in yelling at us for holding Democrats to account, to hold their feet to the fire, to actually do something, than the Democrats themselves. It's devastating. Anyway, spy camera footage from inside Epstein properties reveals victims were
Jeffrey
secretly
Epstein's
filmed.
victims
Wow.
have long
This is new information to
said
me.
they believe they were being filmed by the sex offender. And this footage from a spy cam style camera inside Epstein's Palm Beach house appears to show just that. The footage has been obtained for the first time by Channel 4 News. Because the quality is so grainy, during our investigation we analysed it frame by frame. And we've slowed it down here so that you can see what's happening. A man, likely Epstein himself, at one point looks towards the hidden device. Images of what seems to be his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, as well as what appears to be several women or girls. So how do we know what this is and where it comes from? Epstein's Palm Beach property was raided by law enforcement in 2005, where police filmed this footage. Pause it here. You can see his office in the corner of the ground floor living area. This is the exact same office captured in the spy cam footage. We can match up some features like the stairway pattern in the shelves, the two small bookshelves above a larger middle shelf, a framed painting, behind an oversized lampshade, and an ornamental plate on the top middle shelf. So where is this spy cam in the office? Well, we believe it's here. And in the footage of the 2005 police raid, we can see that there is what looks like a wide clock positioned on a low side table facing the desk. In a 2006 affidavit from Palm Beach detective Joseph Recarey, the man who led investigations into Epstein during the 2000s, he said that there were two covert cameras hidden within clocks, one in the garage and another in the library area. He adds that a computer was located which was believed to contain the images from the cameras, and that all of these images appeared to come from the one positioned behind Epstein's desk. And then in a 2010 deposition, Detective Recarey said that despite the lighting being poor and not being 100%, he thought that it was Mr. Epstein in the videos, adding, "You know, I can say the female did appear to be redacted word. One of the assistants appeared to be redacted word. You know, that kind of thing." Now, one police report states that Epstein bought and installed a hidden clock camera himself. But in this deposition, the police suggest that they themselves may have actually helped Epstein install it following a 2003 burglary at his home. The newly uncovered spy cam footage, part of millions of documents released in the Epstein files, appears to show a moment of intimate contact at Epstein's desk involving an unidentified woman or girl. That's why we can't play it in full. Epstein's victims repeatedly said they believed they had been filmed. Elsewhere in the footage, a man we believe to be Epstein emerges in a bathrobe. And this is all just from one spy camera in the 2000s. Epstein had a vast, elaborate, and secretive surveillance system across his properties.
Why are you guys still talking about this? The Dow was 5,000. The Dow hit 50,000. I don't understand. Shut the fuck up. All of Jeffrey Epstein's friends are making so much money, dude. We're Dow maxing. Looking good, King. I said, if I'm Pam Bondi, I'm not coming into the meeting about me not prosecuting sex criminals, a binder full of sex criminals that these Democrats districts have successfully prosecuted and convicted. And then this guy's response is, I don't know what's going on here. What does this mean? Is I'm a clown. I'm a bald clown. Low key, bro, that doesn't even look that bad. Yeah. This is me if I was Asmongold. I hate when the haters take our community memes. I mean, I don't mind it. It's fine. Who gives a shit, you know?
We know from other police reports that Epstein had CCTV installed in Palm Beach, but the computer equipment associated with those cameras was removed before police searched the home. And over a decade after his 2008 conviction, these images from his New York townhouse show cameras inside the property, and a room with monitors that were linked to those cameras. That room was behind a door that read 24-hour video surveillance. Yet this footage from Palm Beach, identified by Channel 4 News, remains the only covert surveillance footage the public has seen so far.
Well, back to our main news now. The US Attorney General Pam Bondi has faced angry scenes in Congress as she was questioned over her handling of the Epstein files and urged to apologize to survivors. Let's go to our US editor, Anushka Astana.
You know, I was sitting in that room when the hearing started, listening to Pam Bondi, and the atmosphere in there was incredibly charged. It was divided politically, as it so often is here. In the US, the Republicans on one side being nice to the Attorney General, the Democrats really quite furious. They were getting people to hold up examples of redactions outside of the Epstein files. They were arguing that the files were incomplete, that too many victims had been revealed, and that too many men's names had still not been put out there. Pam Bondi responded pretty testily on all of it. Behind her were a line of survivors, and actually two of them I saw last night. I sat down with them. I spoke to them. They said they are happy that these files are getting out there, but they are not satisfied. It is not enough. They want co-conspirators' name. They were furious to hear Ghislaine Maxwell, a close confidant of Jeffrey Epstein's, say that she was pleading the fifth remaining silent on Monday and would only speak if President Trump pardoned her. At one point, a senior Democrat raised the issue of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, and he basically...
I do want to also talk about the limitations of gender war style commentary that I sometimes hear from people where they're like, this Epstein stuff has shown me once again that it's always men. The reason why this is a silly argument is because obviously one of the main villains in this story is Ghislaine Maxwell, a woman, okay, a woman, but also Republicans abuse that line all the time. Pam Bondi is a woman. The Trump administration is staffed with a shit ton of women, okay? Like there's no reason to talk about like how this is a male specific version of crimes that are taking place. Like the Republicans have shown us that it is more likely that the fascist continuation of this administration is probably going to be a woman. Okay, we can't be doing this. Like you have to tackle chuds. You're going to get cooked by your community, but I agree. No, you have to tackle the chuds. You have to tackle the fundies. You have to tackle the fundamentalists, not on the basis of like their femininity or masculinity. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. This Epstein shit is really making me feel like any man would gladly try pedophilia if given the opportunity, which is a sinking feeling like none I have ever experienced before. Like, what are we doing? Like, that's a crazy fucking, like, this is not a gender specific issue at all. I mean, men are, of course, overrepresented as they are in most crimes, but that like, we can't be doing stuff like this right now. I don't understand. Yes, this is why I've been warning about Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah. If you want, you can talk about patriarchy and how because primarily, like the entirety of the victims are women and patriarchy abso-fucking-lutely creates an environment where women can be predated on, and then a lot of people in positions of power, especially when you add in the class dynamic, because Jeffrey Epstein specifically sought after women from specific backgrounds, like very poor working class backgrounds. But if you want to look for universality here, it's right there. It's fucking it's wealth. It's the parasitic capital owning class getting away with it. Especially because in this circumstance, it's like you can talk about Ghislaine Maxwell upholding patriarchy, but the reality of the matter is Ghislaine Maxwell is a proud participant in the sexual assaults as well. Why is Siegel described as a socialite and not as a publicist? In fact, until the Epstein case brought her down as one of the most powerful publicists around. The whole point of this, from a gender dynamic, the point that matters, in my opinion, is that patriarchal constructs have made it so that a lot of people that otherwise might have looked into this turned a blind eye to it. Same reason as to why a lot of people that would normally make a big fuss or could potentially look into it can overlook certain things because they think, oh, they can overlook certain aspects of predation because they're like, well, this is reflected in my life as well to a certain degree. Victoria Harvey literally said this.
He knew everybody that was very powerful. So like if you were on the scene and you were powerful, like to be honest, like if you're not in those files, it would be an insult because it just means that you were a bit of a loser.
Right. So the people who aren't in the files are.
I do feel like there's a racial component to this too. You know damn well they wouldn't give a fuck if these were Eastern European women. No, Eastern European women were being trafficked. What are you talking about? It's like majority of the women that were trafficked were Eastern European women. What?
Yes.
Okay. Are you in the files?
Well, of course I am, because it's any journalist that wrote about it.
That's an astonishing attitude, isn't it? You're the loser because you're not in this.
Yeah, we know that he was a racist. One of the few instances where his racism might have actually avoided further predation of like black and brown women. There are literally there are pieces of testimony where he's just straight up saying like, I don't want black women, like I don't want black girls specifically. He's like, I want white girls. What the fuck are you doing? Like yelling at his pimp. A funny thing about Bondi's insults to members of Congress who had a serious question, and staff literally give her flashcards of individualized insults, but she couldn't memorize them, so you can see her shovel through them to find the flashcard insult that matches the member. I suppose I don't mind the Epstein class in vulgar Marxism sense, but if Democrats are going to start using it, they have to formally reject taking money from or campaigning with those in the class, namely Reid Hoffman, Bill Gates, and Bill Clinton. Thus far, none have. What is the Dems' plans to purchase ranks of those who were close to Epstein, who visited his island, sought his money, and routinely associated with him post-conviction? The charge of hypocrisy is sitting there on a silver platter if they don't name names and break up with them. If Democrats are going to reject the Epstein class, they have to begin by rejecting money from Reid Hoffman, who visited Epstein's Island in 2014 for allegedly the purposes of soliciting funds. This means no support for Democratic Majority for Israel or Welcome Fest. Didn't procure black or brown girls to himself, probably did so for others. Yeah. Stephen Hawking visited the island. Should we reject his scientific contributions? Wow, really? That's crazy. Also, I saw something super insane. Candace Owens posted this on her TikTok. Admit Epstein worked for Mossad or be Jamaican. Ben Shapiro.
Chiggity wicked Islam, look up Talawat and Bunny Lang. And if you look at your 1 minute, man, I little lions out, hear me I say, look. But we no give a F and we no give a Ross claw. Bedroom bully, make the city talk. Big dirty bass, that one you fully like a hoodie pussy blood claw. You know we fully dog.
It's awesome. She's my queen. Yes. She's my queen. Speaking of Candace Owens, the most Israeli tweet of all time. What is this? Triggered much? No kid would even fuck you. They're calling it the most Israeli insult ever. Triggered much? What the fuck? We are all Jerry Seinfeld. I am not a pedophile. No kid would even fuck you? Dude, what? Bro, there is something so devastating about people who dick ride Israel, people who defend Israel. Like it just blows my mind, dude. Oh, God. I don't understand how, like, Jews in the West will welcome this behavior at all. I'm sorry. I would be so open. I mean, I get it. There's a lot of Jews in here that are like, this is really fucked up. We're trying to walk away from this to the best of our ability. But it's like, it's crazy. Like, you know, you got like parents and shit that are so brain broken that they're like, no, these guys, they're fine, I guess. A nation full of guys like this is great. Yes. Why, yes, I would love to associate my entire religion with guys that say stuff like this all the time, actually. That's great. Like, what the fuck? It's fucking nutty. It's like if Muslims in the West were just like running around constantly talking about how ISIS is true Islam. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ingram, if anything, the Epstein files tarnish the reputation of Trump foes. There's zero criminal wrongdoing alleged against President Trump or anyone in his inner circle. Oh, okay.
It's a deflection, bingo. And if anything, the Epstein files, by the way, tarnish the reputations of Trump foes and political adversaries, from British Prime Minister Keir Starmer to Bill Gates. So this hearing was much ado about nothing. The initial handling and messaging, and I said this at the time, surrounding Epstein, it wasn't great. But right now, there is zero criminal wrongdoing alleged against President Trump or anyone in his inner circle.
Yeah, like Jeffrey Epstein. No criminal wrongdoing because Jeffrey Epstein was in his inner circle. Adam Lewis Klein, a Jew's only true enemy is an anti-Zionist. All other Jews, whatever their differences, remain bound together, living, as it were, in the collective soul pool of angelic realms. Ahavat Yisrael, Jewish solidarity is one hell of a drug. It's incredible. I don't know what to say about this. You know what I mean? Today's been so much information that is fun. Smile. Oh, so much information that is fun.
Basically said he thought it was despicable that the Department of Justice had sought to shut down any investigation into him. Pam Bondi's response to that was, you had this information when Democrats were in power.
Right, and the questions are building over Andrew Mountbatten Windsor.
Claiming the most infamous and prominent case of sexual abuse against women and girls is not all gendered is fucking insane, dude. Shaking my head. I knew we were getting here. I didn't say it's not entirely gendered. I said patriarchy plays a formative role in not listening to the victims early on and not actually putting an end to this early on. Okay. I said the idea that like every man, if given the opportunity, would become a pedophile is an insane thing to say, especially when you consider the reality that Ghislaine Maxwell was like the fucking linchpin. What the fuck? Also, I'm not so certain that there are no, you're kind of debate loading on this one, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I don't really care. It's not necessarily all that important, but women do play a fucking formative role in upholding the patriarchy, and this actually separates people like myself and people I hope in this community from radlibs who don't want to reckon with that reality, which is precisely the reason why Republicans, as I also brought up, will routinely make women their fucking primary soldiers in this battle. they dupe people into the false notion that, like, well, there's a woman there. You know what I mean? Like, oh, come on. How bad could it be? That's it. Its beneficiaries are men. That is a certainty. I mean, Pam Bondi is a very famous case of this. We've been fucking shitting on her all day. Jessica Tarkov, our queen.
Rookie today.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've seen this. That was funny. Okay, I was initially triggered by the take of yours about men, but then I took a minute to think about it, and you're right. It's the patriarchy of fault. Like, patriarchy is the ideology, is the system of enforcement that victimizes women every step of the fucking way. But patriarchy as an ideology can also be advanced by women as well. You should criticize the patriarchy rather than imagine a world where, like, every man would be a fucking pedophile. That's kind of crazy. Not that it matters all that much. Like, I talk about this all the time. Misandry is just, shit stirring. Who cares? I'm never going to be the guy who gets upset about it. You know what I mean? It's like saying all men are trash. Sure. Okay. You're right. Somehow always a man, right? Why are you so mad about the silly tweet? I just explained to you that I'm not all that mad. I don't know why you think I'm mad. Would it be better if you imagined a world where I was? I just literally got done explaining it's fine. It's not the end of the world. I'm just saying that it misses the mark because it removes systemic analysis from the factor.
Yeah, the questions are building back in the UK as well. We've heard today that Thames Valley Police are leading an ongoing assessment into whether there could be criminal acts that are revealed as a result.
Why do you keep bringing up a random tweet just to shit on women too, as if this is a majority man issue by far? Oh my God. Yeah, we're not going to make it. You're the one who keeps relitigating it once again. Stop arguing a dumb extreme claim just to do male victimization. It is always a man. You keep bringing it up though. Why? Good luck, chatter. Have fun. You're right. Every man is a rapist pedophile, myself included. I would totally be on the Epstein files if given the opportunity. And Ghislaine Maxwell is simply an innocent victim in the process. It's not about upholding patriarchy as a construct. It's actually just bioessentialism. You got it.
Of the Epstein files, they say they have spoken to special Crown prosecutors at the CPS. They say that they are not going to comment now, but they are looking about whether a full investigation is required, whether there are criminal offences. And also we've had this intervention that you've mentioned by the former Prime Minister Gordon Brown, really quite a powerful intervention in an article in the New Statesman. He calls this the biggest political scandal in modern British history. He says there are things that link this to Britain that we're not looking at, including the use of airports in the UK. He talked about the Lolita Express, which transported survivors around. He says women mentioned in the Epstein files have not been talked to by British investigators. And that is what survivors have said to me as well. Gordon Brown said, I've been told privately that the investigations related to the former Prince Andrew did not properly check vital evidence of flights. I have asked police to look at that. That is enough of a reason for them to speak to Andrew. And meanwhile, survivors keep coming here. They keep coming to Capitol Hill, and their fight goes on.
So good to see you.
Epstein's survivors.
Boys were victims too in the Epstein files. Making it a gender issue as opposed to a class issue is changing these horrors from class war to a culture war, which is exactly what the owning class wants. Yes, 100%. But I don't want to fucking argue with people. You know what I mean? I just don't see any productive conversation taking place here because it looks like you're like defending malehood or some shit, which I don't really care about. Because at the end of the day, the large majority of the crimes are perpetrated by the men. I am not a, bioessentialist by any means. It's a very stupid thing to hyperfixate on. Like I said, misandry is something that only fucking losers care about and get upset about and get annoyed about. It's not, even if it's not something I agree with, at the end of the day, it's I think, less productive to hyperfocus on it and, stake my claim on this fucking hill where I'm like, no, I have to fight back against misandry. Like, I don't give a shit. Yeah, you're right. It's all men. All men are toxic. They're all rapists. You got it.
Have been fighting for justice again and again and still today. Some, like Lara Bloom McGee, were too terrified to talk.
This is not protection. This is betrayal.
But she has found her voice.
I stand here for every little boy and girl that is afraid to speak up after the unthinkable.
And is now taking this battle through these corridors of power into the heart of Congress. sitting with Lisa Phillips, the survivor who inspired Lara.
It's like people who turn around and they're like, there's no Muslims in the Epstein files. Yes, there fucking are. They're in the UAE, okay? Like, nah, this is Epstein files is a Jewish thing. It's like, no, it's a billionaire thing. It's a powerful capitalist thing. You know, it's not. There's a lot of Christians in there, a lot of Muslims in there too. You know, come on now. It's the most glaringly obvious instance of like class dynamics at play. Motherfuckers still want to turn around and move it in a totally separate direction. I find it unproductive to do so, but if you want to do it, I won't fucking yell at you too much. You know, get it out.
To speak.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty
But today, they wanted to lay eyes on US Attorney General Pam Bondi, who acknowledged the survivors.
I am deeply sorry for what any victim has been through, especially as a result of that monster.
But then, this.
To the survivors in the room, if you are willing, please stand. Please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice.
It is incredibly tense inside there, angry even. Pam Bondi didn't turn to the survivors, perhaps because she knows they are not yet satisfied with this process. I sat down with Lisa and Lara, both abused by Epstein for years as they prepared for the hearing. How are you coping with all of this?
It's not easy, I'll tell you that. I think since the last files were dumped on that Friday, my nervous system has not been the same.
Like, there's only so much that we should take in for our mental health.
You're struggling with your mental health?
It's a lot.
If you could directly ask Pam Bondi some questions, what do you want to see from her?
How long do we have to wait for justice to be served?
That's a good question.
Inside Congress, Bondi was accused of failing to publish all the files, of redacting.
These people's bravery is fucking nutty too. Even those who came before them as well, especially like Virginia Giuffre. It's just like you're really putting yourself out there, and you know, this administration and let's be real, previous administration as well haven't really shied away from assassinating people who speak out.
Too many of Epstein's male friends, while accidentally revealing too many female victims. But she was having none of it.
This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, and Donald Trump signed that law. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history.
Bondi had clearly come ready for the fight.
I'm going to answer the question. If they could maintain their composure, this isn't a circus, this is a hearing. I'm not going to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me
Yeah, oh, I
anything,
did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
You're a lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Lisa and Lara came away feeling they still did not have answers. They had told me they wanted co-conspirators named, a fuller investigation saying no one from the Department of Justice had...
Files were released unredacted. What should they do now? Keep quiet? Yes, the list of victims was initially unredacted. No, that's I mean, it's still brave to fucking put your face out there. What are you talking about? I'm sorry, some of you motherfuckers don't even want to talk to the Uber driver that's delivering your chicken nuggets, and you're over here being like, hey, of course these people are going to come out and put their faces on international television as they are calling out some of the most powerful people on the planet who, up until this moment, after raping those people, have not even received a fraction of the fucking punishment that they deserve. So, you know, yeah, no, I'm going to say it's fucking brave, okay?
Spoken to them. Do you think it was possible to have been in Epstein's orbit, to have been at his dinner parties, to have been
I don't
one of
even
his
want
close
to talk
friends,
to you. Why
and
not?
to not have known what was going on?
That's a hard one.
If it was someone that was around quite a bit, they absolutely knew what was going on. If you were just, you know, I met him one time, I was invited to a dinner party, no. But it didn't take too long.
No, because he wore his perversions.
Yes.
Very outward.
They said Epstein regularly talked about his powerful friends, including the one in the British royal family.
After an incident that happened, I had asked him about Prince Andrew. He made a reference that this was the one person that had more of a perversion or a love for young girls than he did.
About Prince Andrew?
Yeah.
And do you think he was talking about
underage girls?
I don't know that. He was just saying, because like I said, he was talking about his perversion.
Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has always denied wrongdoing. The survivors of Jeffrey Epstein think there is so much more to come, but this fight that they have been mounting for years now has clear momentum, forcing revelation after revelation that never failed to shock. Now, they want people held accountable.
Well, earlier I spoke to Melanie Stansbury, a Democratic congresswoman from New Mexico, who's a member of the House Oversight Committee, which is investigating the Epstein files. And I asked her if she could give us a...
Bro, they said some victims hadn't come out to people close to them and they learned about it from the files. It's fucking disgusting. It almost feels like a threat. Yeah. Because remember, a lot of you don't understand this. You know, contrary to my naysayers, I try to empathize to the best of my ability and understand where people are coming from. But like, it's quite a difficult thing to be affiliated even as a victim with Jeffrey Epstein. Okay? Like, especially when there's always, due to patriarchal constructs, the way that society is designed, there is always going to be an air of victim blaming. There's always going to be a good deal of people claiming like, well, were you asking for it? I mean, the likes of Michael Treacy are advancing this narrative every single fucking day. I think part of the reason why it hasn't stuck this time around is literally because of the billionaire superstar status of so many of these like other co-conspirators that people haven't moved on to victim blaming and saying, oh, these are all fucking sexy ass models. They probably wanted it. They probably deserved it. Like, they haven't done that. Okay. Because of the class dynamic of it all. That's why I said the Epstein issue is one of the purest expressions of class warfare that I have ever seen, because like it literally ties it back to the way that conspiracy theorists talk about like super wealthy people and evil people. It wraps it up perfectly in a bow. It makes it impossible to avoid talking about it. It makes it impossible not to notice. That's part of the reason why I said when all the naysayers initially were telling me, oh, this is going to go away, this is going to go away, I was like, no, the fuck it won't. Because at the end of the day, even the most right-wing person, even the most fucking right-wing person still believes, like if they believe in QAnon or whatever, what do they believe? They believe that like these elites in society are getting away with heinous crimes, okay? It is the purest expression of class warfare. It is the purest expression of the billionaire parasitic capital owning class getting away with heinous fucking crimes and also dominating society. That's why you're seeing even right-wingers go, nah, this is fucked up. This is unacceptable. And even the government, even the people who are boosters of the government find themselves at odds with defending the government in this moment.
Underage, pervert, whatever his name. Can you explain that to me?
Part of it is because, yes, as I've said before, there's no such thing as a temporarily embarrassed pedophile, okay? There is such a thing as a temporarily embarrassed billionaire. So a lot of right-wingers fancy themselves to be in the shoes of these elite billionaires, but they can't see themselves in the shoes of those elite billionaires engaging in like unlimited pedophilia.
This isn't about two people. This is about hundreds of people, and hundreds of people making thousands of calls trying to keep this out. That's what's going on. Everybody that's involved, that knows they're involved, is screaming from the rooftops quietly through their lawyer, trying to get things redacted, get it held back. All of these 100 people are in a big circle.
Yep.
And they're all lifting up a gun, pointing it to the head of the person next to them.
Yep.
Everybody's in the circle dies as soon as the first person takes a shot. And that's exactly what's going on here. And so it's not a mystery to me. The people that are in the files don't want them to release, and there's a lot of people putting a lot of pressure from a lot of directions. It's horrifying. It's horrifying. And these are victims coming out later saying,
Yeah, if the DOJ keeps delaying on releasing the co-conspirators, I hope Khanna and Massey do what Mike Gravel did with the Pentagon Papers and read the unredacted list in the congressional record. They'd be protected by legislative immunity. The only problem is they would probably need a Dem majority to get control of a relevant committee. Yeah, that's true. That is something they could do. This is why I also always say, like, we need guys like that. We used to have guys like that in Congress, like people that you would sometimes consider cranks, who are just like singularly focused on an issue. For Mike Gravel, that was militarism, that was imperialism, right? We need guys who are just like, nah, fuck this, dude. I am anti-pedophilia through and fucking through, you know? It don't matter. I'll give it to the fucking Democrats. I'll give it to the Republicans. I'll give it to anyone and everyone.
Was exploited. I was there. I'm in the files.
Why didn't we get it read when Democrats were in power? Because they suck too. What do you mean? Chatter, you forgot whose chat you're in. I'm the #1 enemy of the Democrats. If you listen to the fucking Twitter posters, you know?
Picture is showing up in the files. All of this, you know, and we want justice and we want something to happen. And this is where we are. But this is why Americans, I go back to the same 3 things that I look at in terms of polling. Americans overwhelmingly feel there are 2 systems of justice. Americans overwhelmingly feel that when this comes out at this level, nothing will happen. And Americans overwhelmingly have a sub 20% approval rating of Congress and a sub.
I'm arguing with someone with Twitter right now. They said Asana supporting voting for a third-party candidate in 2028. I said, if the option is between Gavin Newsom and JD Vance, then I've already lost. We've already lost. And it doesn't matter if I vote third party or not at all, or vote for fucking Gavin Newsom. And then I also followed that up by saying that Democrats know that we are vote blue no matter who, that many of us, especially in the commentariat, will always talk about that argument, which is precisely the reason why Democrats rely on that narrative to whip people into submission 2 years before a fucking general election. It's crazy.
15% approval rating of mainstream media.
Yes.
That tells you all you would know. So everybody who doesn't have power, you know, 300 million of them, 330
You found 3
million of
instances
them.
of CSAM at the DOJ site is up and it's still fucked. Who do I report this to? I'm not joking. I have no idea. I don't know. But maybe drop site, they can report on it and then they'll delete it or something. You made it. Yeah, I saw. I am not going to obey in advance the vote blue no matter who narratives about a person who is not like 100% in the running already. It's fucking crazy. The primaries are not even started. The primaries have not even fucking started yet. And these guys are like, no, you need to capitulate completely to the fucking establishment pick that we are fantasizing is going to be the
Today I
establishment
interviewed
pick.
Congressman Ro Khanna on the Epstein files. He's one of the origins of the Epstein Transparency Act, along with Thomas Massie, who I also tried to get on the show. They are a Republican-Democrat duo who have been fighting to get the Epstein files publicized, and it's my privilege today to interview him. You're one of the few people who's actually been allowed to see the unredacted Epstein files. What did you find?
Well, first, we found that they were protecting the identity of 6 men. I mean, Massie and I went for 2 hours, and there were 6 men who were listed as co-conspirators, and their name.
Tipsfbi.gov. Are you fucking kidding me? You're going to send the tip that the FBI has CSAM and the Epstein, unredacted CSAM and the Epstein files to the Kash Patel FBI? No. Give it to fucking drop site. They'll report on it, and then the government will feel embarrassed and delete it. Yeah, I think famously the FBI is the last place that you would reveal this information to because they don't give a fuck. They are responsible for this information coming out to begin with.
Were redacted. I went to the floor of the House of Representatives today, and I called out those 6 men by name. Salvatore Navora, Zorab Mikoladze, Leopig Leonor, Nicola Caputa, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, CEO of Dubai Ports World, and billionaire businessman Leslie Wexner. We need courage in this country to hold people accountable who have been accused of some of the most heinous crimes. I mean, men who either underage girls or went to Epstein's Island knowing underage girls were being or paraded around.
One of the biggest parts of this story has been the meta story of the cover-up. Every time it seems like they're going to get the files out there, it's like opposite day. They redact names they shouldn't. They miss deadlines. They mischaracterize evidence. You know, just recently I saw an FBI memo that there were no cameras in bedrooms of Epstein's house. And then you look at the photos the FBI took, there's a camera in his bedroom. So I just want to understand this. To me, this looks like a cover-up, but who are they covering for? First of all, do you agree with that? Who do you think they're covering for, and if you think they're covering it up at all?
It's obviously a cover-up. It's probably one of the biggest cover-ups in American history. I mean, they're covering up for rich and powerful people who visited this island where young girls were being not just the American elite, the global elite. This is shaking the British monarchy. It may topple the British government. It has the Norwegian princess now not being able to be a queen. I mean, it's had international reverberation.
Of course, I'm so glad you brought that up. That's one of my biggest problems with this story. Internationally, we're seeing some accountability, you know, however small. I have seen zero accountability in America. And so, look, while I appreciate the transparency, I was talking to friends, people who follow the show, and they said, where is the accountability? Are we going to see a single person in America besides Ghislaine Maxwell or Jeffrey Epstein face justice?
Well, that's why I went to the floor today and named these people. I wanted those names public. I mean, if the Justice Department isn't going to do their job, if the FBI isn't, then members of Congress can take to the floor and start naming names. And that's why I did that. But we need investigations and we need a political accountability. I mean, how can you have Howard Lutnick, right, who lies to the American people? He says, oh, I never had anything to do with Epstein.
Was never in the room with him socially, for business, or even philanthropy.
Then it comes out that he actually went to Epstein's island.
We had lunch on the island. That is true.
And then it comes out that he allegedly had a business with Epstein after Epstein was a convicted pedophile. It's an indictment on America, that in other nations, literally their heads of states are falling if they just had email correspondence with Epstein. And here we've got someone like Lutnick still in government. We need accountability. We need prosecutions of people who actually showed up in the island and folks. And we need, by the way, the cover-up to end. What is the biggest cover-up? I just want to explain this simply. The FBI scrubbed these files in March before my law, and the most sensitive information are in the FBI files. That's where the survivors named the names of the people who abused them. They're in those FBI files. Donald Trump's FBI scrubbed that in March, and they sent the scrubbed files to Justice. And so Justice then did a second round of redactions. But under my law, the Epstein Transparency Act that Massey and I passed, we need to have those FBI files unscrubbed. We need them unredacted.
I'm telling you, dude, this is like, before this stuff became so prominent, a fixture of American political discourse, I was saying the anti-corruption would probably be a really good method for the Democrats to run for office. But now I think it's like anti-elite, like anti-billionaire. I mean, it already was. Anti-billionaire already was the fucking method, is a tried and true tested method. But it is so fucking obvious. Anti-pedophilia, anti-billionaire, pro-accountability, pro-law and order, pro-justice for all, not just for fucking, poor people, but like for rich people. Justice for enacting justice upon the donor class, enacting justice upon the parasitic capital owner class. I think that's a uniting message. Anywhere you take that message, you are not going to see fucking Republicans go, nah, I don't agree with you, sir. What is this? Bro, it's 1991. And it was being spoken about. Check the reply to, which names Trump in the newspaper the same year. Holy shit, never mind. The Epstein files has been under our noses. 17-year-old Monica Seles staying at Mar-a-Lago in 1991. I've secured the internet for a cleaner clip of this, and I can't find it. Confirm this in a newspaper. Tennis prodigies, balls in the parents' court. If she was my 17-year-old daughter, I wouldn't want her within 5,000 miles of Donald Trump. Wait, is that real? Open presents. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Like, I think this is a classic, like, it's not left versus right. It's up versus down. It's a classic, like, billionaires are the enemy. They're the class enemy. They're engaging in class warfare. I saw James Tallarico say something along those lines, by the way, which I really liked. Does anyone have the clip? Adam Johnson says, if one can look at the fraying fabric around us, Epstein, ICE, Gaza, runaway consolidation of wealth, all protected by Palantir mass surveillance, and think the primary source of repression is overly fussy environmental labor regulations, I simply don't know what to tell you. If one wants to embrace this framework, ignore the obvious conflicts of interest in billionaires promoting this framework and busy themselves with cutting red tape for the next few years of their lives, they are welcome. I do not think this has much bearing on political reality. The irony is, cutting the red tape can be a successful initiative once you are in government. That's what Zohran Mamdani is doing right now. But running as, oh, we're going to cut the fucking red tape, we're going to deregulate, as though that is the primary concern for the average working class person, is idiotic. Okay?
The wealthy and billionaires, and how is that not just like pushing for class warfare?
We already have class warfare in this country. It's the billionaires waging war against the rest of us. And right now the billionaires are winning. They've been winning for 50 years. Trickle-down economics is not a theory, it is theft. For 50 years.
This guy, I'm coming around to this guy. I'll tell you what, I didn't trust him. I know he got money from Mira Madelson, but, you know, he's been saying a lot of the right words.
For 50 years, The billionaires have been stealing from the American people, stealing the wealth.
He has zero policy on his page. That's why I don't like him. He has no policy positions. Yeah, I don't understand that shit. I mean, it's going to be a impossible feat to win a Senate seat in Texas. But I will say, I think he has a better shot than Jasmine Crockett
that
does.
we created. It's why everyone is so angry right now. It's why no matter how hard you work, you can't seem to get ahead. The American people are not asking for a lot. A job we don't hate, a house big enough to raise a family in, and a little left over so we can go on vacation every once in a while. That is a lot harder than it should be. Harder than it should be in America. So I'm not fighting for class warfare. I'm fighting for the American dream.
James Salarico, I've been gone on campaign trail for 3 months. My priority is get money out of our politics. Okay, Carter, you got fucking owned, bitch. What do you have to say about that, Carter? I guess I'm not the #1 op of the Democratic electeds in here after all. I guess I got some sharks who hate the Democrats even more than I do, it seems. Lying on their good name. I was following this guy like 6 months ago. He had nothing. I mean, yeah, 6 months ago. That's fair. Is this anti-Semitic? Denny getting fucking posterized.
Deal.
MashaAllah. MashaAllah, my brother. Wrecked his ass. Let your nuts hang, dude. Anyway, what was I going to cover? Oh, there's who is that? I don't do sports ball. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, sweetie. Jeffrey Epstein relays Ehud Barak. A private question from Noam Chomsky. How long and how far will Israel proceed on the course to self-destruction? That was in 2015. Are you going to watch the video on your pedophile op you posted about? Yes. Yes. But also, there is the Canadian mass shooting that I wanted to... The Canadian mass shooting that I wanted to cover. Please consider covering this for later. Mass shooter in BC was a right-wing extremist, but everyone's harping on the trans identity. The shooter's Twitter account was full of extreme far-right nationalism. Clearly, trans was not the issue. Very important over the next few days as we fight the trans narrative with the actual truth. Is this the actual shooter's account? I heard he got lasered. Very quickly got zapped off of... Because I don't know if this is actually confirmed or not. Your man's Noam, the one you be quoting... Manufacturing consent about law. Yeah. I never hung out with Noam. Can't catch me on that. I am a reasonable bipartisan. I like Parenti. Okay. I like some of Noam's earlier work. I'm not an anarchist. You guys know that. It's one of the few ideologies that I openly say I do not, I respect the work that they put in when it comes to protesting, mutual aid, stuff like that. But I am not an anarchist. I think for many of you who have been in here for long enough, you kind of get a pretty decent understanding of what my ideology looks like, what leftist tendency I agree with. Anyway, let's look at this. Contemporary screenshots found on a server from April 14th, 2018. This is one of my ops, one of my Israeli ops, Nux Taku. You don't hear a lot about him as of late. Hassan is trot, right? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Don't you ever say that. That's crazy. Nux Taku was making NSFW channels for minors in his Discord where people were talking sexually to them and sending them bestiality porn. Crazy video from Nick Andros.
Wasn't there from the start. We can trace its creation to this exchange from October 15th.
Trots do good groundwork, not ideological. Yeah, I mean, true. I like newspapers and pamphlets just as much as the next guy. Anyway, what would you title this as Nux Taku? Nux, where's the NSFW stream? Why JoJo Part 5 be anime of the year 2015 in all caps, of course? Lol, are you actually going to use that? No, seriously, we need an NSFW room, or should I?
2018, where we can see this user, who from now on will be called Red, repeatedly asking Nux to create it. If we look at the time and date of these messages, the NSFW channel was made 2 minutes later. In response to this, Red raised their Patreon pledge, and Nux gave them a thumbs up. For a brief moment, let me take you to August of 2024. Nux Taku is finally being pressed about his past content, and he was actually pushed into making a response.
The biggest shock to me to this day entering the broader commentary sphere was the dangers lurking around every corner in regards to children. Children are not safe on the internet. I only became chronically online after high school, but I couldn't imagine what it would do to me if I was in some YouTuber's Discord server at the age of 12 or 14.
You couldn't imagine. You don't need to. Red joined the server on September 7th. On day 1, they openly declared themselves to be 14 years old. They would later claim to be 15 multiple times, but as they openly stated, they were lying about their age. Red was born in
2001. I'm still underage, so because you're talking to me, you are all technically pedophiles, not me. Yup. Remember, age of consent in Romania is 15, so I can smack your ass all I want. Bestiality, come on. I expected at least nugget. This is the most fucked up thing I have access to for the nuggets. Don't ask me why I know them off the top of my head. Thanks, Alan. Soy. I am extremely disappointed. Okay, thanks. If I needed to, I could do it with a kitchen knife. If you bleep yourself, you realize the pain is pretty whatever. Okay, thanks. Why are all of your most unwell haters pedophiles? This is crazy. Every fucking time, dude. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. But apparently, before Nuxtaka was a far-right demagogue raving against hedonism and the degeneracy of the left, during the peak years of his career, he ruled YouTube as its EPI emperor who always prioritized profits over basic child safety. Moist Critical used to do videos with this guy. A lot of people did. I did a podcast with him and fucking Mudahar. I had no idea what kind of a fucking weird freak he was back then. Yeah, and the full video is 80 minutes long. I'm honestly not going to watch the whole thing. I can't, but you guys can if you would like to.
I'm 6'7". I'm 6'7". 6'6" men BMI.
Now, for reference, I'm 6'7". I've sometimes claimed to be 200 and sometimes 201 centimeters, but I've never claimed to be 2 whole inches taller. You might say that lying about 2 inches is not a big deal, but to some people, that's all they've got.
Thankfully, I have a very small cock.
Tecton was recently served a 10-year protective order to stay at least 200 yards away from his ex-girlfriend Pinkichu for sexually assaulting and stalking her. He's also been forced to give up all of his guns. Before this all came out...
By the way, this is another one of my rapist haters.
He also had some really deep thoughts.
The more you are aware of what's going on in the world, the more that you are aware of these people that are lying, the more that these people will try to discredit the people telling the truth. I mean, I want you to look at Nuxtaku.
Fucking Rape Tone and Nuxtaku. I mean, Ethan Klein's former account was literally called Pedo Troll on Reddit. I don't know what it is, man.
For example.
Sex Pestiny, another one of their allies, is pretty crazy. I genuinely don't know what the fuck it is. Don't Dr. Disrespect.
Now, I found out about Nuxtaku around the time of his Shadman controversy, and because of some drama between Mutahar and someone called Shadlogic. It's a complicated story.
Nuxtaku got his entire career temporarily destroyed, which he bounced back from because he's one of the GOATs. God bless you, Nux.
Yes, the post-Nux Clarity incident.
So this video that was uploaded with, again, Nuxtaku as Jeffrey Epstein and me as, I assume, Ghislaine Maxwell over here.
Since then, Nuxtaku has re-established himself as one of many populistic right-wing commentators, such as Tecton himself, who tried to orbit Asmongold.
It's really like, I mean, this part right here, right? And then there's this, and then there's a little bit of that, too.
I was apparently recently hired as Asmongold's thumbnail editor.
Why wasn't Asmongold nominated at the Streamer Awards? And it's me holding up a fucking thing of I'm white, you're black, and I'm pointing a gun at somebody? Damn, bro, like, that's what it was. This is a top tier thumbnail? I think it is. Honestly, like, we should have just used this one. Oh my god.
Gross. Doesn't Asmongold always watch this guy? Yeah, he does. Asmongorables, yeah. He loves Nuxtaku and Rape Tone. It's just interesting because, like, virtually all of these guys that are a part of that orbit of fuck Hasan content creators have been slowly but surely being outed as pedophiles and sex pests of different varieties, sexual assaulters, rapists. It's just so strange. It's just so odd. Rev says, Dezu next, I beg.
Hire this guy? Yeah. Yeah, this is great. Thumbnail editor. This is great. Yeah, why not?
My response was not the most charismatic one.
These ideas don't come to me on a what?
He never actually intended to hire me. That was merely a stunt he did for his livestream. Given his recent defending of Tecton, it was probably for the best. As a Forbes magazine featured commentator, I can't be
highly amused by the notion that Hasan Piker would have a bespoke button installed onto his desk to abuse his dog.
associating with people like this. However, this video isn't about Asmongold or Tecton. It's about the rumors circulating Nuxtaku.
The amount of misinformation put out on this guy is insane. I mean, dude, I get told that Nux is a pedophile daily. And I'm like, brother, what the fuck are you talking about? Nux has always been good to me, and I'm a guy who's always going to have the back of my friends. However, I will also be the first guy to hold my friends accountable.
We'll see about that. But why would anyone say that Nuxtaku lusts after children? I have my own criticisms of the guy, but he's a very religious man.
We got to stand up and fight for God. We were living in a world of like unbelievable hedonism that just kept ramping up higher and higher and higher, you know? Higher and higher, more and more hedonism and secularism, and it completely took over. And this is an unbelievable.
Literally constantly talks about how he's Jewish and loves Israel and moved to Israel, by the way. There is something so funny about like really conservative Jews, though. They become Christian. Like, they become Christian nationalists. Like, listen, it's not a secret, okay? A lot of my close friends happen to be Jewish, okay? A lot of my idols are Jewish themselves. A lot of iconic people throughout history that I have learned from. A lot of academics. This attitude is never something that I would have associated with Jewish people in general. It is something that I've only fucking seen from Christian nationalists. It's very strange. It is not it's time to reevaluate your idols. Wait, what are you fucking talking about? What no. The fuck? Yeah, down to Karl Marx himself, even though he has some spicy takes.
Conversation that's being had right now.
He speaks out against hedonism and degeneracy.
It's not surprising that people that are based purely on hedonism, that they think you could fuck everything that moves. They think that sex should be publicized and taught to little babies and children, teaching them to change their genders and shit like that.
He's against sex being taught to young children and little babies. He hasn't always been open about his religious beliefs, but he has a long history of criticizing the Twitch platform for making adult content available to minors.
What? Twitch. He's Israeli, but that doesn't mean American Jews are bad. As a Jew, just don't be an extremist like everything, please. Wait, what? I know. What? That's my argument. I'm saying that there is a tendency among pro-Israel people who, no matter where they are, there's a tendency that is unique to the pro-Israel position that makes people behave in Christian nationalist ways. The permanent perception of self-victimhood, the endless amounts of crying, and also speaking out against moral degeneracy like this.
Can't decide whether they want to be a 13+ gaming website or an 18+ porn website. Twitch wants to rake in all that advertiser bucks for being a 13+ gaming website. They want to be on every single freaking smart television in America because that's how they get so many of their little young impressionable viewers. They are trying
This pro-Israel dick rider is also Canadian, not American.
to be a 13+ gaming website as well as a porn site at the same exact fucking time. Just recently, you had the implied nudity meta on Twitch where they allowed artistic nudity, which is, again, still mind-blowing to me that they even thought this was a good idea on a 13+ gaming website, by the way.
Making adult content available to children is totally inappropriate, and Nuxtaku has known this for a while.
Gentai ain't for kids under 18, let alone under 13.
Some insist that it is solely the parents' responsibility to stop their children from seeing that stuff. End of story. I think that's a very dumb perspective, so I'm going to back up Nuxtaku on this one. Parents do have the primary responsibility to protect their children, but that responsibility isn't on them alone. If you're publishing content on a 13+ website, the creators, the parents, and the platform have a shared responsibility to protect the children using that site from being exposed to harmful content. In the case of Twitch, the creators are knowingly streaming inappropriate content, and Twitch isn't cracking down on it. As Nuxtaku clearly understands, it is...
These are your peers? This is why you should only stream on YouTube? Dog. Nuxtaku is a YouTube content creator. Discord assigns new CEO. New CEO is Israeli. They start asking for biometric data. Okay, listen, I think it's just, this is a normal thing that, I mean, it's an abnormal and really fucked up thing that this website is doing. I don't think it's because of the Israeli owner or the new Israeli CEO or whatever. I think this is just where we're moving, which is terrifying.
Supposed to be a 13+ platform. If you're allowing or uploading adult content onto that platform, you're clearly doing something wrong and
Isn't
should be...
the CEO Palestinian from Nazareth? Oh, he's a 48 Palestinian? Oh, there you go. Yeah, I think people are going a little nutty over here. I didn't even know that he was a 48 Palestinian. Regardless, I think it's You're clocking peak cope? No, I think this is straight up a byproduct of all of the Western governments getting way more aggressive. All of the Western governments getting infinitely more aggressive in their approach.
Held responsible if kids come across that content. Parents can easily block actual adult websites, and some even teach you how to do it.
Anyway, dropping the act, exposing Nuxtaku, Nux's new content, appealing to children. He knew children were Nuxtaku's subreddit, Nuxtaku's Discord server. There's a second Discord server. Discord's a big deal. I know, dude. I know. And just like everything else, the fucking mass surveillance that we will be subjected to is not going to lead to apprehending crimes before they take place. Okay? That's how they sell it to you, but the reality is that's not how it works. They will say, "Oh, look at all the mass shootings taking place. We'll stop it." We already have a tremendous amount of surveillance, and yet mass shootings are happening at an alarming frequency. Anyway, that's all I got today, though. I'm so fucking tired, chat. I'm crashing. I'll be back tomorrow. As a matter of fact, I'll be back tomorrow from Canada. That's right. I'll be live from Canada ahead of my speech that I'll be delivering that I didn't write in a Q&A that'll happen at UBC, University of British Columbia. First time in Canada. Very excited to see what happens. You are not going to be able to actually get tickets. The tickets sold out, even though the Israel advocacy group is trying to get me to is trying to bar me from entry into the state. I wonder if they'll succeed. That'd be really funny. I hope not. Anyway, love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow from Canada. Away. Bye bye.
Review in the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC.